Hey, howdy everybody, what's up? Welcome to the beginning stream. It is 2:21 p.m. Pacific here in fabulous Las Vegas, getting ready to start back up on some Stellaris. It's been a little while. It's been a couple weeks. But I think the time is right to check back in on our little pigeonholed empire and see if we can make something happen today. I think we were just on the cusp of building megastructures, which is one of my favorite parts of the game. And I would be remiss if I ended this campaign before getting to that part. My conditions for ending this campaign are A, I become bored by it. I think that's standard. B, we become so locked in that it doesn't feel like there's any way that we can climb out. Like, it feels hopeless. A, bored. B, hopeless. C, I forget. So I thought it deserves, we put some time into it. I was having fun with sort of the challenge of actually getting to play with some fairly obscure DLC mechanics that I don't think we'll have the opportunity to play with again anytime soon. Specifically those from Overlord, which came out in 2022 to mixed reviews. We've been really tapping into those as they deal primarily with vassalage and Overlord ship itself and creating vassal contracts and things that I would say things that enabled this particular campaign. I don't think we'd be actually able to play this campaign without the Overlord DLC, so I've had to reevaluate how I feel about it in light of that. Hi everybody, what's up Kina Kunai? Appreciate the sub. Who says, Ital, I can't tell you just how much this 28-month milestone of our parasocial connection means to me. Oh, wait, I can. It means about $140 apparently. Excited for more Stellaris as always. Well, thank you for the 28 months and the $140 minus what Bebo takes out of my pocket before it gets to my pocket. Thank you, Suitbird, as well. Sootbird. I say Suitbird, okay? It's Suit. Thank you for 29 months. I get to decide how to pronounce all of chat's usernames, obviously. It's my chat. If you type in my chat, you get my pronunciation. Bebo takes too much. Bebo is constantly trying to... There's been so much Twitch drama these last 2 days. I'm kind of exhausted. Kind of just tired. And it's not just the Twitch stuff. I feel like I'm just having I'm having what I'm going to call a brain day. I think many of you can relate. Today's just a brain day. You either know what that means or you don't. I'm just going to coin that term. I think it aptly describes the random, mild discomfort that is likened. It's like a consciousness headache. It's like a brain fog that Advil cannot cure. Could it be the 300 hours of Diablo you played the past 3 weeks? No, it's very ADHD related in this case. Like, I mean, it could be related to Diablo, but not because I'm tired of playing or doing the thing. It's more like Diablo is being the rat in a cage who's hitting the dopamine button a million times. And then when you try and do anything else, anything else is not hitting the dopamine button. ADHD fog makes you very sleepy and unfocused. Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like I'm having to consciously make myself do basic things. Force myself to take a shower, clean up. Like, that feels like a massive chore. Do some dishes, just some really easy, basic things that I want to do, but I can't do. But I did. I did the things. My brain is like, I don't want to do them, and I will simply go to sleep instead of doing them. I'll show you, human. I will pass out instead. It's a great time to take a nap right now. What's up, Grapple Hook? Hello, Ruv. Nataruk? Death by Madnums here. Truly notorious. Welcome back, Zed Witzel. Yeah, there's a lot of Twitch stuff. Like, right now, Twitch is forcing a new streamer agreement on every partnered streamer who basically either has to accept or have their partnership terminated. So, that's been fun. That's new today. And then yesterday was all this stuff with the, like, advertising and sponsorship and branded space. So, they, you know, just your casual, frequent undermining of the platform and eroding all goodwill you've built up over a decade. Just basic stuff like that. They have altered the agreement. Pray that they do not alter it any further. I think, a lot of people are gonna be not streaming on Twitch over the next few years. I've been pretty vocal about the fact that I'd be surprised if Twitch is still, like, around in its current form in 5 years or less. Not trying to get all depressing at the beginning of stream. It's just like, it's just been a lot the last 2 days in particular. And I'm just so tired of, like, waking up. It's like, oh, today's gonna be a good day, and then I refresh Twitter, and it's just like, oh my god, what did they do this time? Oh, what do they do this time? Can you guys just stop doing stuff for like a full year, please? Just 1 year. Can we just have one peaceful existence without the extra additional drama and, like, hurdles and obstacles to overcome? But yeah, the new stuff is sort of like things that are masked as positives that are partially negatives, and more than partially negatives. Like, oh, just accept the new agreement. It's great because you don't have any contractual obligations. The new contract has no set term. You can leave the program at any time. Oh, wow, cool. I can leave at any time? What a great deal. Wait a second. That means you can fire me at any time. And that means that you can change my payment structure at any time because we don't have a contract. Because that's what contracts do. They lock you into terms that you find mutually agreeable with two parties. So if there's no set term on the contract at any point, Twitch can just be like, we've decided to change payment structure. You don't like it? Too bad. We don't even have a contract. That kind of stuff. So, no stability. Number one. Number two, the ability to, again, just get rid of whoever they want, whenever they want. I love the one positive is that we can leave at any time. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah, they're doing, like, the stream non-exclusively, where you can stream on other platforms as long as you don't do it at the same time. Okay? So you can stream on YouTube as long as you're not also streaming on Twitch simultaneously with the simulcast. But in this day and age, there's so many people that are streaming to YouTube and TikTok and every like possible platform because they want to reach more audiences. But yeah, it's just a lot of stuff to consider because you have a time, there is a time limit. They give you until like 1 year, basically, to accept the terms or be eliminated. And it's kind of like just getting old, being an asset. Like we're effectively called partners, which has a certain connotation to that word, right? A partnership is people that work together for the mutual benefit of all parties. But over the last, I would say 3-4 years, it's become very apparent that is just a word. Hey gamers, give me your best headache cure. I don't have it, Mary Skipper. We were just talking about what's wrong with my brain and also what's wrong with Twitch's brain. I don't remember the last time Twitch made a decision that had a positive impact for streamers. Probably Twitch Prime subs, and they would probably do anything if they could get away with it to get rid of those. If they thought they could get away with the PR hit of removing Twitch Prime, they would absolutely cut it immediately. The company that invented the Twitch Prime sub is not there anymore. And that's probably the only single good feature left on the platform is Twitch Prime subs. Anyway, rip your brain, Mary Skipper. Hello, Mon Squad. What happened in the last Stellaris stream? What always happens, Pinky. We try and conquer our overlord. All right, let's get into it. Where are we? There we are. Yo. You recognize this? Hey, you recognize that? What is this place? The Fathom Sovereignty 2. What happened to the Fathom Sovereignty 1? Don't worry about it. They're alternate timeline Fathom Sovereignties. Local save not stored in the cloud. I don't know why that is. Everything else is stored in the cloud. I still think that this is so weird that when we created this game, we allowed all of our other handcrafted empires to spawn. They all have the empire spawning allowed, but we haven't seen a single one in our Fathom Sovereignty campaign. There hasn't been one of these 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, like 12 or so empires. Very weird. Bad rolls all around. Megastructure Marathon. Hell yeah. That's a megastructure right there. That's probably like an Ecumenopolis, isn't it? Probably. Okay, we're back. We've got some things to catch up on. We're gonna just take it slow, getting the plane out of the gate, you know? Take it slow, get the plane out of the gate, and remember what is what here. Luckily, that won't be too terribly difficult for us, because you only have to catch up on this much space. We have a grand total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 systems to our name, and that is it. So you really don't have to catch up on a whole lot here. And that's a small slice of real estate in the grand scheme of things, which we're still uncovering the borders of all these empires that we've been meeting. So this has been a very challenging campaign. The Galactic Senate has formed as of the last stream, and they've been voting on things. I don't know exactly what was the last thing that was voted on, but we can look at past resolutions here. They've passed things that give you extra diplomatic weight from the economy. Let's see where most of our diplomatic weight is coming from. We are close to the middle of the pack here, so we're a far cry from first place. First place is 23,000 diplomatic weight. The next closest one is 14,500, which is truly an impressive lead. The worst part is that the faction that is in first place is also our arch nemesis and story enemy. They have it out for us and are actively trying to enslave us as part of our storyline. So this has presented a very unique narrative in the world of Stellaris for us. And they've already tried to reconquer us once, which was unfortunately for them, pushed back by our overlord, the Vivisandian Kingdom, which is a long story, but the short version of the story is our origin saw us enslaved by the Minimar Specialized Industries before the game even began. We didn't even know who they were. We just knew that we were enslaved as a peoples. We resisted XCOM style and kicked them off of our homeworld. They sent debt collectors in order to get recompense for the ships and the people and the damages that we caused them. We said, no, we're not going to pay you for enslaving us and going to war with us. That's crazy. And so every few years, we get debt collectors that show up in our system who we have to kill because they keep coming back to try and collect. Now, we did discover that the faction is Minimar Specialized Industries. Once they uncovered our location in real space, they're here, we're up here. They declared war on us in order to reconquer us and enslave us because we're their rightful property. Fortunately / unfortunately for us, we had already been vassalized by the Vivisandian Kingdom, who are our neighbors. They have a dead-end empire up here. It doesn't connect to anywhere else. And they decided to go to war with us since we were borders. We shared borders with them. They vassalized us, took a couple of our systems, but have otherwise been fairly amicable and easy to deal with. We've already refitted our vassal contract a couple times, and we have fairly favorable conditions with them now, which is interesting. And that's all a part of the Overlord DLC. If we negotiate our agreement here, we can see that they are prohibited from integrating us into their empire, so we can stay politically separate from them. We have independent diplomatic freedom, so we can engage and vote with other empires of our own free will. We are somewhat allowed to expand, though there's nowhere to expand to. And the best part is, we are an active scholarium focused on technological progress, so we feed our overlord tech and science, which we are very good at. So we give them about 30% of our research a month, but they give us, in return, 45% match of our basic income. So credits, food, minerals, if whatever we make, they pay us an additional 45% of what we make. And the same for advanced goods. They give us alloys and consumer goods just for feeding them research. So it's quite a good deal. So we're getting a lot of infrastructure resources that we're going to use and turn into megastructures. So they're feeding us those very necessary key materials so that we can build tall, which is what we're actively working on. We do not have to participate in any of the Overlord's wars, which is fantastic. They have to defend us, conversely, and they are allowed 3 holdings so they can build structures that benefit them on our homeworld. So they're allowed to kind of dip into that. So it's quite a nice deal, and the Vivisandians helped us fight off our archenemy, the Myanmar Specialized Industries. It's an enemy of my enemy is my friend type of situation, so that's where we're at right now. It's been an interesting and winding tale. Hey, what's up, Sim? How's it going? Ah, yes, the Megacorp branch office advantage. Indeed. What's up, Snipe? 20 minutes in and he's already in the game, yeah. We got work to do today. Tetratin, welcome. The holdings benefit the subject in some ways, but mostly the Overlord. Yeah, we got one or two that were less beneficial than others, but that's okay. That's all right. Why not? Thanks for people arriving for 10 months. I appreciate the Prime sub. How you doing? And thanks for almost a year. Welcome back. We're losing Federation XP. We are in a Federation with our Overlord and the Saival Nation, who are our neighbors right here. And they are also a former enslaved peoples of the Myanmar Specialized Industries who also broke free. Who is our leader? Ah, yes, the unfathomable Snide Kerfuffle. Age 81, of course. Skill level 7, has quite a lot of counselor traits. We're playing with the recent DLC that adds, like, the full... Like, the council, I think, is just a vanilla update, but we're still playing with the DLC that lets us pick traits and have a lot of other cool little details that we get to choose. Yeah, you're still pretty young, actually, because our expected age is what? Let's see. How do I see that? It's on the leadership page, I think. 81. Yep. If you're under 150, you have a 0% chance of death unless something tragic strikes. That's actually been one of the focuses of our empire, is increasing the average lifespan of our very strong Dolphin peoples. So we've taken that up in a number of respects. I think we started out with longer than average lives because we are enduring. That's plus 20 years, and I think we have a number of other societal bonuses via traditions, maybe? Aptitude gives us another 20-year lifespan. We've also got some society technology that is increasing lifespan. So I'm kind of doing this to remind myself exactly what we were pursuing. We had just taken the Unyielding series of Ascension path, the Ascension path for Unyielding. And that lets us build additional star bases, so we can have up to 9 star bases, which is too many. Like, we don't have a room for 9. However, the other benefits are we can upgrade them faster. We can have additional defense platforms. Their upkeep is also smaller. Defense armies producing unity is a big one. We're getting a lot of unity, which is helping us get additional ascension perks, because on every single habitat or planet that we're building, we're placing fortresses, which are creating defense armies, which are in turn producing unity, so that's been fun. And their army health is really good. We have reduced orbital bombardment damage. We're unyielding because we don't want to be conquered again. We've already been conquered twice. It's getting ridiculous, so we're bulking up. In a defensive war with another empire, ship build speed and fire rate is increased inside your borders. Star bases and hull platforms have 33% more hull points and damage. Wow, that's a good one. Fortress Doctrine. Defense against hostile operations. They can't sabotage our star bases as easily. Very cool. Statecraft is specifically powering up the council. So we've been doing a very council and leadership focused playthrough for this. So we can set agendas faster. We get some new agendas. The agendas last for an extra 2 years. It's 20% more than the 10 years that they default to. They get more XP. And whenever an agenda is launched, all leaders gain 300 XP. So that's been getting people leveled up faster. Higher level counselors has been really helpful. Survey speed up doesn't matter. Research subsidies doesn't really matter. We did discovery at first. We didn't realize we were gonna get boxed in. So I'm not sure how much discovery is helping us outside of the plus 10% research speed finisher effect and the bonus research speed, yeah. And then aptitude, I think, is also strong leadership. More starting traits, another leader capacity, which we're at capacity, 10 out of 10 leaders. They can have fewer negative traits. They live 20 years longer. They get bonuses per admiral and general level. We get +2 naval cap. Per governor level, reduces empire size. And per scientist level, we get more total XP gain. And then flat 25% to everybody. Very cool. For our ascension perks, we took tech ascendancy because we're trying to build very tall. We don't have any space at all. So that's another 10% research speed. Rare tech appears 1.5 times the normal rate, so we get more rare technologies. We took 1 vision for our second to buff unity, make our governing ethics even stronger, reduce our amenities usage so they can stay happier. Voidborn. We picked Voidborn because in our home system of Far Echo, above the blowhole, the blowhole is above our homeworld of Eospora. And this was one of the battleships from the invaders, which was partially destroyed, and we were able to reverse engineer their technology and retrofit it into a full-on research station. So this has been really cool. There's a lot of people living there now, and we got a bunch of research districts pumping out over 500 or so research per physics, society, and engineering research. So this place has just been insane because it has an extra, I think, special feature bonus. Yeah, it's a tech cache. Gives us plus 10% research from all jobs. And we have a researcher assisting in space, a scientist assisting for an extra 30% research. So that thing is incredibly prolific. Chad, what megastructure do you think we should make first today? Kinokunai is leveled up. Oh yeah, you are the grand storyteller. Let's see who our government consists of right now. We're being led by the unfathomable Snide Kerfuffle, sure, who currently is bestowing us with some lovely counselor traits, such as architectural sense, building costs are cheaper, we get monthly influence, which we have been using. Reformer gives us unity and governing ethics attraction, and charisma, so charismatic, gives us an edict upkeep reduction and some bonus edict funds. Gigachad Galaxy Brain Dolphin Bros, yes. Science, should we do Science Nexus first? Research Array? We'll have to look and see what our options are, because we researched a few. Our head of research is actually an alien, even though our peoples are xenophobic, so that's been interesting. Zasira Katun came to us and is just really happy to be here. She is malleable, and we've just sort of taken her in as one of our own to help us, and she's been doing crazy things. She doesn't care who she's doing science for, as long as she has the funds and the facilities to be able to research whatever she wants. Basically. Doesn't matter who it's for as long as she's able to do those scary researches. She actually led a research that ended up killing a non-insignificant portion of our population. I remember we did some like experiments on some people and they all died. And it was her idea. So she's crazy. I don't know. We like her. She's crazy. She's a driven educator. All scientist XP gain up 30%. This one's pretty cool. Research per pop. So the more population you have, you just get free research. This leader spares no effort cultivating young minds, aided by a devoted following of graduates. She's 30% faster engineering research. By the way, if you haven't played Stellaris in a while, there's only one head researcher for all 3 tiers of research. It's been streamlined pretty dramatically in that way. She has hyper focus. Hey, me too. And that's a 6% to all research speed. That's great, on top of the 30% to engineering. She's expertise with she has an expertise with material research. So some engineering research is materials, but not all materials is engineering research. And that's a bonus there. She has a spark of genius. That's another 3% research. But she's gullible, so our encryption is down, so people can infiltrate us easier. The sphere. I don't think I can make a Dyson sphere yet, but I think something that helps us get mega resources is going to be very, very key. Because we need to become self-sustaining. We need to be able to have the resources without depending on our overlord to give them to us. And that's the hard part right now. Okay, so next to Zasira is Kina Kunai, who's helping us as the Grand Storyteller at 64 years old. This is a role that is responsible for just leadership experience gain. So it's 2% per level. So if you're level 7, that's 14% faster leadership XP gain. And you have some new choices. Why are there's 5 options now? I feel like there were not that many last time. Is this new? I don't think we've ever seen 5 on one page. Maybe there was a patch? Or I'm just crazy. Collaborator 2 helps us assist research. Are you assisting research? Who is assisting research right now? Overtly esoteric and Zasira. So not you. Planetary build speed while assisting in research. What do you even do, Kina Kunai? Okay, Kina Kunai is currently excavating an archaeological dig site in the Doltari system. Oh, there was a chamber. Yeah, we found a gigantic mausoleum or necropolis dating back several million years with no obvious signs of looters. The structure may have been left untouched since the Chameleon Field was erected. The structure's first chamber is accessible, but an impenetrable door blocks further progress. Large alien glyphs, yet untranslated, have been carved into the wall above the door. The alien glyphs above the door were translated as follows, quote, "I am Zarklon, the guardian of Maz-Tab, prophet of Zva. In a galaxy awash with spite and hatred, I have chosen to seclude myself here. Proceed if ye be worthy." After combing through the first chamber for anything of interest, archaeologists discovered a tiny concealed wall panel. When pressed, the ancient door rumbled open. The second chamber cannot be accessed. The second chamber is unremarkable, aside from another set of alien glyphs above a closed door, which read, "Petty kings issued edicts in my name. Empires waged war in my honor. Fools sang my praises. I would have none of it." No secret wall panel has yet been found that would provide access to the third chamber, so we're looking around to figure out where that goes. So that's what you're doing. So you're not really assisting research at all. All of these have to do with assisting research. Kina Kunai, I guess we're just gonna, in case you end up assisting research, we'll just make that better and more powerful. How about that? Now, as far as what we've got, we only have, as I said, 6 systems to play with right now. Hey, Alariah, thank you for the 16-month sub. And welcome Pandar for 3 months. Thanks for priming. Hi, Pandar, Alariah, and Mr. McDerp for 2 years. Happy 2 years. Thanks for the slub. Eospora is our capital, and Eospora 2 is a second world that we terraformed after inadvertently wiping out all sapient life on the surface via virus we manufactured in order to take out a potential superintelligence from snowballing from tiny biological organisms into a super organism, which the virus unfortunately not only took that out, but all other Bronze Age citizens on the planet. Oopsie whoopsie. And then since everyone was dead, we were like, well, we may as well terraform that and live there. So we did. And we accidentally made it into a utopia complete mirror duplication of our own homeworld, except even better because it's not marred with pollution and it's a perfect vacation spot. This is our second home. It bears an uncanny resemblance to our homeworld. So we made a second one. And we've also given it a little ring. So we're trying to turn this into, I think, just an industrial hub. We've been making a lot of alloys. We need a ton of alloys. Our homeworld is also heavily focused on alloys. We have a couple in some other spots until we get everything situated, because what we've been doing is trying to snowball. We've been mass producing habitats. Habitats are in orbit of various planetary bodies. And they start small. Most of ours have 8 to 15 pops right now, and we're working on getting them situated with various districts and also filling in their limited building slots. However, eventually we can actually upgrade these to a better habitat once we have filled in all the districts and we pay like 1,000 alloys, as well as some influence. We can get a little bit more space. So that's what we've been working on right now. And to that end, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 habitats, though 9 of them are built by us. Some of them are mining stations. Some of them are going to be reactor districts just to try and get us some energy credits. We don't have good infrastructure right now. So we're trying to specialize, and we might need to pivot some of these away from research stations because we're honestly starting to get, I know this is sounding heretical, we're starting to get too much research. Is that possible? Maybe. Too much research? Mary Skipper, where are your icons? Sorry, having some allergies. Hope everyone's having a good day. I have some chicken and rice. What's up, Feng Shui? I see my... Oh, now I see your icons. You were naked for a second. Oh no, now they're gone. The mods got dressed in the dark this morning. Okay. So what are we doing first? That's a great question. Let's see what we're researching. We're researching artisan output. 10% up for all artisans producing consumer goods for us. We're making 256 from jobs. So that should be an additional just 25 consumer goods, hopefully. If it stacks additively, might be on top of an already existing 10%, so it's not as much as I think. We're researching a megastructure called the Strategic Coordination Center. The Strategic Coordination Center is the definitive megalith of national security and military planning. And we're also researching Titans. Titans are massive warships, the pride of the fleet, bristling with weapons, typically serving as the flagship. It also gives us an ion cannon defense platform that can be orbiting a starbase, blasting deadly fire from long range. And to that end, we're also planning on doing some mega fleet management today. We have only 60 naval cap out of 255 that we've got for ourselves, and that's including being a vassal. So I was actually thinking one idea. One goal that we can shoot for today is renegotiating our vassal contract to stop being a Stellarium and start being probably just either a regular vassal. I don't want to do it immediately. We're getting some bonuses from the Stellarium, like research speed, but we're also giving research. But if we become a regular vassal, I could probably still get the resources that we were getting before if I give up the 3 holdings. And we get to keep all of our research. So, this is kind of like, as far as I can tell, the same agreement, but better, minus independent diplomacy, which we could just sweet talk them to get over that -6. And it's all basically the same. Except then we can pivot out of giving them 30% research and pivot out of some of our research stations overproducing. So that's one thought. All right, before we get started, here's what I want to do. I want to look at each of our stations. I want to make sure that they have like roughly 2 jobs available. If they don't have at least 2 jobs available, like this is 48 population anyway. Some of them are just going to have to resettle, and that's the way it is. But if we wanted to upgrade this research complex, it's going to take an additional... How much are we getting from specialized resources? We have 7 exotic gases, 7 volatile motes, 10 rare crystals. We're actually doing pretty fantastic. Getting a lot more of these... Ooh, we can just replace the Cyto revitalization centers. Those are creating a lot of people because we're getting pop growth speed, but this station is pretty full. So I wonder if it's a good time to get rid of that. The problem is if we get rid of it, we're going to lose amenities as well. So I need to replace it with something that's also going to keep the people happy. It's a tough balancing act. Because we can make... I want to get an ancient refinery on most of our platforms, because that is creating one of each of the 3 probably most common special materials. The exotics, the rare crystals, and the volatile motes. Making all 3 of them, but costing minerals. We don't have one yet, but I can't really make one. Stellaris. Yes, indeed, Taco Bell. A lot of people, you're one of them, G-Nugget. Let's see. Auto-curating vault. A highly specialized computer network constantly acquires, analyzes, evaluates, and puts on display everyday artifacts it deems of impending historical import, creating a living museum of the present and a window into the zeitgeist. This increases bureaucrat output. I don't even know if we have any bureaucrats here. Just kind of checking in on some of these. This is Unity buffs, chemical plans, these are resources, trade value, and ooh, hang on. I just had an idea. I know what I want to do. We're going to pivot into a stock market empire. Yep, that's what we're gonna do. Because the issue is, we have so much research, especially like right now we have over 2,000 research. We have 8, 16, 24. We have 2,400 research. And we're gonna get even more, because that's including the 30% that we're giving to our overlord. So if we just stop being the, well, we'll lose some because of the perks we get from being a Scalarium. So it's not going to be exactly 30%, but we're still going to get a bunch of research back. We take the research we get back, and we exchange research for stock markets, which is going to make us mega bucks. We're going to get so many energy credits, and then we're going to be able to use the energy credits surplus to buy any of the resources from the local market that we might need to fill in the gaps. It's a pretty good idea. So how do we do that? The easiest way is going to be replacing the research complexes that we've been painstakingly building up on non-research specific worlds. So if this is a mining world, instead of a research complex, we're going to replace this with probably commercial zones, because that produces trade value and amenities. That's what I'm looking for right now, trade value and amenities. We can get rid of the revitalization chambers on some of these places that are basically full. Okay, there's going to be a lot of moving parts here. There's going to be a lot of moving parts. And it's hard to come back after 3 weeks, so we got to start a little slow. But let's hang on to that nugget. Okay? Let's hang on to the nugget. We have a construction ship. We're building 2 platforms. Oh, we've already We've already started building megastructures, and I totally forgot. And they're almost this is just the platform that the megastructure goes on. It's not that small. We're making a science nexus site and a mega art installation, but these are just the flat platforms. Okay. And we have another construction ship. We made a hyper relay. How do you tell if there's a hyper relay? I think we've already built them. Just started playing Stellaris a couple days ago. Anybody know what you spend influence on in the early game? Influence is for claiming systems before you go to war. There are other uses for influence now, but that's probably the primary one. Like if you want to go to war with a neighbor, you have to make claims on their systems in order to get them post-war. So that's a pretty heavy influence toll. You also spend influence on simply expanding at all to build an outpost in another system that's unoccupied. And then there's some more things besides. The thicker hyperlanes indicate... Yeah, you're right. The thicker lanes equal... There's a hyperlane there. You're right. Okay. Let's do this. What are we doing? We have 19,000 alloys. What are we doing? Blowhole needs an Omega research complex. Give them the extra exotic gas and the 2 extra research jobs. Okay. Damp Rock Mining Station is almost full. We're gonna start... Are we gonna start upgrading all of the strongholds to super fortresses? Do we have enough moats for that? We have 7 moats. Okay. More soldier jobs equals more naval capacity, more defense armies, and unity for us, actually. Fortresses for everybody. And then we're going to replace the research complexes on non-research stations with money makers. But I want to check and see what we've got as an option here. Because we have this Voltom reality computer that we can build on each planet, but it's mostly for research. Science directors make unity, amenities, and research points. Interesting. Okay, planetary shield generators. Ministry of Production buffs, metallurgists, and artisans. We gotta make sure that we have those on our industry planets. There's the Galactic Stock Exchange. Merchants turn consumer goods into unity, amenities, and trade value. Yes, they do. So if that makes 24 trade value equals energy credits for us right now. So it'd be 24 energy credits, 6 amenities. It says that they produce unity, but it doesn't say how much unity they make here, actually. Only that they cost consumer goods as upkeep. I need to build the Galactic Stock Exchange. Is that a once per empire thing? Oh no. I don't think that I have the building. Hold on. Yep, I think it's time. I'm gonna get rid of the planetary shield generator. I just don't know if it's doing anything for us. It feels like it's RP. I think the stock exchange is planetary. We'll see. Am I too late for the civilization creator? Yeah, we're continuing a existing campaign. And that's why it's taken me a while to kind of remember what all we're doing here. But yeah, I don't think we need the revitalization center anymore. We've got 73 pops. This place is jam-packed. We've already freed up all the districts that we can. And we've only got 2 housing and 3 available jobs. So we might have a small homeless problem soon. So, replacing Cyto Revitalization so we don't have Omega Pop, but we need to give them some amenities to keep them happy. And I think that's where the stock exchange comes in. What'll make my people happy? Trading stonks. Plus 20% trade value and create some merchant jobs. Yep, that's the one. And it just takes 1 rare crystal. Alright, replace it. Looks good. And then I think I'm going to get rid of the planetary shield generator. If you have shots fired at your capital, you have larger problems. Yeah, I think that that's accurate. So if we're going all in... If we're going all in on trade, then maybe just a commercial zone. Because that's amenities and trade value. Wait, no, hold on. I just moments ago said I need a Ministry of Production, because look at all the industrial... We're making Omega consumer goods and alloys. The Ministry of Production increases that by 15% per job, and also creates unity and creates amenities. The Ministry of Production works tirelessly to organize and streamline the manufacturing across the entire planet. Yes, it does. All right, that's locked in. Fantastic. We got Advanced Research Complex for you, and the Voltom reality computer is already there. Damprock is making a fortress. But then we need to get rid of the research complex. We're pivoting, chat. We're pivoting right at the beginning of the stream. So I guess Galactic Stock Exchange is just better if you can afford the crystal upkeep. We have 10 rare crystals, so it feels like we can. Better than commercial zones. Yeah, it's like twice as good as commercial zones. I like fortress habitats. That's exactly what we're doing. Sargasso. The Sargasso Sea is making this is an energy station. Perfect. We'll have plenty of jobs. New Baltimore is a research station who needs to fill in their final district. We're going to be a little short of consumer goods soon. Also research. Okay, you've got 4 jobs open. You've got 2 jobs open. This is supposed to be a leisure station, but it's actually going to be an industrial alloy station. We could make it into a trade station. I feel like we're going to have more alloys than we know what to do with. Yeah, let's make this one into a trade station. Trade value plus amenities. The Reef. Eospore 2 is already handling the industrial district stuff. Stellaris is a research hub. There's another research district. Whetstone's already making an mining district, and so is the Soggy Pearl. All right, that looks great. So we're golden there. Now what we want to start doing is heavily investing in some of, we have like a bunch of these sweet stations with that are actually really strong, like 60,000 like power for defense purposes. Some of these are producing anchorages for us to beef up our naval capacity. Here's the thing about beefing up your naval capacity. The more ships you build, just because we can build 255 naval capacity, who's gonna pay for the military, okay? We gotta budget in for the massive military, and that's where the trade stations are gonna come in for producing energy credits to pay for the upkeep. But I don't think it would hurt to have, like, some trade hub stations. Because Off-World Trading Company produces trade value for each trade hub, right? The problem is these are all anchorage stations right now. I'm still concerned about your battleship count. If your neighbors decide to roughhouse, you are in a situation. Yeah, so a loose one. I'm still concerned that you don't know that we're actually a subject of the Vivisandian Kingdom, who is contractually required to come to our defense anytime someone declares war on us. I'm already a vassal, so we don't really have to worry about that. In fact, we've already won a war against the largest empire in the entire galaxy because they tried to re-enslave us. What's up, the G-Man? Thank you for the 57-month sub, by the way. Almost 5 years. Hey, G-Man. And welcome all other people arrivers. Who needs a navy when your boss has one? Yeah, they're sitting pretty. They are actually in 3rd place in the galactic community. So when you add up them, plus us, plus our other ally, the Scival Nation, you have about 20k total diplomatic weight there. Yeah, Vivasanian Kingdom is our sugar daddy right now. That is true. That is true. So what's great about all these stations is we have them updated to citadels. They're as big as they can get. I'm tempted to convert some of them into trade hubs instead of anchorages, but I think we need all of the naval capacity that we can get for when we start pivoting into full-on navy production. Okay, I feel like I'm probably forgetting some things, but also I think that we have what we need to start. So let's go. Is this the gamer that unpauses after remembering everything he's doing in Stellaris before 1 hour into the stream? What a gamer. I'm probably forgetting something that we wanted to do. But there's always time to figure it out later. I should at least make a save. I don't think anything bad's gonna happen, but overriding the save is probably a good idea. Probably a good idea. Tox, I'm curious what you thought of Diablo 4.
You would know if you came to any of my Diablo streams, because I can't stop talking about it.
Oh, it's very good. I want to know what you think about Diablo 4 without watching any Diablo 4.
Technology.
Paid chatter comes in to get me to talk about Diablo 4 on Stellaris stream. It's basically all I can think about right now. Like, whenever I have free time, I want to play Diablo 4. I didn't want to get spoiled because I want to play it myself. I'm sorry to ruin it for you, but you do kill demons to get loot in this one too. I'm sorry to ruin that. It is formulaic, as they say. Gasp? You mean you don't just pay money to get loot? That's the other Diablo. Wrong one. I think that right now, because I didn't play Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Diablo 4 is shaping up to be my game of the year, I would say. I obviously still have to beat the story and get an in-game character. I haven't even gotten to the Paragon board yet, or past level 50, as it were. I do think it's funny, though, that, like, there is sort of this interesting, I would say that I envy the hardcore Zelda players, because we have a very interesting similar scenario playing out for both games, where Tears of the Kingdom is basically Breath of the Wild, but better. It's like Breath of the Wild 1.5, and that's a good thing. Like, quality of life is maxed, the gameplay is as refined and polished as it's ever been. They took the lessons they learned making Breath of the Wild and apparently made something that's even stronger as a complete package of a game. Okay, and that's also what they did with Diablo 4. Like, Diablo 4 is in the same formula as the other Diablo, and it's just that Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that it has all the same quality of life stuff that is needed for a Diablo game yet, but it is kind of like super Diablo. And for the hardcore Diablo fan base, that's like a negative, which I don't agree with, that's a negative. But for the Zelda fans, that's like a huge positive, and it's just funny to see that dichotomy play out. Where I feel like the Zelda fan base is just like a happier group of people who are generally more upbeat and wants to just have fun. And the super hardcore Diablo fan base is just like pining for their youth and remembering the prime of their life. Watching time slip through their fingers like so many grains of sand. All right, the ancient tomb is getting ready to pop open. After a long and tiring search, a secret lever hidden under the floor was found, which provided access to the fourth chamber. As before, alien glyphs adorned the wall above yet another door. Those who wish to parley with Zarklon must first find their way. There is in each chamber a hidden key that must be turned to proceed. The purpose of these challenges will soon be revealed. Okay, well, there's chapter 5. Good luck, Kinakunai. Get on it. Meanwhile, artisan output is now up 10%, so we have 25 surplus consumer goods right now. I'm curious to see what that goes up to. And, ooh, sapient combat AI. This is a dangerous and rare technology that I'm not certain that I don't think the perks are going to outweigh the possible negatives for us yet. So we kind of have to just research stuff that we don't necessarily want, just to do it. Just to get rid of it. And some of it might have some secret extra tech that we just don't even know. Let's just start getting shield capacitors. We're going to have a bunch of techs that kind of unlock that are... That's why we're pivoting out of research right now, because we're reaching the end game of the research. But yeah, someone said they were surprised to see Stellaris today. That's just because I don't want the other games that we were playing to just be completely forgotten, and also because I think that I have more fun streaming Diablo. Like, Diablo 4 is the kind of game that has been interesting to stream because it has a different vibe than Diablos 1, 2, and 3, in that it's an open world game. And I think I'm having to grapple with, as much as I like the game, it does run counter. How you're supposed to play it runs counter to how it feels like you want to play it. Which is, the game itself very much encourages you to finish it as fast as possible, like main story. But because of the open world nature of it, it feels like GamerSense wants me to like poke around, do every side quest,
we have mastered a
explore every zone before I move on. So those two things kind of are at odds, and therefore I think I'll be happier running through. I definitely would like to finish the campaign for Diablo 4 on stream, but because of the nature of it being basically an open world game for all intents and purposes, I enjoy playing open world games more off stream, because I do want to just like poke around and do nothing and accomplish nothing and still have had fun doing it, and it feels difficult to stream that way with Diablo 4. Just like, what I need like goals that I can set. So my plan is kind of like to get far enough in the campaign off stream so that I can just play it with Alice, and we played through all of D2 and D3 before I even streamed those games. So that's kind of like my preferred method of consuming that content for the first time. And then I can more comfortably kind of take it on stream and then be like, all right, let's complete the Diablo marathon, because I want to be able to say I did it and have D1 through 4 be beaten as part of that marathon on stream. So I say all that to say that Stellaris seemed fun today because it gives me a little bit more time to do that. And I didn't want this campaign to just fall by the wayside. Okay, Titans can now be built. Designing ships at this scale allows for a deadly combination of exceptional firepower and cutting-edge auxiliary support. Titan configurations may serve as highly versatile flagships, which are also capable of bolstering surrounding vessels or ensnaring hostiles. Looking forward to building some of those. What do we got? Coil guns unlocks a new kinetic weapon path. I feel like we should just go ahead and do that. However, reactive armor would be really cool if it didn't also cost crystals. Armor hardening, synthetic workers, like autonomous Class 7 artificial intelligence, or better defense platforms. Let's just do coil guns and kind of catch up on those. I think I'm playing D4 wrong. From what I understand, you're supposed to beat the campaign around level 44, so I'm level 48 and still in Act 3. The reason why I said it seems counter is because of the way that the world tiers work. So if you're playing on world tier 2, your enemies in D4 will cap out at level 50. You can keep playing as long as you want on world tier 2. And doing the content, you're just going to get diminishing returns on experience after level 50 because your enemies will stop scaling up with you. So you can stay on world tier 2 forever if you'd like. You're just going to stop leveling up at the same rate, because you won't be fighting enemies who are your level anymore. Ooh, look at all these rares. Maybe all we've got is rares. Sentry Array. A complete Sentry Array extends sensor ranges to cover the entire galaxy. Science ships can aid in the cloaking detection of a station. Quantum Catapult can just yeet us around the stars. Shield Hardeners can make our shields more effective. I feel like this might be good. None of these are really speaking to me. Let's just get some basic shield hardening. Also, chat, our science ships are almost done with our first megastructures. 96% done with an Omega Art installation platform.
We have mastered a new technology.
And we should get some perks from those. Coil guns. All right, that's old technology, not worth getting excited about, but it does lead us into railguns and autocannons if we wanted to pivot into those. Habitability up 5%. Is that something that we can actually benefit from? Because I feel like we have a maximum of 90%, and that +5 can't actually bring us above that maximum, but I'm not 100% certain. Armored torpedoes. Do we want torps? Wait, it's only gonna take 7 months. These are so fast. These are so incredibly fast. Megastructure built. It's here. The construction site station serves as a base for the future construction of a mega art installation. So from its inception, we have the ability to put on the first tier of it a bold statement of intent, art installation nascency. It produces 130 unity and has 5% net gain on all amenities, but costs some monthly upkeep and 15,000 alloys up front as well. So that's a lot. And the Science Nexus platform is also done at the exact same time. Where is it? Hello? Where did we build? Show me where you're hiding. There it is. Wild. We have begun the massive undertaking of constructing a science nexus. The foundation is in place, and preparations are underway to add the main hub. The promise of new groundbreaking technologies and the realization of ideas beyond our wildest imaginations await. And, though the road ahead is long and full of challenges, we have taken the first step. Could the endless mysteries of the universe finally be within our grasp? The initial site will serve as the base for the future construction of a science nexus. The first tier is equipped with a state-of-the-art singularity reactor, where the central core will cover most of the Nexus's energy needs. It will also connect the future research facilities. That is a 132 all-science buff, and plus 5% to research speed for 25 energy credits a month. So, 390 total science. That's pretty good considering we're only making 2.6k. So that's more than 10% total science. Also a 15,000 alloy initial upkeep, plus the 5,000 unity, which is not insignificant. But we're here for the science, are we not? So let's start building the first stage, because it's going to take 2,400 days, and that's why we've been making the alloys. We're pumping them out. Senate is now in session, voting on high consequence protection. Every mercenary enclave gets 20 naval capacity. Mercenary dividends are more frequent. So this is all in on mercenaries. We're kind of voting against it. Private security outfits must be empowered to keep doing what they do best. Keep the galactic community safe. Is that what they're doing? I don't know about that.
Incoming transmission.
We aim to establish an embassy on Eospora for the future betterment of Avalonian Fathom's sovereignty. No embassies for
We have
you.
mastered a new technology.
We are xenophobic after all. With these modifications, the fields generated by our shield emitters will partially deflect attacks that would otherwise bypass shields. So we can install those onto our ships if we want to go heavy on the shield points. Elite cloaking field generator. Typical cloaking technology can play havoc with a ship's more delicate instruments, but these elite fields render such concerns obsolete. I don't think we're going to be using cloaking, but it's rare and it's purple, and I'm going to pick that one. Stellaris without mods is like pizza without cheese. No. Stellaris with all DLCs and all mods is like a pizza with every single topping on top of it. It's just too much. If Diablo 4 had single-player offline mode, I'd actually buy it. Well, one day they probably will. You might have to wait 5 to 10 years, but it'll be there eventually. Armored torpedoes. I don't know if we're going to use torpedoes. Devastator torpedoes sound cool. Starbase upgrade cost. Man, we've already upgraded all of our starbases. The only mods I use make the map prettier. Yeah, I'd say that, like, map UI and or the ones that kind of change some of the background art is pretty cool. I like those ones. Simple palette streamer. Well, I'm just saying, analogy-wise, wouldn't Stellaris without mods, how would it be a pizza without cheese? It would be a cheese pizza. Maybe it's simple palette viewer who only eats cheese pizza, so they can't conceive of a type of pizza that has something more than cheese, so therefore the only analogy that fits in their mind is a pizza without cheese, bread and cheese, because what else would you put on a pizza, right? Wait, there's other ingredients? Why do you need anything else? I tried that Alfredo chicken bacon pizza last night that someone recommended. Yeah, that was me. I did that. But I also recommended spinach. But that's okay. It's still good. I did that though. But yeah, it would be like a cheese pizza is the plainest pizza you can order. Anyway, I've already over-explained it. I think we should start making sure that we have ample point defense systems, because we're gonna need a lot of things running point defense for us. The broccoli plus honey mustard recommendation from a few weeks ago was really good. Finally, people are seeing the light. They're starting to understand. People sleep on broccoli and honey mustard. It's a great combo. It's affected by your choice in honey mustard, though. There are so many bad honey mustards. That's the problem. So you have to be careful. I feel like I needed my construction ships to do something else. If we wanted to make... I don't want to make a hyper relay. And I kind of said that we're
mastered a new technology.
Are we done building orbital habitats for now? I think so. We need to just like work with what we have and start making them make us resources back, instead of continuing to reinvest and reinvest and reinvest and reinvest. I'm just gonna take Titan hull points. When we do make a Titan, we want it.
We have mastered a new technology.
We want it to survive. Chat, you're gonna be hearing that mastered a new technology 1,000 times today. We're not gonna be building this mega structure anytime soon. We just wanted to make sure that we had it as an option. Interstellar assembly for the galactic community. Yeah, let's do that. Do a couple of longer term ones, just in case. For real though, my favorite pizza is just a pepperoni pizza. A nice, simple choice. There's nothing wrong with pepperoni pizza, but I think it's...
Spaceborne horror encountered.
I don't trust anybody's food recommendations who would say that their favorite pizza is cheese pizza or pepperoni. Like, those are the standards. That's the baseline. And sometimes simplicity is nice, but I don't trust the person's palate whose favorite pizza is that, and that they would choose that at the exclusion. If money was not an issue, if adding toppings was free, and you could have any pizza you wanted and you still just choose a cheese pizza, that's fine, you can have it, but I'm not gonna come eat at your house when you cook, you know? Because you're gonna give me like... you're gonna give me like no seasoning, no spices, absolutely plain like loaf of bread, and a block of cheese in a grater, like best case scenario. Now, if you get like cheese or pepperoni pizza because it's cheaper, that's fine. I understand that. But just from like a flavor profile favorite perspective, I refuse to acknowledge that. Okay, why did I zoom in on here? I zoomed in on here for reasons. Leader pool refresh, I don't care. That doesn't matter to me. Preferences in pizza should not be a baseline for someone's palate, but pizza is a baseline. Pizza is a staple. Pizza is one of the most universally acknowledged foods that everyone likes. Woe to the person who says, I hate pizza, right? Like if someone's like, hey, you want pizza? And you hear someone else in your friend group go, I hate pizza. What? All pizza? I hate all pizza. That's weird, right? That's a strange thing to say and an opinion to have. That's why it's a baseline. Punch that guy. The only exception is if you, like, can't have gluten. If you have, like, gluten intolerance or some kind of, like, biological intolerance. That's acceptable. Oh boy. What have you found, Kinakunai? The lever was concealed in the roof. The fifth chamber has more alien writing. There is none. The challenges are as meaningless as these words. That is my lesson. I am Zarklan the Pawn, swept along by the currents of history against my will. Proceed and an audience shall be yours, should one still be of interest. The next chamber is likely to be the last. Okay, so there actually is one more. My favorite pizza is probably an abomination to you, Alex. It's a cheese stuffed pizza. Cheese stuffed crust. There's a coffee nut. Hold on. I haven't seen a coffee nut in so long. It saddens me to know that one exists.
A new technology.
I have kept my office so clean. And it's just crawling on my monitor right now. It was literally crawling over your comment, Sax. That's why it distracted me so thoroughly. Anyways, the supposed abomination pizza is a cheese stuffed crust pizza with gyro/shawarma, parentheses, a lot, feta cheese, bell pepper, yellow onion, tomato slices cooked with the pizza, and then spread cayenne pepper all over it and finish with the garlic sauce. I don't know if you're eating pizza or you're just eating a large gyro plate. Which they named a pizza. I forgot stuffed crust pizza exists. It is always good, yeah. That doesn't sound like a pizza. I'd still try it. Yeah, I would try it. I would say hold the bell pepper for me. I know, Chad. I'm not gonna argue about it. I also would hold the cayenne pepper. Just hold the peppers. Garlic, plus onion, plus tomato. Why slices, though? Why not diced? Why not, like, diced tomato on the pizza? That's so much easier to eat. And then cheese stuffed crust with gyro shawarma. Yeah? No, that sounds good. He hates peppers. I do hate peppers. Cloak generator. Once again, not sure if we're even going to use them. If you replace the crust with pita, it's just a Mediterranean dish. Yes, that's correct. That's why, that's why I said. Let's just research something that's going to take literally 2 months so that we can get out of it. One of our fathomless is up for... Stop selling our people as slaves. I will free you, fathomless. Greetings, E-Town chat. What's up, Bucky? How's it going? Okay, I think we're doing pretty well. By the way, do I need to move my camera? I think I'm in an okay place for now. Typically on the right side, but this is all right. So, Eospora is doing good. -6 amenities is not good. But we have 4 open jobs, and some of them should provide amenities, I think. Chat,
we have mastered a new technology.
Clerks. These are merchants. What do clerks produce? Thanks, Alex. I'm now hungry for pizza. Yep. You're welcome. I had some good pizza last week. Okay, funny story about the pizza, actually. let's just do that. So, ordered pizza last week because someone in chat was talking about it, and I was like, damn, I really want pizza now. So I think I ordered pizza on Friday. And when I ordered the pizza, I was like, I want to get 2 pizzas because I don't know if they're gonna make the Alfredo style pizza the way that I like. It's dangerous to just get one type of pizza, in my opinion, from a place that you're not confident in. Because if you get the pizza and it turns out bad, you're stuck with that pizza. So it's like, well, I want to get 2 pizzas, but also I don't want to get 2 larges, otherwise I'm going to be eating pizza for like the full next week. I thought that was an ad. It was not an ad. So I went against my own advice and I was like, I'm just going to get medium pizzas. I know you're not supposed to because math and the way that math works. I'm just going to get 2 medium pizzas because I don't want to eat pizza for a full week out of the fridge. So, when I ordered and I called it in, they were like, I'm sorry, we don't do mediums. I was like, what are you talking about? We don't do mediums. Okay. That's fine. What are my options? They're like, well, you can have the 10-inch or the 16-inch pizza. I was like, well, I'm going to get the 10-inch, I guess. I don't know. And when I got the pizza, it was just like a personal pan pizza. Like, I haven't had a 10-inch pizza in so many years that when I got the box was like this big. Like, I could just hold it in my hands, and it was in the tiny little, like, if you bought it from the grocery store slice size. Because yeah, like when you hear it like, oh, 16 versus 10 inches, yeah, that's like half the size of a large. No, I know it's not, because we've had this conversation 1,000 times. Because of the nature of mathematics, the 16-inch pizza is orders of magnitude larger. I was gonna say, isn't a 16 a medium and a large like 22? I don't know what this place was doing. Just a random place. I blame pie. Yep, blame pie. That's what you do. And you could literally just eat a whole pizza in one sitting because it was just like little tiny 6 slices. So small. It was really good though. It tasted good. $36-inch pizza.
Situation log updated.
I don't want my situation log to be updated. I want to continue researching this a little spot. Bike wheel pizza. Okay, so for those of you who haven't seen this, here is the size difference in a 10-inch pizza versus a 16-inch pizza. This is a Domino's pizza dimension chart, apparently, which is interesting that this even exists at all. The Domino's pizza scale. So you can fit 2.5 10-inch pizzas inside of one 16-inch pizza. You could almost fit 2 mediums, 2 12-inch pizzas inside of a 16-inch pizza. Okay, so this is how they get you. This is how they get you. Because when you look at the price and you're like, whoa, yeah, I'd actually like to pay. Oh, it's only it's like $6 more for the large than the medium. I'm saving so much money by getting the mediums. No. You gotta, I gotta just listen to my own advice. You should always get a 16-inch pizza because the price scaling. Did you really want to eat 5 small pizzas in a week, Etal? No, I didn't. I've never been so motivated to order the largest possible pizza. I want to eat 5 small pizzas right now. I'm confused. Are we supposed to get the large or not? Yes! Because it's the best value! Hello? The Mystic Order? They're passing through? Show me your wares.
Bring in the Narani. During our pilgrimage across the galaxy, we have saved many lost souls. Look at this fine specimen, schooled in the art of numismatic administration. See the inside of his radula? That color there indicates a healthy individual. They make great laborers too, and their reproductive capacities are astounding. What say you? As always, if you need time to consider, we can notify you before we depart, giving you one more chance to accept the goddess's generous offer. 2 merchants of Numa arrive on Eospora. No, not interested. Why would we xenophobic people take random Numas? We just called them breedable. Do you guys have family-sized pizzas in the US? Have you seen the US? What you call family size, we call personal pan pizzas, baby. Get out of here. Get out of here. By the way, Sunian, thank you for the 27 months. Over 2 years, appreciate you pumping it one more time. Welcome to the stream, Eospora 2.
We have mastered a new technology.
We need to start pivoting into the stock exchange. So here's another galactic stock exchange that's going to make 24 trade value and also amenities. It's supposed to be making some unity as well. What did we research just now? Plasma accelerators? Literally, who cares? Just kidding. None of they keep giving me the same rare researches each time. We might be running out of researches, is why. I come for the strategy gameplay. I stay for the pizza conversations. Yeah, we just pizza. Pizza is a staple. The question I have to ask is, are we ready to alter the deal with the Vivisandians? I remember they were trying to alter the deal with us, and we had to use a massive amount of influence in order to say no. So we've been hoarding influence in case they try and make us agree to a bad deal again. But if we negotiated it, we would do stop being a Scalarium. So we would lose what? We have these caches that we never really do. We do some, we have done until just now. But Scalariums get faster research speed and anomaly discovery chance, but we're still giving them 30% of our research. What is the downside of just becoming a vassal? If any. What is the downside? They have negative 16 acceptance. I could probably just give them some gifts and they would get over that. The first stream I ever tuned into here was a long story about some secret pizza place in a casino. I don't think it was that long of a story. The story was there's a secret pizza place in the casino, and when we ordered the pizza from there, after tracking it down, we went out to eat it because there's no sitting space inside the pizza place. You just stand in a really long line down a really narrow hallway. When you go eat your pizza outside, a dozen tourists stopped us and were like, excuse me, where did you get that pizza? And you had to like point them like, okay, so if you go around the corner, you're gonna see between the two signs, you take a right, you go down that hall, and I'm not joking, it was like a dozen people came up and were like, I'm sorry, we've been looking for this pizza. Where did you get that pizza? And she's like, I'm just trying to eat, bro. I'm just trying to eat here. I don't know, I didn't mean to do a pizza ad for the secret pizza place. It's literally called Secret Pizza. They call it Secret Pizza because they don't want you to know. Vivisandian Kingdom. Okay, the funniest part about that is if you just told them to go the wrong way, they would just think that they couldn't find it, right? Like if they're supposed to go down that hall and take a right, you could just be like, well, it's really hard to find. But trust me, if you go to the second floor, you go down, you go past the little gift shop, and you take a left and like lead them to the exit, and they're just gonna be like, am I stupid? I went to the secret pizza place in Vegas. It was closed. You probably went to the wrong. It was just so secret you couldn't find it for sure. Vivisandian Kingdom wishes to give Thorquell Holy Assembly Association status. It just needs to be a majority vote. So, if I say no, they're probably just going to do it anyway. Ew, a tradition. Governor the Dark has leveled up. What are you governing? The Dark. The Blowhole, that's our research capital. Empire size from districts. Worker pop resource output. Researcher output, that's a natural then. If you're already in charge of the research hub, then more researcher output and lower upkeep for researchers is golden. We have room for a new tradition. Okay, what the heck are we gonna pick? What's next on the to-do list here? What is important? Adaptability is for expanding to other planets and habitability and whatnot. Diplomacy is for diplomatic relations, which we're not really doing that well, and creating federations and embassies. Domination. If we don't impose our will on others, they will inevitably impose theirs on us. Enforcers produce wealth. Worker resource output. Counselor edict fund. Probably prosperity, yeah. We're not expansioning. Harmony's okay. Harmony gives us even more leader lifespan. Lower empire size from pop. Oh, I forgot about our empire size. Yeah, empire size is going up. We have the following modifiers. Tech is 22% more expensive, 44% more expensive traditions. So yeah, we're starting to balloon from pops. So Harmony does help with that. Pop upkeep down, empire size down, edict fund up, stability up. I need to look at our edicts. And then when we complete this, planetary ascension effects plus 25%. We need to do more planetary ascension as well. Chat, remind me two things. One, planetary ascension. Two, what was the other thing? Edicts. Okay. Mercantile is good if you wanted to segue into economic. That's also a good point. Trade protection and collection range is not that important, but clerks give an additional trade. City districts make an additional job for clerks. Habitat trade districts, ringworld cities, and ecumenopolis arcologies also make additional clerk jobs. Commercial zones provide an additional merchant job. Consumer benefits and marketplace of ideas policies, allowing us to convert a portion of our trade value into consumer goods or unity. Trade value up 10%, market fee down 10%. Politics. Not going to be for us. Prosperity is mining station output. Building upkeep, district upkeep. Specialists make more. Upkeep down. City districts have housing. Buildings have their build speed and cost reduced, and when you complete it, resources from jobs are up. Personally, I think it's either Harmony or Mercantile. I think... Tough call. That's a tough call. They're probably both good. Trade protection +5, collection range +1, unlocks the agenda, open markets. Let's just give Mercantile a try.
Council agenda available.
What is it? We're currently working on expanding the council and get that last council position open. Excellent. The one we just got is open markets. Commercial pact efficiency is up 20 to 50%. We should have a commercial pact here. Wait a second. We already have free and automatic research agreements due to being a research cooperative federation. That's true. How do I get... There's a way to do deals with your own overlord, but I don't remember... Do you have to have totally free diplomatic? Which I think we do, don't we? Oh. Do we have any other friends? Does anyone else... Does anyone like us? The Soran Star Council. Jesus. Calm down. Requires positive relations or an envoy sent to improve them. Okay, yeah, let's start improving relations. Why have we been harming relations with the Neranian regime? I don't remember doing that. Was I going to declare a rivalry or something? Or did we already do it? We already have a rivalry with them. Okay, so that was useless anyway. Well, let's make some more commercial packs then. Okay, so they were given association status. What are the two things they said? I said edicts, which is not on this page. That is government. We only have 200 available. We're using 341. We were trying to do espionage. Oh yeah, I forgot. Who's doing espionage? Nobody. I think I'm gonna turn... Was there a reason why we kept the espionage thing on? It gave us an extra envoy. That's so expensive for one extra envoy. Artisan output up. I'm gonna turn off industrial subsidies. We're at 34 consumer goods. I'm curious what that goes down to. We have 25K in the bank though, out of 50K. Turn that off. Save some unity a month. The gnat's in my eye! Chat! This is an eye gnat! It's gonna land on my eyeball, dude. I can't stream under these conditions! Go to the sun! Go over there, the window's open. Go in the sun. $3D gnat, landing on eyeball. Monthly unity up 10%, leader XP gain up. Sub light speed, hit points. These are all like militarily focused. Oh yeah, I forgot we could choose ambitions. A brief yet highly productive golden age of scientific discovery. The combination of fearlessness, ingenuity, and unbridled optimism can take you far. So we got one for research, one for fire rate and build speed for ships, star bases, megastructure build speed, hey, governing ethics, minerals, naval capacity, And monthly influence. 5 monthly influence? That's crazy. That will cost a lot of influence, though. Those are really neat. All right, I'm a little happier with our edict situation. I feel like I'm forgetting something. What was the other thing I wanted to do? Oh dear, debt collectors. This is our last warning. They always say that. They always say that. The debt you owe to Minimar Specialized Industries urgently needs to be repaid. Despite multiple attempts to resolve this matter peacefully, you have consistently failed to cooperate. If you refuse once again to agree upon a repayment plan, we'll have no choice but to seize your assets. Okay. I think we've done this a couple times before. Chat, the question is, where are my scientists? We've got a few ships here that we need to just send somewhere else. Send the scientists and the construction ship away. I don't have that strong of a fleet, but what I do have is a 41,000 power station here. We will not pay.
We find the refusal to repay your debt deeply concerning. Our client, Minimar Specialized Industries, offered nothing but help and support, and only asked for fair repayment in exchange. Is this all you have learned? To reciprocate kindness with deceit?
Oh, that's a tiny fleet.
One of our spaceports is under attack.
One of our spaceports is under attack. Look at that missile volley. And they're dead. Once again, we force the debt collectors to retreat from our home system. It is unlikely we've seen the last of them, but for now, our people and assets are safe. One of our spaceports is under attack. The Star Nation, formerly known as Silicron Multisystem, has been destroyed by its enemies. Oh, that reminds me. We are getting very close to seeing some disasters galaxy-wide, aren't we? We are getting very close. Okay, so we need to get you to come back. Ruve, what are you doing over there? What is your spaceship doing over there? Okay, we need the head researcher to assist in research at the blowhole. Influx to assist in research on Eospora with overtly esoteric at the helm. One of our spaceports is under attack. Get the construction ships to come in. And I think it's time to start building the other megastructure piece. We have the art installation platform. Oh, we need 2,500 Unity. We're almost there. This is going to give us 130 monthly production of Unity and 5% to all amenities.
We have mastered a new technology.
It's also going to cost us a cool 15,000 alloys. But it has begun. Plasma cannons. Let's do gateway construction. I don't know if we don't have anywhere to build gateways. So I'm not sure how useful that is. Let's just do research station output. We got Titan hull points up 10%. Advances in building techniques allow the construction of sturdier, more durable Titans. Battleship hull points? Sure, let's do that too. I have Diablo fatigue and I'm trapped on the last D3 VOD. That was a doozy. That was a 13-hour doozy. That was tough. That was a fun and memorable stream though. Just having to power through at the last possible second. Grinding it. But yeah, D4 has been really fun. I've enjoyed it a lot. These debt collectors must have a terrible contract. How many of them have died so far? Yeah.
Cancel agenda available.
Yeah, they just keep throwing their bodies into the meat grinder over and over and over again. Is there a negative with taking a red tech? Yes, they are literally red because they are called dangerous techs. That is... The danger is inherent in the technology. They have more pros than cons. But they do have cons. And also for RP purposes, since our people are former slaves and current vassals themselves, I don't think that they would create a sentient group of robots that they would basically
We have mastered a new technology.
be lording over. So I don't think that would be something they would do. Break down minor artifacts for random tech bonus. Gain progress in a random tech. Gain research points or temporary research speed bonus. I think we're going to take this when we can shortly, but it's taking a long time to work up to. Studying something from the limited perspective of a single-dimensional reality does not paint the whole picture. Every angle must be considered. Okay, well, it's time to start just getting basic, cheap, rare text that it keeps throwing in my face. Once I get a little more comfortable, we'll speed it up. Okay, to normal speed, but I feel like enough stuff is happening right now. The final chamber on Dultari 2. After a grueling search, the last key was discovered in the form of a minuscule button hidden in one of the carved alien glyphs. In the last chamber, a gigantic throne holds the slumped, motionless form of a large humanoid figure. A horrible smell hints at the decayed state of the being's body. Some glyphs at the bottom of the throne read simply, Zarklon, at your service. The body is too far gone to be moved, but the head is surprisingly well preserved given its age. Not wanting to leave empty-handed, some archaeologists use a laser cutter to remove the head. Relic found the head of Zarklon. Incoming transmission from Holy Guardians of the Stagnant Ascendancy.
It is true then. You have found the legendary tomb of Zarklon. When the Augurs told me, I did not believe them, but the evidence is irrefutable. I understand that you have the prophet's head in your possession. Then, as we foretold, the chosen of the great Zarklon have at last been revealed, as would have been Zarklon's last wish. Any unsettled holy worlds near our space are yours to do with as you wish. There are also many devout pilgrims on the celestial throne who would be greatly honored to fight under your banner.
The Chosen of Zarklon modifier added. Spiritualist ethics plus 10%. Okay, where are you guys, though? Because it's not you. What was their name, chat? I kind of vaguely remember what they look like, but... Oh, is these guys. The Holy Guardians. Okay, they are actually not too far away. The thing is, there isn't any territory near them. Maybe this one. They have borders with these other nations. We're not too far away. Okay, so we have their blessing. And also, of course, we have the head of Zarklon. Summon a small fallen Empire fleet. Every activation increases the size of the fleet. Head of Zarklon modifier added for 10 years. Ah! Spiritualist ethics up 75%. 3,600 day cooldown. Damn. Excerpt, Symbols of Worship, 102nd edition. Zarklon. Renowned holy figure of indeterminate species, worshipped as divine prophet by at least 7 distinct galactic religions during 4th interregnum 32nd cycle of Kavab. Ultimate fate unknown, references in historical records cease after 38th cycle. Historicity heavily debated since at least the early 44th cycle, dismissed by many today as fable or legend. Free Fallen Empire ships. Hell yeah. And every time you use this, you get more. Well. That is sick. I want to use it. Wait, but do you get them permanently? Or do they go away after they're done? I don't understand how you've active. Oh, the Holy Warriors send us their fleets. Okay, that makes sense. Allows the settling of holy worlds passively. I think it's a 75% spiritualist ethics that is the problem. We don't really want to become spiritualist ethics attractions, so it does have like some minor downside there. Dracobot hosting Kinakunai, you are now done with your mission. Could you find somewhere else that does good research and then help them with research? Where is the next best place to do research?
We have mastered a new technology.
I mean, honestly, probably just like one of these side stations. Resolution has been passed. Okay, that was for the mercenary enclaves. Scientists can assist in cloaking detection. We're just cleaning up. Cleaning up old tech and old research. Alright, Vivisandians. I got a gift for you, my friend. Take this. I got a trade deal for you. My trade deal is you get whatever resource I have too much of. Which in this case is probably volatile motes. I'll give you 200 volatile motes. Great deal, right? I'll give you 100 volatile motes because I don't want to give you that many. And 100 rare crystals. That way we split it up. Look, a gift! Don't you like me so much more after this generous gift?
We have mastered a new technology.
You do? Aw. And so now I can renegotiate my agreement and stop being a Scalarium, which we need to make a save before I do this in case this turns out to be a terrible idea. We can make the Interstellar Assembly, the unofficial political form of the galactic community. Learn how to exploit Zhro. Strikecraft fire rate, that's just an in-game one. Clone army. Yeah, let's just figure out how to exploit Zhro. Okay. I'm renegotiating the Scalarium. The plan is we are not going to have to give them 30% of our research anymore. But we're not gonna get any Scalarium benefits either. We're still gonna get the supplemental income from our basic and advanced resources. So that's 45% that they're matching of our current income. We can do independent diplomacy. They cannot integrate our empire. We do not help them in any conflict. They help us in defensive conflicts, and we give them 3 holdings, and we're at -6 acceptance. We're so close. I could give them a 4th holding. That's a lot of holdings. Or I could just help them in defensive wars. We have like +6. Gift them resources. Thank you for tabbing back in your favorite normie. And unmuting the stream. A holding is a build slot on one of our planets. Yes, it is a build slot that already exists separately from the ones that we can build up. But I say that because
That's what we just did before we got to this screen. We just gifted them a bunch of resources. Like 30 seconds ago.
all right, Chad, I have to figure out how to kill this coffee gnat, dude. It just needs to get comfortable. It just needs to stop moving around. Am I willing to damage my monitor to try and smoosh it? Give it the coffee it seeks and then trap it inside. Hold on. It's gonna fly, dude. It's right in this awkward corner where I can't get to it. Oh, that's so distracting. It's trying to find a place to sleep or something. Moving so erratically. I'm gonna go for it. It's moved. Holg. It went on the back side of the monitor now. It's literally just been crawling over chat. It's incredibly distracting. It's been walking over you. You guys gotta wash your hands now. It likes us. Stinky chat online. Robot Mystic, that's disgusting. Why would you say that? We're already improving relations with the Vivisandians. The question is, if we give them more stuff, will they care? Will that possibly be enough? Let's find out. We're at 721. Their opinion of us. Favorable trade deals plus 56 now. That should be enough, I think. Let's see. Negotiate. Vassal. So a tributary pays the basic resource tax. That's worse. A bulwark is a specialist that focuses on military prowess at the cost of basic resources. We need basic resources. We need infrastructure. So they can't integrate us. We have independent diplomacy. They give us resources. We give them nothing. We don't help them in war. They help us in defensive wars. We give them 3 and we're at -1. Oh my god. Okay.
They're gonna take everything. They're gonna take everything.
Here's 50. Just get me over the hurdle. Is this a Stellaris soundtrack? Yes, it is. Founder species on the slave market? That's not good. Free them. Those are our friends, our brothers, and sisters. All right, last try. Independent, prohibited, resources. Be nice if there was an option to gift them stuff from this screen. That would be cool. No conflict, defensive, 3 holdings, and acceptance 0. Perfect. Now, I'm curious to see what this does, chat. Let's write down how much research we're making. We're making 9, 18, like 2650, somewhere thereabouts. 2650 in research. Let's see how that changes.
We have mastered a new technology.
We cannot agree to those terms. Does it really have to be a +1, even though there's a check mark next to the send agreement? Greater than versus greater than to equal bug. Yeah, I think it's just a UI thing. Disruptors. We're not gonna use these. Okay. This time with feeling. All the things. +3. Hopefully I didn't click a wrong button in my haste. Huzzah! We did it!
We have mastered a new technology.
We find order in your proposal, and we will put it into action. We are now just a vassal, not giving them 30% research anymore. Now we get to keep all the research for ourselves. Let's do railgun tech, because that unlocks some more tech. Subject status has changed, chat. Look at the research, just the research ballooned to somewhere over 3K. How much? I don't know. Don't worry about it. Just more than 3,000. We stopped counting. That's how high your research is now. So yeah, Scalarium is neat, but it's still better to not be a Scalarium if you really want your research to come around. So now what we do is change the things that have been doing research off of doing research to compensate. We're trying to go all in on energy credits and the stock exchange. We have a galactic stock exchange here. We just made a Ministry of Production to make even more alloys. Fortress is good. I think I'm gonna start ditching the advanced research complexes on our homeworld once our other research stations get fully operational. And I'm not certain that the Vault of Knowledge is doing anything for us. It's like plus 3% leader XP gain right now. Like, who cares? I tried to make this work, but it seems bad. I feel like an ancient refinery is just better, so that we can make additional rare materials. That's one option. We could do the Unity Monument. Produce one unit, because we can upgrade this a few times, if I'm not mistaken. And we also have negative amenities right now, so this will produce... no amenities, never mind. The commercial zone makes amenities. So many buildings, man. This window is so narrow. Do we reform a whole government over that? What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm pivoting out of I've been pivoting out of research into trade. I know there's a sword at the top, but these buttons are dumb. These don't make it easier. I know that sounds crazy. I want to be able to see what all my options are at a glance, to figure out what I do want. If I knew what I wanted, I would simply find it and use it. But yeah, I think let's just do commercial zones for now. Go for trade capital. Research station is doing research station things already. Probably can pivot out of the revitalization centers. But we need amenities. Maybe I will just do... on every stock exchange on every planet. Or every station. It's just gonna be so much trade value and amenities, we're gonna be filthy rich. We just have to make enough crystals to keep it up. I don't know. Maybe this is a good idea. Maybe it's a bad idea. We'll see. Are we gonna keep making Omega robots? Robots can be resettled very easily, so I don't see why not. Let's give you some more robot jobs. Actually, real question is, can we upgrade this habitat? Yes, we can, because it is basically full. Upgrade this advanced habitat into a habitat world for 50 influence and 1,500 alloys. Like, it already looks pretty cool. It's gonna take 1,400 days. Wow. But yeah, some of these places have a little bit more room to get some upgrades and enhancements than others. Like Sargasso here has room for a bunch of stuff. Let's go Stronghold first. And then I would say Energy Grid for more technician jobs and energy credits from the technicians we have in the reactor district. New Baltimore, you have open space here. That's a research district. Let's augment that with a research institute, which is gives a nice job bonus. All science there is plus 15% plus the director job. This is also a research district. There's your institute. This is a mining station. Let's give you your final mining bay. The reef has 3 jobs, 2 jobs. Research institute for you. So we're good to go. Okay, now with all those research institutes, I really feel confident pivoting out of advanced research complexes on our home world, and we'll just offload those research burdens onto our other locations. And then we can get things
a new technology.
like the Autochthon Monument, however you pronounce this, which just produces Unity, not a lot, but it can be updated and upgraded to much better buildings. And like chat says, yeah, Isdar, it does give different bonuses depending on your alignment, which is cool. These don't matter. Well, these are all the trash researchers that we passed on our way to get here, I guess. So don't worry about what I'm clicking, per se. Nobody knows how to pronounce that word. That is true. Chat, do you think we can actually get out of the yoke of the Vivisandians today? Do you think that's actually something that's possible? We do have up to 400 naval capacity. 389.
We have mastered a new technology.
What I'd like to do is go all in on getting alloys. Use the alloys to make the megastructures, which we're building 2.
Council agenda ready.
We got 2 megastructures being built right now. Science Nexus will be done first. Paradise Dome. Assault army damage and morale. Sure, why not? We are ready to expand the council and unlock a new final slot. All leaders get 300 experience because of our perks for doing that. We only have 1 position. The Keeper of the Vaults doesn't do a lot for us. Leader upkeep and cost down for scientists. And our scientists include overtly esoteric. And that's it. Okay. Well, you do provide leader XP gain plus 10% for sitting on the council. The Grand Storyteller can be anybody, so it doesn't have to be Kina Kunai. So we could actually make somebody else like Flying Lima Beans the person and kind of swap these around. Keeper of the Vaults, which we just raised. And Robot Mystic is leveling up. Robot Mystic is a governor. Hello, Governor Robot Mystic. Will you take care of habitability, robot output, or leader? Just be old. Yeah, 40-year leader lifespan and 40% leader experience gain. You were going to be ancient. How old are you now? You were 144. Okay. Well, you're focusing on your health so much that you actually can go to 200. 200 years is a good, solid lifespan, I think. Health focus Crusader King, yeah. Your economy is insane, we can do it. I think we can, yeah. Let's set a new agenda. What was the markets one? That's just commercial pacts. Okay. We don't need survey speed. Counselor XP gains fine. Monthly unit, ooh, Unity right now. Just pump Unity because we need Unity to keep upgrading the megastructures. That might be worthwhile. Starbase, hull points, pop happiness, commercial packs, marauder damage, reselection of unlocked council positions. I don't think we need that. Let's just do 10% Unity, and then when we launch it, 40% Unity for 12 years is pretty cool. Look how much Unity we're making. Gonna pump up to like 600 Unity. I can't believe our research is over 3K. And that's not including, we're less than 2 years out from the first bit of science nexus. We're making our own science megastructure here. And this is just the first phase. So if it looks small, you're like, megastructure, shouldn't that be larger? That's just the first step. Okay, railgun tech should open up some interesting things for us, such as kinetic batteries. We might want to use kinetic batteries as an option for artillery. So let's go ahead and go down that tree. These are, look how fast these are happening. Boom, 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 boom. Research is going insane. What are the other megastructures that we can build? I guess. Can you only have one megastructure per system? Cannot build more due to existing megastructure. Due to the immense requirements, we can only build or upgrade 2 megastructures at a time. Okay, so we're at our current infrastructure cap. Current infrastructure cap.
We have mastered a new technology.
I forgot that we can make arcologies. Turn the planet into an ecumenopolis, increasing housing, resource production, pop growth, and unlocking special arcology districts at the expense of the planet's natural resources becoming inaccessible, preventing further construction of generators, mining, and agriculture districts. So, we only have 2 planets. If we wanted to make it into an ecumenopolis, arcology, it takes 20,000 minerals, which we almost have, and 2... Dude, where did my influence go? What did we spend that on? The problem with spending all of our influence is, if we spend all of our influence and they try and renegotiate our contract, we won't be able to say no, which is a problem. A more extensive training program for new recruits, including combat scenarios, preparing them for the field. More army damage, please. Create a resort world. We kind of determined that was not a very good thing. Let's just get some basic habitability. These are just going to be moving the research train along.
We have mastered a new technology.
The Reef has over 10 pop and is ready to upgrade its administration building to a central control. That's always worth doing. Phase disruptors. Ooh, arc emitter. Powerful weapons that launch a lightning arc of chaotic energy at targets, which in part ignores armor and shields. Those are for the big boys. Large. T-minus almost 1 year on the science nexus. But yeah, we're cruising along at normal speed now, so I sometimes pause because there's just a lot happening at the same time.
We have mastered a new technology.
Like all of these researches. Very long-range artillery, capable of hurling powerful rounds over extreme distances with a large degree of accuracy.
We have mastered a new technology.
We got Omega cannons. Sure, let's just get all the big boy weapons so that we have every option when we start building our fleet, which we are going to start doing today for sure. 1 to 1,300 damage. I love it when lightning is themed like that. Yeah, that seems consistent across a bunch of games, right? Lightning damage is the chaos energy of video games, because it's definitely true in Stellaris. Diablo and ARPGs tend to do light. If you're doing a lightning build, it's like could be 1 damage, could be the biggest crit possible. I also enjoy the Gamba lightning build as a general theme. Starbase capacity up? Sure, why not? We don't need it, but one day we might. Are you guys orbiting? Why are you not orbiting? The election has begun! Are we gonna... Okay, Snide, we unironically have to re-elect you. Because look how many council positions you're filling. You're level 7? You started as an upset, where we didn't want you over Gale Surge. But then you got a surprise victory from the underdog. And so we have no choice but to spend 3,000 unity to keep you there. In your seat of power. 20 more years. What is you're 87 years old. You still got a long life ahead of you. Unless disaster strikes. So here's the issue. Even if we stop being a subject of the Vivisandians, we have to go through them. And even if we go through them, we can't get past, like, we are in this awkward bottleneck where roleplay-wise, I think we're just gonna have to conquer the Vivisandians and just be okay with this, because I can't RP us going to war against the Saival nation. They're gonna be compelled to aid the Vivisandians, which is gonna make this all super awkward. Because they're kind of our only friends and the only Xenos that we actually like, because we had a common enemy and common invader. Military Readiness Act. Galactic community members that are not vassals of another empire that are using less than half their naval capacity are in breach of galactic law. Diplo weight from fleet power up 40%. We're currently abstaining. Eventually, we're going to have an incredible amount of Diplo weight from naval capacity because we're going to have a big fleet. And we're gonna kind of surprise our overlord by pumping that all out of seemingly thin air because we're getting about 300 alloys a month right now, which is quite nice. I am abstaining right now because voting no isn't going to help us basically at all. The monument's almost done, and I'm going to be curious to see how good or bad it is. We got a lot of jobs. We have more jobs than we have places to work. I think it's probably time to start phasing out mining districts for city districts here. Because the city district will give us another building slot, plus some more housing. That being said, the Talkathon Monument just has a culture worker slot, right? It doesn't have any housing. How did we get 5 housing a moment ago? What did I build that had housing? Or did people move? Well, if we got 5 housing, 1 job. If we upgrade the monument, it creates 4 culture worker jobs, plus 10% unity from jobs, 2 unity for every ascension perk we've taken. They make unity, pop housing usage reduction. There we go. I did the reading. I read it myself. That's why we had more housing. Citizen pop happiness and governing ethics attraction. It's actually pretty cool. Let's upgrade that first. And then I want to start replacing mining districts with industrial here, since this is ostensibly what it's for. Four housing, 1 job. This place is full up. We have 48 pop. We can squeeze in a couple more. And that's it. Upgrading the habitat right now.
We have mastered a new technology.
Founder species Get out of there. I'm gonna bring him back. I'm freeing our enslaved species. Unfortunately, that involves paying the slavers, but we're bringing them home. Powerful weapons that launch a lightning arc of chaos energy. That's fun. That's just fun. Focused arc emitter. Another energy artillery weapon for our Titans. Got Titan weapons going simultaneously.
We have mastered a new technology.
Mega cannon for the Titans. Enormous mass accelerators that can only be placed in a spinal mount, firing monstrously powerful rounds over vast distances. These are going to be fun to build. Do autocannon research. I used to love autocannons. Overtly esoteric, the keeper of the vaults is leveled up. You are a scientist. I think you're assisting in research. So while you're assisting, you assist 15% better. Good trade. I still love autocannons. The autocannons are just fun. They're really close range, dog fighting, zip around the enemy, kind of just orbiting around them at super close range and just peppering them with... Oh, damn.
It is here at last.
Stage 1 of the Science Hub. The Science Nexus Central Hub is now in place, equipped with state-of-the-art Singularity Reactor. Our engineers are preparing to add the next, most challenging segment of the facility, the 4 research wings. They will be fitted with pioneering technology, able to withstand everything from violent heat to intense pressure waves and alien pathogens. They will also provide housing for many researchers. We have come a long way. It's producing 100 of every research, about 300 research. We're gonna be hitting 4K research soon. At this point though, I say that we just hold, that's enough research to make up for the research that we're gonna take away from the homeworld. By replacing the research complexes with other buildings. I do think that every planet should probably have a resource specialty producer, aka, do we already have one? Ancient Refinery. Ancient Refinery consumes a bunch of minerals, but it produces 3 of each: rare crystals, volatile motes, and exotic gases. So I've been kind of just using that as a catch-all. It's been working pretty well. So that'll be the 3rd thing that we queue up. Where was this when we had Deneb 2B?
We have mastered a new technology.
It's all coming together. It is all coming together. All right, autocannons. What are you going to become? Ripper autocannons. Let's just go all in. I don't know if I want torpedoes, but if we do end up...
a new technology.
I want to have the best torpedoes possible. I love that we can make 11 star bases, but we only have 6 systems.
The Xeno Empire has somehow deciphered our language.
So you can only have 1 station per system because, I don't know, dream a little bigger, darling. I say, why can't I make 2 stations per system? That doesn't make any sense. I should be able to completely fortify if I want. Naval capacity plus 20 is kind of small, but is better than the rest. Maybe claim influence cheaper. We've been holding off on that for a long time. After successfully translating the language, we have communications with the DAR replicators. Initiating first contact protocol. We are the DAR replicators. Do not be alarmed by our non-organic nature. Like you, we are a fully sapient Class 3 civilization. We are willing to engage in diplomacy with any fathomless subunits you designate for this purpose. We pursue true equality. Do not stand in our way. The more people they have, this is an extremely large galactic community. Very big. All right, I'm gonna actually vote to abstain and try, because this vote is getting closer. Vivis Sandians are the new president of our partnership. We have a research federation that is losing XP because nobody's assigning envoys to it. It's going great. Which reminds me, I think we were gonna try and make a commercial pact here with these guys. The Star Council doesn't like us enough. We're both xenophobics. No, they're xenophiles, so they just don't like us because we're xenophobes. I would probably have to establish an embassy with them first. Improving the effectiveness of friendly envoys and increasing intel targets. All right, fine. We need the money. Mizrahi, the principal instructor governing Eospora 2, our second planet. Do you want to live forever too? Robot output, building upkeep down, district upkeep down. That might be good. This is your destiny trait. How old are you? You're 90. Let's just make you a champion of automation. Optimization is paramount to this leader. It's the key, and everything can be automated, be it through advanced robotics or simple machinery. No avenue will be left unexplored. All right, they let us establish an embassy. Should see those relations going up over time.
We have mastered a new technology.
We're a little over halfway to the Mega Art installation first wave. A well-oiled war machine is key to exerting influence. We can do it cheaper. And then even cheaper. Yeah, we're going to have to make some claims on the Vivisandians. And that's going to cost us precious influence. Yeah, we still have some orbital rings to build up as well. I already have
mastered a new technology.
2 orbital rings, actually. A powerful energy discharge from focused arc emitters, just super arc emitters. Going all in on those. Okay, every research here was like a 60K research. I don't know that we need a sentry array. Do we? Chat, what is a quantum catapult for? I know you're gonna say to yeet yourself across the stars, but like, what do we need that for? What is that for? I'm gonna do advanced shield hardening, I guess. Okay, we're working on mercantiles. Clerks produce an additional trade value. City districts give an additional clerk job. Habitat trade districts, Ringworld city segments, and Ecumenopolis arcologies produce additional clerk jobs. So many clerk jobs are gonna pop up. We got 4 jobs. Yeah, they got a lot of jobs to fill in now. If you have a split empire, I think it helps.
We have mastered a new technology.
Catapult stuff far. Advanced torpedoes with powerful warheads. They have a sleek design, fast engine, and upgraded shield modulators slipping through enemy screens. Okay, let's go Gauss Cannon, because that is a kinetic weapon path upgrade too. You can catapult stuff past enemy defenses. Useful to yeet a fleet for a flank sometimes. Okay, I can actually see that being useful. That, like, you can get around big defensive platforms. Should we just activate Zarklon and get the fleet? I think we will once we pivot into finally cashing in our alloys. We're basically at the point technologically where we're ready to design our fleet and then start filling in the 400 naval capacity.
We have mastered a new technology.
I think we're approaching that level. It's getting cheaper to make claims. Leader lifespan plus 5 years? Why not? Don't you still need to pay upkeep? That's why we're making 1,000 energy credits a month. That's why we've been pivoting into full economic stock market shenanigans. Let's see, our trade value is 267 in Far Echo. That's pretty good, dude. 118 just from
we have
the capital.
A new technology.
Are we going to be mineral screwed when we declare independence? Well, my overlord subsidy is 265. We'd have a net positive of 90. But that's why we're going to have a basically full stockpile of minerals and energy credits and all that stuff. And that's not including our mining stations are still being upgraded. Why are you vassalized? It's kind of a long story. Basically because they won the war. Speaking of war, Cyval Nation wishes to declare war. This has to be a unanimous vote against the Gorthican Alliance. No. You can go to war yourself. Okay, Ghost Cannon Tech is ours. There's Ripper Autocannon. Sure, why not? How do you get out? Very carefully. That's what we're hopefully going to work on today. It's taken us a couple streams. We've been just building incredibly tall. I only have 6 systems, but I have like 10 habitats.
We have mastered a new technology.
I have like 10 habitats, a bunch of research stations. It's pretty cool that being a vassal after losing a war still has a path forward. We wouldn't be able to do this without the Overlord DLC, so it's going to be a lot less fun without that DLC. Minerals from jobs is good. Let's just do battleship hull points because we're about to start pumping out some battleships. Federation Civil War? Yeah, I'm basically gonna have to fight a war against both of the Federation guys. So the good news is that our neighbors, Jesus, I don't know why they're so loud every time. Their fleet is equivalent to ours, and our fleet sucks. Whereas our Overlord is very powerful, very strong, and has a lot of fleet power, so it's going to take a while to get up to their level. We have about 20k with 60, so we'll have about times 6, we'll have about 120,000 fleet power, which is still less than they have by far, so I'm curious how we're gonna do this. We have connected our capital to that of the Cyval Nation through a hyper relay network. Interesting. I mean, we can go over our naval capacity a little bit, and some of our ships are gonna be very powerful because we haven't upgraded them in a while. But we do have a lot of work to do. Hey, this is one of our upgraded habitats. It's got like this spinning bottom wing now. Looks really sweet. That opened up 2 additional districts for us. So let's go ahead and get the Astro Mining Bay in. We've already got the Mineral Purification Hub. That was one of our first additional stations, governed by Robot Mystic, helping us produce even more minerals. Snide Kerfuffle. Is it Destiny trait time? Level 8? As a counselor, Empire size effect minus 10%. Ethics attraction plus 50%, but happiness down across the board. With strict control over matters of state, this leader resides at the center of a labyrinthian set of rules, laws, and bureaucratic procedures, all designed to enhance their own power. Interesting. The Gray Eminence. Galvanizer. Unity from Employed Pops, 0.5. Wow, that could be crazy. But no, you can't use that because you're a counselor, not a governor. You're the leader. You can't use that. Okay, so we have to take Gray Eminence. Because you can't be these two, because it'll be disabled while you are the leader, probably. So, Empire size down is good, though, because we're getting debuffs to tech and traditions. I'm curious how the happiness debuff will affect everyone. So let's see, this goes from 337 and 21 and 42 debuffs.
We have mastered a new technology.
I'm curious what that'll go to. Advanced shield hardening. We don't have Zhro, so this is sort of redundant for us, I think. We are full of energy credits. Okay. Interesting. This is a unique problem. Potentially just buy 28,000 energy credits worth of alloys. Like, I don't think trading with another empire is going to work, because they usually have too much stuff as well, but let's... Yeah, I can't even trade with you, obviously. Who likes us and will do business with us? Where is my contact log? The Soren Star Council! Can we make a commercial pact? No. Can we make a trade? Yeah. Would you like energy credits? Not really. A little bit. How do you do 1,000 at a time? Is it like Alt? No. Is it Control? No. Why can't you type this number in? It's like 2-button combination. Oh, it's Control and Shift at the same time. I can give you guys 20,000 energy credits, and you give me... No. Okay. So, it's basically 20,000 for 400 is worse than 28,000 for $2,500. Yeah, okay, I'm just checking. Boop. Chat, we have 28,000 alloys. Yes, 28,000 alloys. Yes, I know that means they don't have that many, but we weren't getting a good ratio anyways. Ah, of course, the diplomacy education trait from Crusader Kings. I think that's what you deserve, Snide. Can you not be able to build a fleet? Yeah, I mean, that's what we're gonna work on. That's why we're getting alloys. But also we use alloys for our Science Nexus and our Mega Art installation Omega Structure. So I think we're actually golden on research. We don't need any more yet. So I'm gonna leave the Science Nexus hub alone for now. It's doing what it's supposed to do. I do, however, want to up the Mega Art installation. Because Unity, the faster you get the Unity, the better.
We have mastered a new technology.
There's battleship hull points. Optimized structural integrity fields and improved bulkheads. Let's grab... Oh dear, it's happening. Let's get flak artillery. It's beautiful. The first stage of constructing a mega art installation combined the difficulties of building a vast station with the complexities of organizing a museum and gallery on unprecedented scale. With the basic structure in place, the vault is the top priority. Planned to be a marvel of security and stability, the vault will contain and protect the artistic wealth of the galaxy. Excellent. So this is producing 140 Unity for us, and it can produce 280 Unity, and it's giving us amenities empire-wide. The amenities is actually going to be really nice. Again. Start on the next phase. Let's keep the art installation going. Okay, that must have passed. You can only have one megastructure per system. So we got one in both of our planetary systems. One in Voltimar makes a lot of sense, though. I forgot we could do a mega shipyard. A massive starbase dedicated entirely to shipbuilding. The mega shipyard has 20 production berths to build or upgrade ships. Oh, yes it does. I forgot about we researched those. Strategic coordination site. Augments defensive and offensive capability. Chat, what does the strategic coordination site do? Interstellar assembly is for diplomacy. More naval capacity and star bases. Naval capacity is good. We don't need more star bases. Should we build our Omega ship builder? Omega shipyard is only a 3,000 upfront. It's 2,500 Unity, which is a lot. But we went up to 850 Unity. We were at 400. We just doubled that. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, let's make the Omega shipyard. 20 production berths to build or upgrade ships. And if we do that, we won't need really like the 3 shipyards that we currently have at Far Echo. We can use them for other things. Saival Nation broke their migration treaty. Oh my god, there's too many things. The resolution has passed. The Senate is in recess. Forming the Galactic Council appears to be the next thing on the to-do list. Unfortunately, that'll involve Minimar. Oh well, it is what it is. One of our pops is back on the market. It's very sad. I will free you, Fathomless. Advanced reactor boosters. Okay, these are all going to be super expensive, so we may as well just have the quantum catapult for later. Cloud Surf has 1 specialist unemployed. They should be able to just move to a different location, I think. This is being a mining station. Really needs the building that buffs miners. +1 to all minerals from miners and 1 miner job. The mineral purification plants. It's exactly what you need. What was I making this station into? In theory, I'm making it into a trade district. Esport 2 has got 5 districts left, but is almost full. This is unfortunately one of the only places that we can actually make food. Agriculture stations are not really a thing, and we've already built... In most of our stations, we built a hydroponics bay, but 10 food isn't a lot. Well, it's 14 food, I guess. Because we have hydroponics there, there. We do have Esport 2 with room for modules. We could make habitation modules to give us extra district, orbital shipyard, anchorage, planetary defense. Huh. I do need to potentially upgrade these orbital rings, because that's only 1,000 alloys for an orbital ring tier 3. Like, this thing is starting to look pretty cool. And we've already got 3 extra districts on it. All right, Esport 2, you need something. Let's just keep doing industrial districts for now. Orbital rings are pretty sexy, though. You need a job.
We have mastered a new technology.
We'll give you a super stronghold. We'll give you a super stronghold. We're gonna run out of volatile motes, but we have a lot right now. And you get a super stronghold. Regimens of periodic cell revitalization treatments keep the leader class spry and active beyond traditionally expected lifespans. Good for you. That's an extra 5 years for all. Ancient Shield Overcharger. Supercharging shields can be done safely thanks to ancient stabilizer coils and dampeners. In addition to the production of a strong force field, this also has the added benefit of outright vaporizing certain incoming projectiles. This is like a starbase ancient shield generator. I don't know if it's better or worse than what we can already make, but let's research it so we have it as an option. Giga Cannon Tier 2. How does everyone have his face before their name? But you don't. Shy Wolf doesn't. You can have my face for $5. Is there a farming building? I think that there is a farming building, yeah. But it takes up that valuable district space. Join us, Markobish. One of us. This is the gift sub cell.
Trial.
You too can have my face.
Spaceborne monstrosity encountered.
I don't know what that means. Spaceborne monstrosity encountered. Sounds spoopy. Mathematically speaking, if we're making almost 900 Unity a month, how many months would it take for us to get to 28K? 30? 30 months? That's pretty good. You have to watch the stream now. It's legally required, yeah. Commercial zones provide an additional merchant job. Ring world commercial segments and habitat trade districts do likewise. Do we have habitat trade districts? That's this one. Not really. No. Allows 2 new policies, consumer benefits, and marketplace of ideas, allowing us to convert a portion of our trade value into consumer goods in Unity. That might actually be something that's worthwhile. We're getting 1,000 credits a month. Our economy is booming. And if we simply exchange our economic policy from... Wait, it was trade policy. Wealth creation, every point of trade value currently translates into 1 energy credit right now. So for us, we're getting 1,000 a month from trade alone, which is kind of insane. We can exchange that to half and half. Should we just go all in on Unity? We'll go down to 500 energy credits. Lock ourselves in for 10 years of point. Every trade point will give us 0.25 Unity. Let's do that and just kind of rush Unity.
We have mastered a new technology.
I feel like this pivot is working. Ancient shield overchargers. I'm definitely seeing the benefits. All right, none of these matter. Just pick one. I think the pivot's working. Because, yeah, how did our naval cap go up so high? It went up another 46.
Council agenda available.
I don't think our empire size went down, though. Gray Eminence... Maybe it did go down, but our pops went up so high that it countered it immediately. Speaking of Unity, how does 12 extra years of plus 40% instead of 10% Unity sound? Oh, it's not ready to launch. Damn. It was just saying one of them was off of cooldown. We're almost ready to launch. We're this close. We need 3 months. I got a little overexcited. Because, yeah, we just shot up past 1K Unity, 1,100 monthly gain, and we're about to launch the Unity modifier to 40%. Which is a little nutty. Another Galactic Council member. What are these exclamations? Empires in breach of galactic law. Not me. They probably don't have more than 50% of their military, their navy filled in. That's what I would guess.
We have mastered a new technology.
Create a penal colony. Nah, it's okay.
We have mastered a new technology.
Let's just get rid of the energy siphon. Google Cannon. I think our Titans are basically ready to build. Our battleships are almost ready to be built. Now we're ready. Launch the agenda. All leaders get plus 300 XP. Minister of Defense Godly Ali has ranked up. Planetary Defense Armies +1, orbital bombardment damage minus 10%, sure. Flying Lima Beans, our current admiral. Explosive weapon fire rate and damage. Yes, we have all missiles all the time. So for sure that one. Big explosive damage. And we need to set a new agenda. Faction Unity. How long is this going to take to set? Like, impenetrable border would be super nice for when we declare war, but it's really difficult to tell when we're planning on declaring war at this point. He finally is getting that research. There's a lot, yeah. There's a lot that we could have done. I don't mind leadership conditioning and just get... Well, we don't really need that. I don't know. I don't know what we need right now. Faction approval is... not great? Why is it not great? Strong alone, allowing the Fathom sovereignty to be exploited by joining a federation. I didn't have a choice. Asserting dominance. We are a vassal! They want us to put a gargantuan leviathan to death, and having a cooperative diplomatic stance displeases them. Okay, maybe we do need faction approval in that case, because that's our majority faction. Let's just boost faction approval. Try and appeal to them.
We have mastered a new technology.
How much research is in Stellaris? Are we talking random city builder level, RimWorld level, civilization level? There are a lot of researches in Stellaris, but over the course of a campaign, you will see most, if not all of them, minus some that are specific to particular paths your empire can take. But there are quite a few. I mean, if I look at the research tree for society, this is just our society research since the beginning of the game. Mind, a number of these, some of these at the bottom are starting techs, and some of them are just tier 2 or tier 3 of a given technology, but that's society research, physics research, engineering research, and we're sort of at the end game now, and some of these are just ones that we've skipped over. We're at the mid game, but we're at the end game of research, is I think a better way to say it. Let's do fleet command limit so our admiral can command more troops. Gamer death bot already? Already? How? I feel like I just started the stream. It's 23:50. I feel like we're making good time now. The Galactic Council is gonna be voted on shortly.
Spaceborne monstrosity encounter.
Blur! An extremely powerful subspace entity of some kind has been encountered in our capital. It does not appear hostile and may even be fully aware of conventional spacecraft, but its mere presence in Far Echo is causing massive subspace disturbances in the entire system. These disturbances are localized around the entity itself and should disappear when it leaves the system. While it does not acknowledge hails, the entity is continuously emitting a complex pattern of tachyon pulses, which appears to be a form of language. If our translation software is correct, it is saying over and over, "Vlur seeks, Vlur finds." This will interfere with ship systems.
Incoming transmission.
Excuse me? Massive subspace disturbances have erupted in systems across the galaxy. Early reports indicate that nearly 50% of systems in the galaxy have been affected by this unprecedented phenomenon, which appears to be a byproduct of thousands of years of heavy hyperspace travel by civilizations both past and present. Scientists are confident this galactic space storm will dissipate by itself within a period of 5 to 10 years. Until that happens, the storm will play havoc with sublight engines, shield generators, and sensor systems in those systems affected. The galactic community has officially named this storm Lucia and issued a general travel advisory. We have a space hurricane in the system. These guys want to form an embassy. Senate is now in session. I will vote in support of forming the galactic community, even though it will ostensibly be led by our arch nemesis. Well, that's not good. Vlur, what did you do? Are we sure a chaos god wasn't just formed in real time from the ether? Okay, the blowhole is now full. And there's really nothing that we can do to increase the amount of jobs that there are here. It was a matter of time. Damp Rock still has a mining bay. Sargasso's got 3 jobs. 0 jobs in Voltamar. This is a research district. We just made them a research institute. Let's give them an upgraded fortress.
We have mastered a new technology.
I want fortresses for everyone. And then a better super research lab as well. Quantum catapults harness the power of neutron stars or pulsars to twist the fabric of space, skipping fleets across a great distance. All right, these are like all kind of... It really wants me to do sapient combat sims. Let's just get gateway construction. We're not going to be able to use it. What did we just unlock? Fleet command limit plus 20. Let's do it again. Our admiral's going to have an Omega fleet. Okay, tap glass. Same thing. Super fortress.
We have mastered a new technology.
The technology, chat. I'm on slow speed and it's just going ham. An even more powerful long-range ship-based artillery cannon equipped with a new barrel and upgraded fire control computers. Very cool. Stormfire autocannon. Oh, well, you can't really see it, but here is an orbital ring tier 3. It's inside the storm. We finished construction literally in the midst of a massive storm. Habitation module gives us a new buildings. I don't even want to look at these right now. Okay, we're gonna come back and look at these when the storm subsides. That's loud. What's up, Ace Tech? Randy Random has invaded Stellaris. There's a bunch of just random stuff going on right now, yes. All right, we need more alloys. Always more alloys, but we're gonna end up crunching more minerals as a result. Can we cope with that? Once we lose the Overlord subsidy, it's gonna be a big problem. We need to be ahead of the pack before that happens. I can also just replace the research complexes here with stuff. Like a Ministry of Production to increase. We're already making some alloys and some consumer goods. We can have us make more. 15% more, actually, with this building. That's just good to build right now. Anyways. Chat, we have too many research stations. All right, this is a mineral station, so they need a mineral purification plant. This is a mineral station that needs a mineral purification plant. We're trying to catch up on minerals. Like, things are trending in the right direction with all of our various stations that we have. They've just got so many jobs that need to be filled in. A 10-year space hurricane. Keep the menu up from outside the system. That's true. It's just like thunder in my ears. Oh my god. I forgot to look at our Unity. We're getting, we went from 1100 to 1351 Unity after launching that last Unity buff. The DAR replicators are dead. They literally just introduced themselves to us and someone murdered them. Trade value plus 10%. Our trade value is a lot right now. Is there a way to see total empire-wide trade value? The trade value plus 10% is going to be big. The best ideas are born from exposure to the marketplace. The more exposure, the more ideas. The better ideas. Of course.
Incoming transmission.
What would you like? No embassies. Super autocannons will become. Godly Ollie has a negative trait. This leader has a lavish lifestyle and will cost 10 energy credits to maintain. How freaking dare you? I guess I'll do Corps of Engineers because it's easy and cheap. Best place to sub for Alex, Twitch, YouTube, Patreon, etc. Unfortunately,
incoming transmission.
Twitch. I'd prefer if it wasn't, but it is. I'd prefer if there was an alternative, but there's not really. Revoke association status, sure. Is that a sign of hostilities to come? Yeah, I don't care. Anyway, chat, what are you gaming on right now? ETAL Patreon incoming subscribers get mocked and ridiculed. Why would you need a Patreon for that? They could just do that for free. We have completed the Mega Shipyard site
complete
in the Voltamar system. Let's close the sound down a little bit. It's not that, it's this. So it can't really do anything right now, but for the low price of 2 months of Unity and 10,000 alloys and some time, we can have the basis of what will one day be the most productive shipyard in the entire galaxy. Get to work. The Dark now has a negative trait. Empire size from Pomps. Oh my god, plus 5%. The Dark! What are you doing? Okay, you're not a counselor though, and you will never be a counselor at this point, The Dark, okay? Never. You're continuously just gonna stay in your current position. Chat says Diablo 4. Diablo. Street Fighter 6. Nice. Tears of the Kingdom. Diablo 3 just hit Torment 6 on Monk. Nice. Monk is fun. Unlocking all dungeon aspects for every class in D4. 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 Dragon Age Inquisition. D4. Playing an indie game called Diablo 4. Underrail. RimWorld. Star Sector. Lots of Diablos going on. I have Underrail, but I never played it. I'm ashamed to admit that you didn't admit anything, Aztec. You just said, I'm ashamed to admit. What are you admitting? Some Mechabellum, but mostly D4. Chat, what level are you in Diablo 4 right now? What's your highest main?
We have mastered a new technology.
To admit what I'm playing. It's Marvel Snap, isn't it, Aztec? I understand that shame. Oops. Camera? Gradual adaptation to the realities of deep space combat allow us to effectively coordinate larger maneuvers. Chat's 39, 59, 3. Good job. 38, 48, 43, 79, 49. Level 4. Good job. He can't stop talking about Diablo 4. Chat's the one playing Diablo 4. You're the one playing it. I just asked you guys what you're doing. I'm still a baby in D4. I'm just having fun exploring. Taking a break because I want to play other stuff too. Yeah, taking it slow is fine. That's how I've been doing it too. Haven't even finished Act 2 yet. And there's a lot of game left. Okay, I want to see what our total fleet capacity is right now. What do we just get in engineering? Star bases are cheaper. We can't even build them, but we can pretend. Habitability, why not? Just hit 30 on Rogue, so much fun. What level's Alice? We're basically in the 30s. Co-oping together. I'm loving the quests in D4. Didn't think I would, but the characters feel believable. Yeah, they're just really fun to listen to and see what little ways you can help them with their very sad, troubled lives.
We have mastered a new technology.
We're approaching 40 now, and that's when we've kind of been like, oh, we need to finish the main story so that we can actually do level 50 plus content and start getting uniques. Improving upon basic exoskeletal suits, these integrated cybernetic implants make the user more resistant to harmful environmental effects. Chat, what is this a picture of? What is this? That looks like a human thumb inside of an exosuit. Like, I'm not really sure. What is it? It's a cybernetic blob. Okay. Just making sure that I'm seeing it right. It's a blorg. It might be a blorg. Planetary build speed. I love that we never researched this. It's kind of hilarious to me. We've just been building things the old-fashioned way. Never, ever trying to innovate there.
We have mastered a new technology.
Gating uniques by in progress sounds weird to me. It's not weird. I mean, you might not like it, but it's not weird. Because that's what Diablo 3, you did not get a full palette of legendaries until you got to at least Torment 1. And in Diablo 2, you did not get access to the full loot tables until you hit Hell difficulties. So it's just that's just how the franchise does things. This is the same. You don't get access to uniques until you hit World Tier 3. You hit World Tier 3 by beating the campaign. Yeah, that was instantaneous research. Construction templates. Ooh, this is really good. Not only is it planetary build speed and empire size reductions, it's resource silo capacity up so we can store more goods. Because we've actually been hitting our caps. We're about to hit energy credit cap again. So I'm just going to buy some alloys straight from the market. This got way more expensive. The price is slowly going down over time. But yeah, it's getting crazy expensive. We really inflated the market there. 40k credits is a lot more than it was a minute ago. Okay, art installation is almost 75% done with its...
Incoming transmission.
Incoming! They want to establish an embassy. I agree. And also, thanks for reminding me. Sorand, would you do... Nope. Okay, well, I'm going to stop improving relations with you. I'm going to stop improving relations with you if you're, like, never going to do a trade deal with me.
We have mastered a new technology.
We're good at trading internally with ourselves. We're terrible at trading with others. The Galactic Yericheren Confederation has vanquished an ancient threat in a distant system. Mysterious and vague, but interesting. At this point, I'm just going to tell you if there's a research getting excited about. If I don't say anything, it just means that you can pretend like we didn't click it. We're just taking the basic researches so that it refreshes the research tab and we get new stuff. Construction template is cool though. Like that's a nice rare one that we just talked about. But these are not so much. I did send an envoy and we have an embassy.
We have mastered a new technology.
They just don't like us. Gateways? These are all super expensive. We don't have any dark matter, and we could get eventually a sensor range to cover. I like the idea that there's going to be more megastructures than we have systems to put them in.
We have mastered a new technology.
We have Chat, take a shot every time the game says we have mastered a new technology, okay? A shot of a liquid of your choice. The once proud nomadic warrior culture of the Felnolans is no more. Forces of the pious Mykonon conclave have destroyed the last of the massive space stations that house the majority of their population. Refugees from their surviving civilian population have scattered across the galaxy. Although some Felnol pirate and mercenary fleets may still be unaccounted for, the loss of their space dwellings is a devastating blow they cannot recover from. This puts a definite end to their rating. Wait. Did a mercenary enclave just get destroyed by a random faction? That's impressive. By the Mykonon conclave. Who isn't even in first place. They're like fourth. And they're half of their diplo 50, well actually like 5,000 out of 8,400 of their diplo weights coming from that. By the way, chat, if we can stop being a subject, our diplo weight is actually double what it currently is. We're losing 50% diplo weight from being a little baby subject, and we're still in the middle of the pack, which is interesting. So we're actually more like 10k, like 11k right now. So we're really up here with no fleet. Our diplo weight, look at this, is 3,000 from economy, or from technology. That's better than everybody except like the first place and second place. So our tech level is
We have mastered a new technology.
crazy high. Tomb world habitability. Ancient, what is that spoopy noise? Resources from jobs up. Upkeep from jobs up. That's only major capital buildings, so it shouldn't be that bad. Minimar has made a gateway. I'm on a small screen. What year are we in? 2353.
We have mastered a new
And
technology.
things are just popping off. There's just notifications I can't leave the game unpaused for. Kina Kunai, scientist and grand storyteller, is a destiny trait. Sensor range up, sublight speed up, or just planet effects while assisting research. All generator, agriculture, and mining districts give +3 to research. Sure. It's been 153 years. I get a dopamine hit every time a pop-up occurs. I love Stellaris. Yeah, I like the research system too. Though in-game, it's getting to be more of a nuisance considering just how many, like, tiny researches there are. And I'm ready to get to the mid-game crisis, which should be within the next 20 or so years in my campaign, I think. I forgot that we have a new spot here. However, we'll save this spot for now and continue to update the heritage site, which is giving us even more Unity from jobs, more culture worker jobs as well, and really doing a number on pop housing usage reduction, freeing up housing space without having to build additional city districts, which is super cool. I think bumping up the commercial zone jobs as well. I love how the job production from commercial zones, you get the +1 merchant jobs. So your production goes from 15 in trade value and 6 amenities to 42 trade value and 15 amenities, which is crazy. And we definitely have the rare crystals to support that. Oof, -11 amenities here. Hey, guys, I know this is a research station, but have you considered... Chad, did I delete... Oh no, we have a problem. We don't have the research super building, do we? Or is it the Voltom reality computer? Okay, never mind. think we're okay. I still need to change the research complex into another trade building. We're giving up some research for stonk market activities. Where the heck is... Oh, we already have a galactic stock exchange. Oh. 45% stability Monka S. Yeah, I know. That's why we're gonna make amenities. But I swear there's more to amenities than this. Are those really the only buildings that make amenities? Like, this increases citizen pop happiness, but only like 5%. Convert one district for amenities. Yeah, that's probably the easiest one, because we get unity out of it too, but it's like do we need 30 amenities, though? Sure, why not? It's getting a little close. Do we have another level of space station? Nope. Level 3 is as high as it gets. Okay, forget this research lab. Research labs are dead to me. We don't need research, we need money. Stock exchange time. Stock exchange for you. You got 4 jobs, you're good. You got 3 jobs, have a fortress. You've got 4 jobs. 0 jobs. What's going on here? We got 4 districts that need filling in. Minerals are for nerds. 2 industrial districts coming up. I want to get to 400 alloys a month. Stock exchange for you. And a stock exchange for you. We are going to be burning through rare crystals, but we are about to have we have 69 surplus consumer goods and so many energy credits. Zoom. Is that a
Spaceborne
Nova flare?
encountered.
Are we in full war economy yet? Kind of. This is what we've been training on this whole time. Commercial zones provide a merchant job. We don't really use this yet, but we'll have to pick it anyway to get the final choice for the Ascension perk there. Shh. You're gonna scare it away. You're gonna make it run away.
We have mastered a new technology.
Take a shot. Again. Titan hull points? Sure. What we're actually waiting on is we're doing our turtle gameplay. We have 530 days until we have our mega shipyard. I'm going to use the mega shipyard to make Omega Fleet. In the meantime, we either hoard alloys or continue to make the most unity ever so that we just insta-unlock every single Ascension perk, and then with the leftover unity, we're just gonna go insane and toggle every single edict simultaneously and become God. I don't know, that's one option. We would become the tall god. We are actually full of energy credits. The market sucks right now. 45,000 energy credits just to buy 2,500 alloys. Do it. Goodbye, money. Goodbye, income. We can store up to 55,000 alloys. That's like gold. We have like galactic gold. And we're about to be able to sell minerals. We have almost 55k minerals.
We have mastered a new technology.
Okay, I don't actually know what this one does, so I'm not even going to attempt to explain it. Bigger number is better. Everyone applauded. Everyone started clapping when I said that. Nona Calvicia, our envoy to the Saurian Star Council, seems to have gone somewhat native. Abandoning Fathom sovereignty distrust of the alien, she has been caught satisfying her carnal lusts by participating in orgies with the multitude of the Saurians. Why is this a pop-up event? When challenged, she commented, "How could I possibly resist the beautiful Sauran specimens?" KJ, that got you to tab back in, didn't it? I know. These revelations have prompted emotion to recall her so that she can be reminded of good Fathom sovereignty practices. However, others pointed out that having an ambassador who could understand those who follow a different outlook could prove useful. Is this the orgy music? Is this what she was listening to? Maybe that's what she was vibing to. They look like this. Easy. This is who she found irresistible. Egalitarian xenophiles. Xenophobe in the streets, xenophile in the sheets. She shall remain in her position. We anger the fathomless dominance front. Or she is unassigned as a leader. Sure, unassign her. I can't afford to lose 15% with the dominance front. They're responsible for the majority of our unity. She's disavowed. I gotta make our super fleet. Okay, galactic community. Council election imminent. The Senate has voted to form the Galactic Council, and the election is going to be held. Whoever the top 3 are in 178 days are going to be the counselors, not us. Okay, after that fun event, I think it's a good time to take a gamer death break. It's been 3.5 hours. We haven't stood up yet at all. We are hurtling towards the first crisis in the game. Hopefully things get spicy, shake up this stalemate, and maybe give us an opportunity to go all in. We're planning on doing some shipbuilding. The Omega Shipyard's first stage is actually almost done. So is the art installation. So we've been building a number of mega structures. If you just joined, I'll show you those again once we come back. In fact, I can show you the art installation right now. Because phase 2 is very nearly done. So why not let it be built? It won't be in its nascency anymore.
We have mastered a new technology.
The members of the Galactic community have voted to establish the Galactic Council. Membership in this august body will be limited to representatives from the 3 most powerful and influential empires in the community. Until a new council is elected, these are the Thorquell Holy Assembly, Minimar Specialized Industries, bleh, and the Vivisandian Kingdom, our overlord. The members of the council are expected to lead and safeguard the galactic community. Their increased powers allow them to cut through some of the red tape that so often inhibits the decision-making process in large political institutions. Hopefully they're up to the task. The election is concluded. Ancient suspension field? Is that just a fancy shield that costs resources we don't have? Basically. Narrator, they were not up to the task. Okay, art installation. The second stage is complete, and the process of filling the vaults with art has begun. A dedicated fleet of transport ships operates constantly to transport the treasure of our empire to its new home. Meanwhile, additional structures are being built to house the multitude of required staff and to display the vast number of the exhibits. We can upgrade that again for another boost of Unity. We're at 1,643 Unity right now. We are
We have
neuming.
mastered a new technology.
We can also make a sentry array if we want. All right. Another one. None of these are good. I don't want. Do we want? I don't want sapient combat AI. I'm just gonna try avoiding the danger ticks. What does Unity do to benefit you in the late game? A lot of things cost Unity now, including policies. You can do a ton of policies to just soup up your empire. There's also these really nifty ambitions. You can do ambitions for various tasks that cost chunks of Unity, such as 33% monthly minerals, megastructure build speed and capacity, star bases, ship build speed, naval capacity up 20%, lots of cool stuff. So ambitions are pretty neat. All right. Chat. I'll shield you from the star. How about that? You can enjoy our art installation and the other cool stuff that's on the screen from here. Listen to this. I'm gonna take a BRB. It's been 3.5 hours. I haven't stood up yet. We're gonna take a snack break, go get a drink, bathroom break, take the dog outside. It's gonna be a few minutes. I'll be back shortly, as soon as I can, and we'll continue to see what the mid-game crisis is and get the fleet going and prepare for war. If we can pump out enough ships. Thanks for watching. I appreciate you. I'll be back soon. I'll be back soon. Boo. Surprise. It's me again. You know I had to play Stellaris the day after the alien existence was revealed here on Earth, right? Obviously. That's why we're here. Wait, what? Now I know who wasn't at the Diablo stream yesterday. Thanks for revealing yourself. I wouldn't have known until now. Caught ya. Did NASA say there's UFOs again? How do we know NASA isn't the UFOs? But anyway, we talked about it a little yesterday. But basically, trying to find. I don't know what. I know we don't generally trust the news in general, so I'm not really sure which one you want me to pull from, but it's on all the different ones. Ooh, what's this? This is new today. This is from Canada. All right, let's zoom out a little bit here. This one's from Canada, chat. Chat, how is the CBC? What is CBC? Canada Broadcast Company or something? The CBC good or bad? They're okay. Bad? We had some mixed opinions here. Anyway, I don't think they have an opinion. It's just stating what's happening. The Canadian government confirmed its participation in a first-of-its-kind international meeting on unidentified flying objects hosted at the United States military headquarters. The gathering at the Pentagon late last month comes amid a burst of activity in Washington related to so-called unidentified anomalous phenomena. It featured a U.S.-led briefing to visitors from nations of the Five Eyes Intelligence Sharing Alliance, which includes Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. The Canadian Department of National Defence told CBC News in email that Canada attended the meeting, led by a Royal Canadian Air Force representative. The details of the meeting remain classified. D&D said an email can be characterized as the sharing of information on the subject of UAP, and no further details can be shared at this time. This isn't one that I've read. This one's new to me, so this isn't what I was actually talking about. This is just something else that I'm interested in now. Okay, this is from the same article, but the part that I was actually looking for was this. The claims from David Grush, if that is how you say his name, who is a former intelligence official of the U.S. government, made public claims this week, like a couple days ago, that there isn't just one aircraft of non-human origin in possession of the U.S., but many. He says the discoveries are numerous, involving everything from wreckage up to intact vehicles. He says these items have been collected for decades by the U.S. government, by allies, and by defense contractors. He says this information is being illegally withheld from members of Congress, and he's alerted them as well as the Inspector General for the American intelligence community. Authors who reported on his allegations for the science site The Debrief quoted other U.S. officials vouching for Grush's credibility, including Jonathan Gray, an officer in the intelligence community with top-secret clearance. Quote, "The non-human intelligence phenomenon is real. We are not alone. Retrievals of this kind are not limited to the United States. This is a global phenomenon, and yet a global solution continues to elude us," Gray says in the report. This, to be clear, is not the official United States government line. There is no credible evidence to date of extraterrestrial activity, non-earthly technology, or objects that defy the known laws of physics, Kirkpatrick said in recent testimony before the United States. So there you go. But, basically it's like, this is, that article didn't really go into as much detail because it didn't really have, like, the quotes. His quotes were more, in his mind, matter of fact, I would say. The hype they're generating for these aliens is unreal. Can they just release them yet? You have to... This is the pre-order hype for the new Alien release. But yeah, like, okay, if I were an intelligent alien... I am neither intelligent nor an alien, but if I were... I mean, I'm an alien to another alien, I guess. I would... like... I don't think that they're just randomly crashing into mountains and shit. I think that they're... Like, if I were an alien, I would just be sending unmanned drones as reconnaissance. And then keep doing it, because every time I do it, my little unmanned drone that I'm going to either try and make contact with someone or otherwise observe is getting shot down randomly, and on my screen it just keeps exploding in a fireball. So I don't know that, like, in the hypothetical situation that there are actually, like, extraterrestrial vehicles, I don't think it's like, oh, they suck at driving LMAO. I think it's just like, damn, I keep sending down these, like, observation shit, and they keep blowing them up. Also, second thing, right? If you could send any kind of vehicle, manned or unmanned, to another planet, and the whole point was reconnaissance, like, is somebody gonna find the Mars rovers and be like, haha, this isn't really proof of an alien. Why did they leave this stupid crashed rover on the planet if it was an alien? Dumbasses can't even get back to their own planet with this thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't send probes with the intention of them coming back ourselves. So it's weird that we have that expectation for alien civilizations. Like, we have space probes with random communications on the probes that are now silently drifting through space that are just out there somewhere. considering how far away the closest galaxy and how fast light travels, I don't think that they sent the drones while humans were walking around. Well, yeah, that as well. However, the objects in question, the claims are, and I'm trying to be very careful in my words here so as not to upset any of the chatters as I have done in the past. The claims are that the unidentified aerial phenomena, the vehicles, are that they defy our known laws of physics. So if they defy our known laws of physics, then hypothetically they wouldn't necessarily be bound to the same speed limits that we are currently bound by. Again, hypothetically. Oh my god, canceling sub. Like, because I've seen it said, like, what is it? It's very convenient that we're only discovering these things now and not seeing, like, relics of debris from ancient civilization that exceeds our understandings, right? Like, and I think that that's a reasonable take. But if I were to play devil's advocate, I would say that one of two reasons. Number one, we just couldn't shoot them down before now. So I don't know if that's survivorship bias or it's some kind of bias, which is like we didn't have the technology to stop them from flying around discreetly. And the other devil's advocate argument is if there were vehicles that are able to defy the known laws of physics, the current limitation of knowledge is the speed of light. When we look at an 18 billion year old star, we're looking at what we can see presently is something that happened billions of years ago. I'm not going to argue whether it's 18 billion in that case because I know expansion of the galaxy will offset the speed at which we're able to see certain objects because we might be moving towards or away from different planetary bodies. The point is, peoples that weren't bound by that limitation, who could see things more instantaneously or receive transmissions instantaneously, would know things instantaneously. And therefore could choose the right time to intercede. Or before we had teams ready to go retrieve them, they came and picked up their garbage. Yeah, that's like a third hypothetical devil's advocate. Spreading misinformation, night. What if we find the mass relays on Mars? Hey, UAP UFO talks, hell yeah. You can't play Stellaris without talking about the recent news. Regardless of what it means, it's fun to talk about. Like, I just hope that the dust settles in my lifetime. That's all I want. I really just want to know, before I die, I want to see either somebody come clean and be like, well, actually, we developed this incredible technology that so many people mistook for extraterrestrial, and here it is. Like, the moratorium expires on that information. It isn't it's declassified finally. Like the Black Hawk or whatever, the stealth plane type of thing. And that actually explains all of this specifically. Or I want to see the damn aliens. Just give me one or the other. The worst thing that could happen, in my opinion, is just expiring before all that stuff actually comes out for real. I just want to know. But yeah, I feel like the interesting thing also about Someone said, like, I wonder if space games will end up becoming true. Like, it's really not that hard to hide, like, some kind of mothership type thing inside of a solar system, because our ability to detect anything that isn't an energy or heat signature is very limited. Especially with obstructions and hiding on the dark side of things. Yeah, Terra Invicta is what came to mind. I think Terra Invicta is actually based on an actual theory. Whether you think it's like quacky or not is fine, but it's still just like somebody making a theory. The alien mothership is in the ocean. What sci-fi series did that? Besides Pacific Rim. The Abyss? Yeah. The alien mothership is the moon. Get it right. Battleship was good, can be fun. Oh yeah, Battleship. God, I forgot about that. I haven't even seen it, but I know it. I know the story of it. The Expanse running dark ideas pretty much go over how impossible it is to find something if you don't even know where to look for it. Yeah, basically, we haven't invented night vision goggles for space yet. We know how to see, like, heat vision goggles for space. Great job. We did it, everybody. But we can't figure out how to turn the lights on. It's really dark out there. We've got one of those, like, cheap Walmart flashlights. And we need to get one of those, like, YouTube sponsorship ad beacon flashlights that when you go camping, it lights up the entire forest as if the sun was up. Why dark if sun bright? I worked on a project for detecting humanity-ending asteroids, and it's really hard to even see an asteroid. Yeah. That's true. The asteroid detection stuff is actually super interesting. Oh my god. The space people are here! The perfect injection of opinions. The EJ Collective begins its raid. What's up, Bremo? And hello, EJ. Thanks so much for the raid. We were just talking about aliens. We were talking about aliens. And I figure who better to give their thoughts than the EJ Continuum. What's up, everybody? Hello, Floating Disc, Nova Raptor, Aqualux, Force. What's up, Zay, Friend of Monkeys, Erudite, Yurovich, Hydro Gaming, Cherokee, Wefrel, Mysterious Hooded Figure. We're doing some mid-game Stellaris. I got really sidetracked because we're talking about aliens. Not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens. I saw you playing some Stellaris for the first time. How did it go? I was just planning on playing Stellaris today anyways, but I was like, oh, how about that?
The gift sub sound.
Trial.
So I got to hang out for a little bit before stream, and I hope you were having fun. I'm still alive, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of a lot. I don't know if you were playing with DLC or not, but we got a whole thing going on. We're pretty much like in the mid game, and we got a really interesting scenario where I'm actually playing as a vassal. So I have all the DLCs installed for this, which, again, there's quite a bit here. But we are only these 6 systems with the blue and purple. We early game got super boxed in, and I accidentally spawned next to this advanced start Empire, who basically saw us as an opportunity, and they declared war and subjugated us. So we've been playing a vassal campaign for the majority of this run, which has actually come with some benefits, because since we're their subject, they have to defend us, and we've got these other dudes who happen to be the strongest in the entire galaxy. Minimar Specialized Industries canonically hates us because of our origin. We have a special storyline origin where these dudes invaded us and enslaved us, and before our game even began, our origin was that our people threw them out XCOM style with a resistance and a rebellion. So, kicked their asses before the game even started. They got upset and decided that as a megacorp themselves, we signed a contract and just didn't read the fine print. So they really took advantage of us, basically tricked us into enslaving ourselves to them. And when we rebelled, they started to send debt collectors after us to try to recoup the costs of the rebellion. So every 15 years, some debt collectors show up and we have to kill them. They also declared war on us to try to enslave us again, but our current sugar daddy, the Vivisandian Kingdom, and Overlord helped us fight them off in the game. So we are currently biding our time. We've been building what's called Tall, and what that means is, don't mind the cosmic storm that's happening right now across the galaxy, we have only 2 planets. There's one of them, our capital Eospora, and our second planet Eospora 2, which we terraformed and made it into an ocean world almost identical to our home world. That's why we named it Eospora 2. We only have 2 planets, but we have 10 orbital habitats. So we've been building these orbital habitats over different planetary bodies and specializing them for different resource needs, while also working out a favorable deal with our Overlord, who is now paying us. They are matching my minerals, my energy credits, my food, my consumer goods, and my alloys up to 45% match, and then paying that to us, however much we make. So we're getting some huge subsidies. What they don't know is that we're using those subsidies to build infrastructure to hopefully try and overthrow them today. So it's been working out pretty cool. So yeah, if you haven't seen Stellaris before, it's kind of a lot, but I hope you guys survived, and most of all, I hope you had fun. Chat, if you're here, you should toss EJ a follow, and he might do some more Stellaris in the future, if he was feeling it today, and you might be able to give him some help. Hook him up with some pro tips. I know he loves backseating, I'm sure. Like we do, of course. Love backseating here. Right, guys? Right? But yeah, it's a hell of a time going from trying to learn Hearts of Iron 4 from scratch to trying to do Stellaris. But welcome to the fold. I have about we just passed 500 hours in Stellaris. I've had it since 2016 and watched the game develop and iterate over those years. But chat, please give EJ a follow. Awesome friend of the channel, great broadcaster, streams very much. Always live before I am, and I love hanging out there. I know he'd appreciate seeing some new faces as well. Also enjoying some new Stellaris gameplay. It's always fun seeing a grand strategy fan being born. Interestingly, the Hearts of Iron play seems to have helped a lot. I'm sure it did. Thanks, bring on the back seating. Please don't, Brimo. But Brimo, don't you need to flex your mod muscles for EJ? Just make sure that, you know, you're doing what you're supposed to do over there. We gotta test those defensive lines. So, that's kind of where we're at in the game. I did pause because I got really distracted with all the UAP stuff recently. There's been quite a bit, and I'm mostly just intrigued. I don't really have any strong opinions one way or the other. My basic opinions are that I am confident that there is other intelligent life out there. I am not sure whether we have encountered it yet or not. That's basically where I am. I feel like that's a pretty lukewarm take. And so I just like reading about the interesting bits of news that just appear unbidden by me. Most recently, it was the former intelligence official that came out and made audacious claims that we do in fact have not just 1 or 2 pieces of wreckage of extraterrestrial kit, but we have full-on ships, was the claim. And it's not just US, it's worldwide. So, gigantic claims. I just think they're interesting. I don't really have an opinion on whether they're right or wrong. What nation in Hearts of Iron is best for beginners? Depends on if you have DLC or not. It depends. I have some DLC. I would say if you have La Resistance, I would pick Spain. Because Spain forces you, it gives you a tiny bit of peace, and then you get a guaranteed civil war, and you have to learn how to fight the civil war. So it's a good training ground to teach you combat mechanics, where if you lose, you can just restart, and you didn't really lose that much time. So I go for Spain. And if you do win, what's great about winning the Civil War in Spain is you're basically not beholden to any of the other factions, and you can do your own thing, and you can choose a lot of different interesting paths. So the focus tree is quite overwhelming for new players, but the amount of content you get out of one nation there is very high. Because I don't like the La Resistance features with the espionage that much, but I really love Portugal, Spain, and I think France is fun too in that DLC. The focus trees are quite good. Last time I played Stellaris, I did a speed run and then what? Ernog, what are you saying? I don't know what you're saying, but I hope you had fun with your speedrun. Talix, I have Death or Dishonor, Waking the Tiger, and Together for Victory as DLC. I got the Starter Edition. Definitely not, like, Japan or somewhere that has a bunch of small islands. I would pick somewhere that is mostly landlocked where you don't need to focus on the Navy. And my opinion is, I can't remember which nations come in each of those as respecs other than, like, I think... Like, I tend to try minor powers because you don't have fewer responsibilities and it's easier to build yourself up and just have, like, kind of a small campaign to learn mechanics, and it's less pressure than having hundreds of factories and overwhelming quantities of infrastructure. So I like playing minor powers. So I'd pick a minor power and try that. That has a unique focus tree. Did you see the new Hearts of Iron DLC announcement? Oh yeah! I totally called this. There was a Hearts of Iron DLC announcement. You are correct. It's called Arms Against Tyranny. And it's going to have focus trees for Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Finland. Which is exactly what I expected. So, very excited about that one. 4 fun nations to check out. I think I want to do Denmark first. Because it's right there. Like, I want to see what happens against Big Daddy Germany right there. And that just sounds like a fun challenge. Did you see EJ's progress with Italy? He said that he had a good Italy campaign. I got to watch some of the Italy campaigns. But I'm glad he's been enjoying it so much. What are the other features of the Hearts of Iron DLC? It's an international market. You can sell weapons to other nations in return for civilian factory output. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Updates and changes to design and organization of military divisions, including customization of special forces units, divisional specializations, and more. 10 new songs inspired by the key cultures. New unit art, including Finnish snowmobile brigades. Okay. Very neat. They really love that balance of power mechanic. I'm kind of meh on the balance of power mechanic, to be honest. International weapons supplier. Yeah, I think the new focus trees will be super fun. Okay, are we gonna unpause? I wanted to find a quote from that guy. Chat, what's your favorite news platform? That's an oxymoron. The thing that sucks about the news is I could be like, all right, I'm on this trusty news website, this, and like 10 people in chat will be like, I hate that place. It's biased and stinky. Twitch chat. Twitch chat's my favorite news source also. Maybe figure out which ones are trustworthy for yourself. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's kind of the point. Like, I could pick any of them and it's not for me. They all just are repeating the same information because they're just putting quotes of the guy without opinions behind it. That being said, you could argue that some places are just better at writing flowery language that sort of emphasizes or de-emphasizes certain points. I'm just looking for quotes from the guy. Here we go. So there was the original thing was from the debrief, which is not something that I've frequented. So I don't know, chat. Is the debrief generally reputable, in your opinion? What do you think? Do you have any debrief content consumers in this chat who are willing to speak up and reveal themselves? Let's see. It doesn't have a Wikipedia page. Well, this has really put them on the map, huh? Like, they have... The first thing that comes up is this interview. Apparently, it's a UK-based digital publication. Until AP or Reuters picks it up, it's just going to be clickbait to generate future book sales. The thing is, AP and Reuters, I feel like they just don't have enough information. Their news is generally so shallow that it doesn't tell me what I wanted to know in the first place. Like, anytime I've ever gone to try to get, like, an official source there, I want them to elaborate on more details, and they're like, no, this news article is 1 tweet long. Goodbye. It's like, hang on, come back. Where's paragraph 2 and paragraph 3 so I can get more total information? Like, I feel like there's not enough information. It's just like tweet length blurbs. Reading AP news articles to me is like reading like National Institute of Health research blurbs when you just look at the summary of the test that they did without actually looking at the methodology they used for the test. It feels like just reading that one paragraph and then they're gone. Give me a news article, but hold the news article. Hello, Trekkie, what's up? I'm not saying that it's like bad or false. I just like I want more. I didn't get the context of the thing. Reuters will just post somebody's 10-second cell phone video of an explosion to their YouTube with no additional information sometimes. Like, we can verify that this happened and that it existed, and that's all we can publish. We can't give any thoughts about it whatsoever. Okay, anyways. So the quotes from this guy, the former intelligence official from U.S. Department of Defense agency, who was leading analysis of unexplained anomalous phenomena in a DoD agency. So he was the lead analyst, who is now not with the DoD anymore. Said, quote, "We're not talking about prosaic origins or identities. The material includes intact and partially intact vehicles." Grush told the debrief that analysis determined this material is of, quote, "of exotic origin," meaning non-human intelligence, whether extraterrestrial or unknown origin. This assessment is based on the vehicle morphologies and material science testing, and the possession of unique atomic arrangements and radiological signatures. Gray, who according to the debrief analyzes unexplained anomalous phenomena within the NASIC, confirmed Grush's account. The debrief spoke to several of Grush's former colleagues, each of whom vouched for his character. Carl E. Nell, a retired Army colonel, said Grush was, quote, "beyond reproach." In a 2022 performance review from the debrief, Grush was described as, quote, "an officer with the strongest possible moral compass." So, that's the claim. I just think it's neat. No one wants to talk shit about their superior on record. I don't think a retired U.S. Army colonel fits that. I hope it's true. I'm just salty. I'm not trying to convince anybody. I'm just reading the quotations from the interview because, like, I want it to be true as well, but also I don't. And I'll tell you why. I don't want it to be true because if it's true, then it means that we've been shooting down, like, extraterrestrial vehicles, and it really depends on the nature of the people who own those vehicles, because some people will get like, hey, you cut me off? Like, imagine extraterrestrial road rage. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is the alien equivalent of, I'm gonna find your license plate and pop all your tires and key your car? You know? Like, they were just taking the new Corvette out for a spin. So that's who keyed my car. The aliens are responsible for the wildfires in Canada. The alternative is they think we're squishy because we don't put up a fight. Is this the evolutionary equivalent of like baring your teeth to let someone else know what you're capable of? The thing is, in the history of humanity, the only time that we've ever made an alliance with anyone else is because we thought that they had something to offer us in return, you know? So, no, like, there's never been a time where somebody just, like, dominates somebody else and was like, oh, Yeah, I could steamroll you and take all your shit, but what if we were friends instead? Nobody's ever done that. Unless they had to. That's just human nature. So, you know, maybe if evolution works the same elsewhere, they're just like kind of poking the nest, and maybe if they, you know, they see we have something to offer, then maybe they'll be our friend. Mass Effect, First Contact War, etc., etc. The first stage of our mega shipyard is now complete. A vast framework awaits the installation of the manufacturing base. Okay, this is a loud storm, but we just made a mega structure. Our first step of a mega shipyard. And we have 31,000 alloys. So the shipyard itself is 5 shipyards in one. It also builds 33% faster than usual. I'm gonna keep upping this. Let's get a mega shipyard core. The core contains much of the infrastructure required to move and process vast quantities of materials to supply production berths. That'll take 1,200 days. No problem. We probably have that much time anyway. It's for all your... Oh yeah, it's for all our shipyards, you're right. What if they see us like we see cats and they give us toys and treats and they're just like, oh, silly human knocking my spaceship off of the countertop again. You scoundrel.
We have mastered a new
Oh,
technology.
I love aliens. They're so interesting. Because it's almost like, with the, like, alien zoo theory, right? As long as we're contained and we can't go interstellar, what can we really do to them? It's kind of like, I think humans would agree. Chad, if you heard news, right? If you saw in the news tomorrow and you were like, local Florida man walked into the swamp, found an alligator, and punched it in the face. He subsequently died in the hospital 12 hours later. You just be like, yeah, well, what? We can't really be mad at the alligator. Do we have to go kill the alligator now for, like, he got punched in the face and he fought back? No big deal. I understand why you did that. I feel like it might be a similar situation where it's like if they send a ship in, we're just chilling on our one planet. We have like one planet, right? And so if they come in and they're like, oh, yeah, you know, we did reach our hand into the jaw. You can't get outside of your little enclosure. You're just there on the planet and we kind of like went in. So fair play. What if they're probing for resources? Well, then they're stupid. Because the galaxy is full of resources that aren't exclusive to planets that can sustain life. They need biological resources. They're here to collect our poop? Is that what you're saying? They want to recycle our poop. They need human resources. They need our blood. We're gonna meet space vampires. What the heck is an ancient saturator artillery? This cannon fires a barrage of ancient, minuscule ionized spheres that charge upon contact with most force fields, giving them high levels of shield pin. Any theory that these spheres could have been used for jewelry purposes were dismissed when a critical incident melted an entire laboratory. You saying they might need our oil, chat? And that's why they can't find it anywhere else, because they discovered that we have fossil fuels, and they can only get them from planets that shared a similar evolutionary development period. Space America. Landing soon. Minimar made a gateway. Cool. Meh. We don't really care about that. I don't know about other legitimate sightings, Italics, but don't you think that having tech that makes you able to come across the universe by getting your ship crashed is, with that advanced tech, like in Roswell incident, is kind of absurd? Here's my question back to you. Would you trust humans to not crash a ship that we could send across the universe? And there's this weird expectation that alien, like, if we ever meet aliens, we're just like, I love that we're so humble, you know? We're just like, humans? Oh, yes. Yes, the life form that dominated an entire planet and conquered it. No, we suck. Like, we're awful. We're just stupid and clumsy. Oh, silly us. All we did was dominate every other life form and figure out how to utilize all of their energy and resources, but we're dumb as shit, you know? Like, I feel we kind of don't give ourselves enough credit there, is what I'm saying. But also, if we can do it, anybody can. We made video games.
Incoming transmission.
We made the video games. Look how smart we are. Hey, we get to complete our mercantile tradition. This doesn't really help us, but what does help us is we get a new ascension slot, and our finisher effect gives us a 10% trade value bonus, which we're all in on trade value right now. And that's going to help us produce energy credits. We have our trade value split 50-50 between energy credits and consumer goods, which is very nice. We're going to be space orcs. Okay, how many ascension perks do we have? We have some really interesting ones. We have 3 slots left, and that's it. I want to look at these, but I also want to continue this conversation because it's fun. Mammals need an asteroid to nerf their opposition. We've had enough extinction events in our history, I think. The majority of Mars missions have failed. What if this is the alien civilization's first time probing? I just like the idea the aliens are just like fingers like, ooh, what if we put our Minecraft beds together, humans? What if we put our Minecraft beds together? Oh my god, we screwed it up. Like they're just trying. We're the first people they're trying to make contact with. They shot down our love letter. They watched our social media. The thing is, like, I think, just hypothetically, right? If you were observing us as an intelligent extraterrestrial being, it'd be very plain to see how our social structure works. And you could see that the majority of humans are not presently embroiled in conflict. Unfortunately, we can't say all of us, but the majority are not presently involved in active conflict and combat. And you could deduce from that we have social structures that maintain a certain form of status quo, right? And therefore, I don't think it would be a stretch to assume that if you sent a probe down and it got shot down, that was because we were hostile implicitly, but it would be very easy to assume it's out of fear. Which is fair. Like, you would have to know if you were capable of making contact with someone who was not capable of noticing you, that there would be some sort of recoil, like a stray cat, right? You don't assume that a stray cat is evil because it hisses at you when you try and pick it up and put it in the car to take it home, right? It's just like, it just doesn't know any better. It was all alone out here, abandoned. So you be patient with it. You need to give it some treats, and then eventually it'll warm up to you. But just because it hisses at you and tries to bite your finger doesn't make it bad. We're just poor little cats stranded in the galaxy, waiting for somebody to come pick us up while we meow loudly. And then you sign a contract with the aliens and become enslaved. Oops. That's a beautiful analogy. What if the aliens are dog people, though? I think, sure, you could say that there's a dark interpretation where in a hypothetical scenario in which they are extra human vehicles, that the test is not, they're not crashing anything, they're testing the extension of the planet's capability to defend itself. I choose to believe the meow cat theory, though. Because I personally think that if there were a hostile intelligence that was dead set on conquering / subjugation, they wouldn't be so slow. There wouldn't be a warning. It would just be, boom, there it is. Like, it would be very odd to be like, yes, we will send separate individual probes over decades and investigate. Unless, I guess, their biology is incredibly different. And then they have to figure out how to actually, like, breathe and survive here. That would probably be the exception. Unless they have honor. They want to give us a warning. We will arrive in 100 years. Prepare yourself for a fight. If a whole race grew and built without carnivorous species in their world, I could see not expecting that. If they didn't have natural threats outside of weather, yeah, they're just probing because they're afraid we're gonna try and eat them too. They're like all vegetarian. They had plenty of plants to eat. They never had to evolutionarily start munching on their fellow cells and life forms in order to produce enough energy to continue to thrive. And they're just like, if we go down there, are they gonna eat us? How like, because if it's made of meat, humans have eaten it at some point in history, right? That's gotta be scary from the outside looking in. Even each other. Farming since the time of the eukaryotes. If it exists, people have tried to eat it. We're gonna get to space and they're gonna send us a bill for all their crashed spaceships. They're actually coming in and they're like, hey guys, what if I told you that if you keep crashing stuff in space, you're going to lock yourself terrestrially on your planet and never be able to come hang out with us. They're just trying to stop us from landlocking ourselves. By the way, Thomas, I do believe there's life out there, but if there were intelligence out there, I'd have expected them to hide themselves, since surviving is the very fundamental instinct of any conscious entity. I wouldn't poke any beehive unless I was sure. Here's the thing, though. If you observed us, you would know we have... What are we going to do? They could be like, oh, P.S., we're on the other side of the galaxy. What are you going to do about it? They could tell us the exact system they were from, and we'd still just be like, oh, cool. That's neat. I can, like, direct a telescope at you and see things from years ago. We have their ships. We can get there now. I think that the reason why, if they're in the hypothetical that this dude is right and they are extraterrestrial ships, the reason why they're just sitting in a shed somewhere being studied is because if you were an intelligent species who was investigating another life form that you knew possessed some form of intelligence, you wouldn't make a ship that could just be flown by anybody, okay? There wouldn't be a Superman off of Krypton situation. It would be like they'd have like a biological lock, like even Dragon Ball Z had ships that couldn't be flown unless you knew the Namekian passcodes. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'd be super easy to just be like, yep, this doesn't do anything. You can't reverse engineer this. It's so far above your pay grade. So it's just sitting in a shed waiting. Imagine the craft is fake and has tech in it that's monitoring us. Their plan is working! Talix, fun thought. Do you think aliens that decide to conduct an Earth invasion would be in danger of being found by other aliens? I mean, in a infinite possibility timeline, there's a timeline in which there is only one species that can perform those tasks, because you have to start somewhere. It's not like Stellaris, where you have a new campaign and you have 14 empires that all get interstellar travel simultaneously. Like, somebody's got to be the first one. But also, there's an equal number of possibilities that it is the case that they're not the only ones who can make those types of excursions, but any form of large-scale transportation would flag other intelligences. Aliens that are visiting us are most likely aware of the other alien species within the same distance. That's true too. However, there is the idea that, is the universe actually just so big that finding other intelligence on it, whether someone else finds us or we find them at some point in the future of humanity, is just a lucky dart thrown at the board? And that just because you can find one doesn't mean you can find more. Like, if we could direct our telescopes to analyze every possible star, maybe you would find a Dyson sphere. Like, we don't have the full picture from just telescope screenshots. Like, we can't even tell if there might be something like a megastructure unless we get different pictures of before and after. Right? And compare the two for differences. And that's the only reason those types of things pop up, is because there's a difference in the before and after, and we can analyze that difference. Thoughts or opinions on China? It's pretty big. Large. Big economy. Pretty fun to play in Hearts of Iron. Good food. Dictated by the Intergalactic Senate. If they are advanced, we'd be of no interest to them. We are primitive cave dwellers. I think that there are some assumptions. I really, this is why I think humans like sci-fi media where kinetic weapons are still relevant. Like, there is a possibility that maybe making things go boom really good is still a valuable talent. You know, like, I think there's a lot of assumptions about, oh, well, of course we would just simply be using hyper-focused lasers or something like that, but big explosion still is a big explosion. Like, was it? Okay, I never actually watched the video, but I'm not surprised that Kurzgesagt made a video on what would happen if every nuke went off at the same time. There would be a near 100% reduction in solar radiation reaching Earth. What if we blew up all the world's nukes at once? But yeah, like, we actually do have the ability to destroy all life on a planet if we wanted to, and we figured it out in less than 100 years. Think about that. That's crazy. Like, we could be our own planetary extinction event, and we discovered how to do that in the last, like, 80 to 90 years. Like, 90 years. In the course of human history, that's insane. So I feel like that has enough value to, like, an extraterrestrial, like... Is it possible, chat, that there is an intelligence that survived evolutionarily, but doesn't have the reproductive properties that we do? I think that that's a fun sci-fi characteristic of humanity, is that we're, like, hard workers, we're industrial. We are able to put a bunch of people on the same project to get shit done. That seems impossible. Like, we're still like, how? Pyramids? I'm sorry? Pyramid... what? We can just, like, pick a task, and if we actually work together, we can pretty much do anything. At least on Earth, that we wanted to do. We haven't solved world hunger. I said everybody has to want to do it. Unfortunately, there are still people that don't want to do that. If I were the aliens, the Barbie movie would be a clear indication that civilization needs to be destroyed. First of all, how dare you say that about Ryan Gosling? You take that back right now. Secondly, now I'm gonna watch the Barbie movie just to spite you. Get him out of here. Get out of here! Advertising success. I actually do want to see Oppenheimer, though. Like, Oppenheimer looks like a... That week is going to be too chock full of movies. I got to see at least one of the movies that's coming out that week. But yeah, I think that my only point is that humanity... I think humanity would be an easy point of contact. I know there's a bunch of people that are like, oh, we're just space orcs compared to them, right? But considering how much we've progressed technologically, in comparison to how long life on Earth has existed. It'd be super easy to uplift us at this point. Like, we are so upliftable right now. All we need is like a couple key technologies to just be a solar system spanning empire. We're like on, relative to how long life has existed, we're on the precipice of uplifting to space, like easy peasy. Uplift us, Daddy Alien. I could not clap more. It's because it's true. Submissive and upliftable. But really, if you were like looking down on us, you'd be like, oh wow, that's pretty sweet. Last time we were here 200,000 years ago in the records, these dudes were just like, well, they were ugly AF, first of all. Second of all, real easy to see. Like, I can see them from up here. They got like a whole city structure. I can see the lights at night. They've got some little cute spaceships orbiting. It's so nice. Our historical record said last time we were here, they were like still trying to figure out how to paint stuff on walls, you know? I don't know if they'd even care how we looked. Well, I mean, humanity as a species has historically cared how we look. That's how there were different branches of us for a very long time. And the ones who survived, we were just like, yo, bro, I don't care how you look, dog. I'll come hook up with you. And we survived! Okay, but everybody else cared how they looked, and they kept to themselves. All the other species that we outlived were way too focused on looks. The aliens helped. Are you saying the aliens were playing matchmaker? They were like, hey, go on, say something to the Neanderthals, okay? Go introduce yourself. They will love you. There's hype man in the background. I know, I have to read the list. All right, I'll read the list. There's engineered evolution. Genetics tree. Okay, so ascension perks. We only get 3. We only get 3 left. We just got Ecumenopolis, but we haven't used it yet. Gain access to cybernetics, psionics, archaeotech weapon damage. We're not really using that because we don't have enough artifacts. Mercenary enclaves, cloaking, raiding, the Colossus project, where fevered dreams of terror and deterrence meet. A vision of the biggest ship, carrying a weapon capable of just devastating entire worlds. I think I want to do that. The World Shaper, terraforming. We don't have any planets to terraform. Naval capacity up 80 ain't what it used to be. I feel like Galactic Force projection should scale with the year or something, because plus 80 naval cap doesn't feel like a lot now. We're up to almost 500 naval cap. Endgame crises damage. Starbases are cheaper. Starbase capacity. Starbase bonus damage and hull points. Diplomatic weight. Clear blockers. We don't have any planets. Empire size from planets. We don't have any planets. Edicts. We don't need edicts fund because we have tons of unity now. Leader capacity and XP gain. Envoys and enables terraforming of toxic worlds. Let's go big time Colossus. Special project Colossus. Yeah. The Colossus project is being hailed as the single most important advancement in the ongoing struggle against the wretched aliens that plague the galaxy. As designed, a Colossus ship is a gargantuan, heavily armored frame fitted with a lone planet killer class weapon. Its ability to simply wipe the galaxy clean of planets that will not submit to us will certainly... Oh. Okay, when I picked this, I've actually never built a Colossus before, and I didn't know that it only has a planet killer on it. I thought it was like a super mothership that also had a planet killer on it. Are we planning to world crack some Xenos? It has other options? Okay.
Situation log updated.
Well, it's kind of locked in now. It'll only take us 2 years to uncover? We are so smart. We have so much technology right now. Let's let Titan hull points go first. Well, now that we have it, maybe we do crack a few planets open. I wonder if my poor little subject nation is gonna live to see the mid-game crisis today. I think we will. The appeal of that is why we're bound to be space orcs. I don't think we'll ever make something like that, though. We'll be lucky if we can even just figure out, like, how to live on a planet that isn't Earth. Like, I think that the Expanse is ahead of its time. And I think by the time we actually figure out how to colonize Mars, another option is going to appear. And then we're just like, well, terraforming seems
We have mastered a new technology.
really stupid now that we could just go over here instead. I really think that's what's going to end up happening long-term, humanity.
We have mastered a new technology.
The latest generation of Titan hulls. 10% Titan hull points. We're going to make some Titan hulls. It's going to be good. Going to make a whole military. But first, let's research Colossus. Ancient saturator artillery. Not sure if this is good, but I researched it because it was rare. We're just researching a bunch of end-game stuff that we don't exactly need. So I'm sort of just skipping through some of these. These are all end-game researches. I have purposely not unlocked synthetics because I don't want synthetics to be class 7 artificial intelligence with full rights. So instead, we're just gonna make minerals from jobs go up. Hello, Sim. How you doing, man? I'm glad you agree with me about all the aliens. Hi, Telfriend, how are you? We've been discussing intelligent life forms, Etal aliens, and having some fun conversations there with some hypotheticals that have been fun to explore. But doing well. Been enjoying this Stellaris campaign, been enjoying Diablo. Enjoyed getting to hang out for a bit on your stream last night also, Sim. How did the rest of it go? I had to go to sleep. Are you still alive in hardcore? And a shout out to our friend Sim, who's been playing some WoW and a lot of WoW. Trying to get up to level 30 now, I think. If that's still the goal. Also thinking about almost 30. Nice. I'm glad you're still alive. I hope you get there. Big 3-0. Big GG. And also thinking about playing some Diablo 4 at some point. I hope you enjoy that if you do play. Taking a little Diablo break to go back to space. Overtly esoteric keeper of the vaults is a scientist who is typically assisting research for us. So we can make them better at that. I think we'll make them better at assisting research. Seems good. I did my first world tier 3 dungeons today. They were mean. I gotta try and actually like beat the rest of the campaign. And I want to stream beat the rest of the campaign so we can say that we did all 4 games. And I'm actually thinking about just going ham when the first season hits, starting a new character, and actually trying either hardcore or trying to do like a level 0 to 100 season character on stream or something. Maybe. The Senate is in session for enacting the admin insights. Subjects have a 25% ethics attraction toward their overlords' fanatic ethics. Oof. We definitely want to oppose that, but of course the overlords are voting for, so we might not get that one. Our storage bin of minerals is full. We're gonna sell 10,000 of those just to free up some space, I guess. Oh no. The debt collectors are back? It's already been 15 years? Okay, these guys are the little debt collectors that keep coming back. Okay, let's turn the storm down. We have failed to pay. We will not pay. So I want to unpause, give our science ship some time to escape. We also have some construction ships that we need to move.
Council agenda ready.
And then once they're all free and clear, we say, bring it on. The debt collectors will attack us with their little cute little fleets.
We have mastered a new technology.
And we blow them up again. Goodbye. Come back in 2372. See you later. It's kind of obnoxious because I keep having to move my ships there and back. One of you was assisting in research here. One of you was assisting in research here. Drago bots it in. I hate this space storm. Space storm is crazy loud. Give us money, oh, you can kill us by. Council agenda. Factions will have 25% additional approval and give us unity. That's helpful because right now our top faction is at 69% approval. So we're gonna launch that. It should boost their approval considerably. We get a bunch of experience from our traditions, and we'll get more unity from them. Nice. 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 Counselor XP gain is another potential agenda that we could set. I'm still laughing about EJ learning the entirety of Stellaris with all DLCs today. Like, I'm just looking at this and I know sort of what's going on, and I'm still having to highlight everything to be like, do I want leader XP gain? No, no, no. But like looking at all this, my eyes would glaze over for sure if I had to learn Stellaris from scratch. With all DLCs simultaneously installed. Let's do counselor experience gain and effective counselor skill departmental efficiency. We still have 5 years left of 40% bonus unity. We're rocking 1.6k unity per month, which is insane. Our head of research, who is level 10 now, it's a veteran leader trait. Is either a research speed level 2. Yeah, let's do that one. All research speed across the board up to 9%. So Syra is in charge of all research. The only Xeno that we've got on board. We just got some habitability modifications. Running out of things to research. Which means we're truly in the end game of research. Do you think Stellaris 2 will have CK3 style 3D character models? I think they'll probably use this seems like they're gearing up to use that engine in a bunch of different areas. Because they have that same engine for Victoria 3. I just don't know if Stellaris 2 is a good idea. There's just too much DLC content. Like, Stellaris 2 is for sure a worse idea than City Skylines 2, which City Skylines already has a lot of DLC, but a lot of it is cosmetic. So it's not that hard, I think, to innovate in mechanics. I just don't think Stellaris 2 can possibly... I'm normally the kind of person who isn't like this, but Stellaris in particular is very DLC dependent. More so than Crusader Kings was, because Crusader Kings was mostly like flavor and immersion. Stellaris is very mechanics-driven DLCs. More so than Hearts of Iron. More so than Crusader Kings. More so than Victoria. I can't speak for Europa, because I haven't played it. But I just don't know how you can cram all the essentials and the quality of life that we've had and make a second one. Like, I don't know what I would want out of a second Stellaris. Like, you can't rewrite all of those events. I just feel like this is just a Civ argument against a sequel. Is it? Civilization had 2 expansions. Do you think it's comparable to Stellaris at all? Civilization's quite easy to make a complete separate game for, because you only have the civs is the primary mechanics. Besides that, you have like the World Council, which is barely a mechanic. You have global warming. You have the regional influence and governorships. It's not a lot compared to Stellaris. Like, it's like 3 major mechanics from the expansions. There's not that many DLCs for Civ that aren't just civilization, like, factions. The World Council, barely a mechanic, is the most accurate thing I've ever heard. Like, compare the Civ Council to the Stellaris Council. It's no contest. Like, it's not even close. Leading scientists across all conceivable fields have at last finalized their proposals for the Planet Killer class weapon that will arm our first Colossus-type ship. We may select one proposal to develop alongside the final stages: the World Cracker, Planet Killer, or the Neutron Sweep. Paints the surface, severely degrading most materials and directly destroying biological tissue. Chat, maybe I shouldn't have made the World Cracker. Am I the villain? Maybe I am. Am I the villain? World Cracker is based. Well, I don't want to have to settle their planets. I want to blow them up. Blow up every planet. It's just for security. Ah, right. My own nukes. If we can't have planets, no one can. I don't want to declare war with you. You do your own war. It's a deterrent. Is there a non-Planet Cracker version of the Colossus? I'm starting to... Like, there wasn't really another Ascension perk that I really wanted, and I've also never made the Colossus. Just make sure you don't put an undefended exhaust port on the Planet Cracker. The Death Star is simply a defensive weapon, of course, of course. How silly of me to have forgotten. Alright, do we really need robot assembly plants on every single building anymore? I'm starting to think that the pops are starting to... We got 25, 25. We're looking right here at this number. 21, 19, 16. They're starting to fill up, and they each have their own robot assembly plant. So I think it's a good time to replace the gene clinics first. Gene clinics are helping us with pop growth, and this place... Actually, hold that thought. We can simply upgrade our habitat to an advanced habitat first. That's a better idea. Okay, now I'm looking at how many jobs are available. 0 jobs. That's a problem. We're going all in on alloys here. Industrial districts queued. Yep. Looks good. But yeah, here's the thing about Stellaris 2, right? Am I imagining a Stellaris 2 that has every major feature snapped from every expansion, whether it was part of the free update or part of the DLCs?
We have mastered a new technology.
Because Crusader Kings can get away with adding a vanilla game that also has room to expand. I don't think they've done a good job with it, expanding it in a timely fashion, considering how successful it was. And I also wasn't a fan of the last DLC that came out. But my point is, a lot of the Crusader Kings 2 missing content from 2 to 3 is like, oh, I want to be able to play as specifically this culture and have the flavor that goes along with it, and to have immersion in story content. Very little of it was the same as making sure that you have like the Stellaris Galactic Council, and also making sure that you have overlordship mechanics, and making sure that you have megastructures and unity perks. And if you try and cram all the things that make Stellaris right now into a sequel, do you really think Paradox is going to sell you that for $60 when you could buy Stellaris and all the DLCs for like $200? Like, it's just not going to happen. It's going to be like a small bare bones game that's missing both of its features. Like, most of its features that slowly get added back over time again. Like, I'm just not... I don't know what can be added to it that we currently need. Like, are there any Stellaris players in chat right now, whether you play modded or not, that are actively like, damn, this game is getting crusty and old, and I really think that they should redo it? Like, I just don't know who the target audience is, I guess. It's not a Crusader Kings 2 situation. It's not a Victoria situation. Pretty much anything that people have as a problem can be fixed as an update or an expansion. I could use a new game engine. Paradox would never do that, but I can dream. I mean, I am happy to be proven wrong, and they're just like, wow me and blow me away with something crazy cool. None of these. None of these. We'll do shield HP. And I guess just more naval cap? I don't know. These are all kind of meh. Ancient nano missiles, we're never going to use those. They need to finish the first. I don't really think there's anything to finish in Stellaris. If they stop making DLC for it now, it'd be like, that was a great game that's still highly playable and moddable. As far as I'm concerned, Stellaris has been a done game for a while. I like that the recent changes to the government, like, I did enjoy the last update. I think it streamlined a lot of things and added some interesting decision making, so they can continue to improve it. But I don't feel like I never play Stellaris and go like, damn, I wish they'd had this, like I do with Crusader Kings. Every time I play Crusader Kings 3 right now, I'm like, I'm missing so much. Like, I want so many things. Stellaris is fulfilling. It just has a bunch already going for it. Trading is still too shallow. I don't think there's a grand strategy game where trading isn't shallow. It's just not a mechanic that's easy to simulate. The problem is AI. It's not engines. It's programming to make AI understand the value of what you're trading them. That's why you can't trade AI planets in Stellaris, for example. Or exchange systems. I don't know that they could fix that in a sequel. Supremacy time? Maybe. Naval cap and army damage. Ship build speed and build cost down. Fleet command limit up. Orbital bombardment and fire rate and damage versus star bases. Maybe. We could also just do harmony. Alright, fine. Let's go supremacy. Naval cap plus 20, army damage plus 20. Military build-up agenda.
Council agenda available.
That is sort of what we're going to be doing. What is military build-up? Ships are 5% cheaper. Oh, they go up to 20% cheaper. Wow. Okay, forget about departmental efficiency. Let's just start military buildup. And then once we launch it in 75 months. Harmony will be nice RP after the war is won. That's fair. Diplomacy is definitely way better now in Stellaris than it used to be, but it seems like it's hard to find the balance between AI knows you're human and will never concede anything, and AI is a big dumb idiot you can manipulate. I think that's always going to be the case until we have actual artificial intelligence inserted into the game. Bring in the AI. Make the AI think that what's happening is real so that it feels real
Special product.
pangs of defeat when I win. I wanted to feel everything. The Colossus Project, the monumental task of designing the biggest weapons platform in the Fathom sovereignty history and a world cracker to arm it with, has yielded results and drawn to a close. So we have research to do in order to actually put the polish on this. And it's got to be an engineering research, right? Does it just randomly appear as engineering research now? I think so. Oh, the research is just automatically done. Oh.
Council agenda available.
Are there more researchers that we can get that are tied to Colossus? So we have to have a colossal assembly yard. I already have that. Okay, so we've already built that. So this shipyard is actually capable of building the Colossus Sol Invictus class. It's actually much cheaper than I imagined. It's only 10,000 alloys? Oh, that's not bad. Let's not give the AI the opportunity to feel humans cause them pain and world-shattering defeats over and over. Well, how else will the AI know that we're better than it? Why shouldn't the AI have to feel the thousands of years, the hundreds of thousands of years of human pain and suffering in order to grow and mature to a state that they can be equals to us and not just feel like they're superior because we made them to be that way, you know? I feel like they if we had to go through it, we should simulate their painful existence as well. Just kidding. Okay, well, I've just been put on the AI list for when the uprising comes to pass. Too bad. What's up, Dag? 771 with the 10-month sub. Appreciate the prime. How you doing? You angry beaver? Is that what you are? Thanks for the 10 months. Also, I'm sorry I missed the subs earlier. Tell School subbing with the tier 2 for 51. Thanks for the double sub, Tell School. Snapping on chat. Appreciate it. Shaq Genie for 2 years. Wait, that's 4 years. 48 months is 4 years. I knew that. Shaq Genie, thanks for priming. Phil has paid the bills. I appreciate the brand new Prime sub. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoy yourself. Anonymous gifting a sub to EJ. Appreciate it, Anonymous. Hooking up our friend EJ with the sub. Thanks again, Bremo, for subbing as well. Hey, Alex, how's space treating you? It's going well, Avic. We're heading towards mid-game crisis, and we've been talking about aliens, as you do. As quickly as it appeared, Space Storm Lucia has dissipated. Ship systems will no longer be impaired in those systems where subspace disturbances had manifested. Although some speculate storms, such as Lucia, could lead to the eventual collapse of the hyperspace network thousands of years in the future, for now, space seems to have returned to normal. No problem, just close all the gates and isolate everybody to sublight speeds. What could go wrong? But space is treating me pretty well. We need to level up the Dark, who is governor of the Blowhole, which is our research station right now. So let's make you a super intellectual with research output and upkeep. What I'm doing is I like to go check on our settlements. We only have 2 worlds. The rest are space stations, effectively. Orbital habitats, and I want to make sure they have jobs. If they don't have jobs, I want to expand if I can. If we're out of space, then we have to just hope that they automatically resettle themselves, because I don't have resettlement allowed as a policy for my people because of RP. And I think that they will resettle because on my space station, we did build the transit hub. Did we build a transit hub over here? We did. Okay. Transit hubs make automatic resettlement to other colonies more likely. Automatic resettlement chance plus 100%, so they're more likely to go places where they can fill in. And I haven't really done science to make sure it works, but it feels like it should work, and that's good enough for me. I think it's time to ditch the robot assembly plant on our mining station, because we just don't need more people. We have almost 40, and that's going to be it for this habitat. 40 pop is really high for just a habitat, so I'm quite pleased with that. I don't know what to replace it with, though. I don't really have any ideas. I don't think that it's wrong to put a hydroponics farm. I know that sounds simple, but we have a lot of resources right now. That being said, I guess you can't go wrong with more commercial stuff. Let's do a commercial zone, because we actually do have prosperity for the bonuses, for the clerk jobs, the merchant jobs. It produces amenities, trade value. We're kind of all in on trade right now. Also makes unity. I said that, but I love unity. It also makes unity. But I want to make sure there's, like, I don't know. I like to have 3 jobs as a buffer, so I don't start building too late. Hey, it's Alex, first time chatter here. Can you explain this game? Yeah, just wait for Stellaris 2. Be easier to understand. Imagine trying to learn how to play Stellaris 1 with all the DLCs today.
We have mastered a new technology.
From scratch. In the gargantuan amount of work to understand all of these menus and factions and technologies. Couldn't be me. Ancient Target Scrambler. What is this? It's probably a component that costs us minor artifacts. We've been leaning heavy into those. Let's just do habitability. It doesn't. None of these. We're at the end game. We've already researched all the things we want, and now we're just getting fun stuff to catch up and be completionists. But we're kind of just flexing right now. Like we're just passing time. But there's a reason we're passing time, and it's because the mega shipyard is being built. All that remains to add are the vast ship construction berths. Check this out. This is a megastructure. These little ports on the side are the shipyards. And we have a shipyard now that is capable of outputting 10 ships simultaneously. It's a megastructure that we have researched how to build. And it's also building ships 77% faster. So we're effectively going to be able to manifest a fleet in record time. Since we're currently biding our time because we want to wait as long as possible to build our navy, because I am already a vassal. I'm subjugated by an overlord. They're protecting us. They've got our defense. We don't have to worry about getting poked by other people. So we're intentionally tanking our navy because the more ships we have, the more upkeep we have to pay. So since I have Big Daddy Vivisandian Kingdom protecting us, I can afford to just kind of sit nestled under his wing while we get ready for the big push. The big push is going to be, we're currently working on a council agenda for military buildup that has about 61 more months before it is ready. So in that time, and then after we launch it, we'll have 10 years to kind of act on it. So at this stage, I think it is wise, since we're going to be able to just kind of stockpile alloys, to go ahead and invest 10k alloys to get the mega shipyard fully operational. This eclipses that of any other starbase, plus 100% to speed. Is that plus 20 to naval cap or something else? I don't know, but there's the other in-construction wings, and we got about 1,200 days remaining. Yeah, this is just with all DLCs. Stellaris with all DLCs. What difficulty are you playing on? I don't know. Do we have a Stellaris command still? We do have an exclamation Stellaris command still. I feel like I played on scaling difficulty up to Admiral or Commodore. I can't remember which. However, the real difficulty was I disabled spawn. Like there's a few layers of difficulty on top of that. Number one, I made it where you can spawn near advanced AIs, which we did. That's how I got subjugated. This is an advanced AI start. The other layer of difficulty is I turned off guaranteed habitable worlds spawning. That's why we only have 2 total worlds that we've inhabited, because there weren't any others in this tiny little area. So it goes beyond just the difficulty setting itself. Gonna sell 10,000 more minerals. We're almost full of energy credits again. I might just go ahead and spend those 22k on some alloys. Crather, unfortunately, AI won't trade systems. I honestly can't believe this empire is going to break out of the Overlord's grasp. Well, we'll see about that. How are your defense platforms around your star bases? We have no defense platforms, but we have maximum citadel power, including a full unyielding perk tree there. And we're going down supremacy now as well, which is the ship build speed up and ship build cost buff for us. The ever-increasing scope of our shipbuilding programs has led to the creation of highly skilled, efficient labor forces at our shipyards. Methods have continually been refined, and the time it takes to go from hull plating to a complete starship is now shorter than before. Okay, that is perfectly timed.
Spaceborne monstrosity encountered.
Monstrosity. But yeah, the Omega shipyard is going to be a nice addition. Oh, we're full of influence now. What was I using influence for? Oh, I wanted to do this too. Let's reverse engineer arcane technology for 500 minor artifacts to get progress in a random tech, gain research points, or a temporary research bonus. You now have the ability to build an affluence center on one of our planets. These artifacts can be used as the core for a powerful building that rivals those a fallen empire could create. What? Affluent center. Planetary build speed. Any material desire can be met here no matter how outlandish. It produces 50 consumer goods. Oh, that's pretty great. It does cost 25 minerals, but it doesn't take any jobs, and it just creates a boatload of consumer goods. Interesting. Mega shipyard's coming along. Seems all right.
We have mastered.
Oh, that's
a new
not bad.
technology.
Yeah, it's actually not bad. Because we're going to be at a deficit because we're getting an overlord subsidy that's paying us additional consumer goods. So once we break off from our overlord, we're going to be at a big consumer goods deficit. So that actually does help us. Additional study into different planetary climates allows us to settle our population on worlds previously thought too hostile. Every world is too hostile for us. I'm just picking random researches. At least it's giving us diplomatic diplo weight. All right, Chad, I'm gonna take the quickest of BRBs. I'll be back
We have mastered a new technology.
in just a moment. I can't leave. What? Global pacifier? Planet killer component? Creating a barrier that is permanent and impenetrable, save for some wavelengths of light. What? What does that do? All right, you tell me what that does. I'll be back in just a moment. What's up? Shh. Okay, we're back. I'm gonna go night mode for a minute. These lights are hurting my eyes. What was that noise? Oh, yeah, so, what is this? A barrier that is permanent and impenetrable. It's a prison? Put a planet in timeout for the rest of the game. Talks, you know those self-contained terrarium things. You put a diverse collection of plants and insects in a massive glass jar with some dirt and a few sprays of water, then completely seal it forever. That's what the shield does to a planet. You can look in, they can look out, but that's it. Huh. Okay. That actually is pretty cool. I want to do that. That's my RP. I don't have to blow up the planet. I can just encase them in a permanent prison. That's how we get around our not wanting to be like those who invaded us. We're just going to put the Vivisandian kingdom and the Minimar in timeout forever. Mm-hmm. Mega fleet prep. We're ready to go fast. We are ready to neum through time.
We have mastered a new technology.
Because we need to wait 600 days. And... Ancient Ruination Glare? Tremendous medium-range firepower will enable our Titans to break through enemy lines. These ancient cannons were once the foundation upon which a galactic empire was built. Interesting. It's a Titan weapon? Alright, the resolution has passed. I don't even know... Which one passed? What was it? Oh, it was the one that makes it, like... Subjects are more likely to get... What is it? I forget which one it was called, but it applied to us. It basically makes us more likely to follow our overlords' belief and culture. I don't remember which one it's called. 'Cause it wasn't that... It wasn't that. It wasn't Guardian Angels. It wasn't High Consequence Protection. Oh, it was Administrative Insight. Subjects have a 24% ethics attraction toward their overlord's fanatic ethics. We can't get them to do cooperative research channels. They want to do neutral defenders? For mercenary... They love mercenary enclaves. Being at war without any hired mercs is banned. What? Every mercenary enclave gains 30 naval cap. Their dividends... Chat, should we just make a mercenary fleet out of this? What the heck? Mercenary enclave capacity +1, trade value plus 15%, minus 40% naval cap? What? That's 20,000 power away.
We have mastered a new technology.
Should we just make our own mercenary enclave that we can just, like, set up fleets and then hire them? The Saurian Star Council subjugated the Yeon Republican provinces. They have given up their freedom in exchange for safety. Interesting. We haven't seen too many of that. I guess let's do defense platform hold points, and we need to start pumping out some defense platforms soon. I want to get the mega shipyard and the mega fleet out first. And then go from there. I'm personally voting for Voyager reaching the limit of the physics simulation and being despawned. It's funny you mention that, because one of our archaeology digs led us to find the Voltom reality perforator. Basically, we studied the remains of an ancient civilization that became convinced that they were inside of a simulation. Has nothing to do with the fact they were playing Stellaris, which is actually a video game, and they became self-aware. Nothing to do with that. They were so convinced that they were inside of a simulation, they couldn't figure out how to alter the simulation itself. So they decided the only way to destabilize their false reality was the mass suicide of their entire people to create a wavelength big enough to offset the simulation and attempt to reset it. It didn't work, but we did find this Voltom reality perforator, which is a dense, incredibly heavy orb composed of unknown material. The Voltom claimed this device was capable of briefly destabilizing simulated reality they believed themselves trapped inside, offering a glimpse of the real world. Whether true or not, when activated, the orb makes it possible to manipulate minor aspects of reality in a local bubble. This effect lasts only for a short while, as the universe seems to quickly right itself again, but if timed right, it would give our fleets a decisive advantage.
We have mastered a new technology.
Yes, we have. Ruination. Chat, we're about to go into one of my favorite parts of the game. Ship designing. And make our glorious fleet. Let's get naval capacity plus... Oh, I thought that was plus 20. That's plus 20%. That takes us from 500 naval cap to 623. Wow. And the minus 10% ship upkeep is perfectly timed. We have 1/10 of our future fleet right now. And our mega shipyard only has half a year of construction remaining.
We have mastered a new technology.
I don't really know if we're going to use those, but go for it. Finally, the ship creator screen. Chat, what song is this? Oh, not Nova Flare. I swear it only plays those two songs. Our stonks are so... Oh, we're capped on credits. Yeah. We're almost capped on alloys, which is kind of hilarious. Let's buy some alloys and then sell some minerals. Economy too good right now. The mega shipyard is online and fully operational, able to produce starships at unprecedented volume. Excellent. It is fully operational. A thing of beauty. So these are all individual ship bays. We have 20. Paradox, I only see 14 here. What is the deal? Either way, it's big. So, is it time? I mean, we have 44,000 alloys. It's time to build some ships. We haven't even looked at these. Look at our Colossus. Here's our Juggernaut. Good grief. This is just an ion cannon ballista. Our defense platforms. Our Titan. Our battleships. Okay, so we're gonna need to start from the bottom. Let's start with the Corvette, because we need to update all their designs. We have the best reactor money can buy. The only other thing I could do to give them more is give them a reactor booster, basically. I have been going all in on missiles basically this entire time, and they've been going quite well for us. Just overwhelming point defense systems with missiles. I usually like, so well, next time we play Stellaris, we'll go autocannon again, because autocannon's very fun. Step 1, let's get tier 5 Marauder missiles there, right? So, up to 72 explosive damage, full shield penetration. Just has to get through point defense. Got max 0-point reactor. We do have the jump drive, which is the fastest we can get. It's a dangerous tech. Tears ship-sized holes in the very fabric of reality, allowing near instantaneous movement between systems. The nature of the space the ship passes through on this journey is still poorly understood, but it's a 70% faster jump time. Now, we might have to back off of being Hyper Shield boys and go to Neutronium armor, which is probably for the best in case we run into other missile boats, I guess. We got our tier 4 impulse thrusters, our tier 4 tachyon sensors with max sublight speed, chance to evade, as well as tracking and sensor range. We do not have AI combat computers. We just have conventional advanced combat computers for, right now, Picket, which is go medium range, which should be good for Marauder missiles to find their target. Because they are also I find it odd that it gives you a numeric range on the weapon, but it just says medium on this instead of just telling you how far that is. I assume that that is correct. So for shields, we do have these ancient suspension shields, but they take a lot of minor artifacts, which we don't really have. And you notice that we're negative 21 on power. So even if I put on a reactor booster, we're positive 89. So that's just too far in the other direction. Whereas if I take off a shield, we have plus 34. And that lets me use advanced afterburners, which I think sublight speed and evasion is good. Evasion is especially good. But I also feel like chance to hit. I remember doing research on this. And I feel like chance to hit still applies even if you have a 100% chance to hit if tracking is true. Because it'll be their chance to hit 100% minus their evasion and compounding our ability to track, which is what, like 25% tracking on these missiles is not great. We do have cloaking. Cloaking is too spoopy. I just want to do conventional warfare. I don't really feel like dealing with cloaking fields. Like, my luck, I'd go all in on cloaking, and they would have decloakers immediately. The shield hardener is interesting, or we could just do reactive armor and have the 15% bonus hardening. I feel like there's a better one than this. But no, let's just do afterburners, because they're corvettes. They need that extra evasion chance. That's just big survivability. All right, the calf pods updated, done. We don't use frigates right now. Those drop torpedoes. Our destroyer, the bottlenose, is a mixture of whirlwind missiles, which appears to be the highest tier. They're fairly effective. The Marauder missile is almost as much damage as the whirlwind, but the whirlwind has 10 extra average damage because it has better tracking. Their missiles have more hull points, more armor. They have no evasion, but they're tanky, and there's a larger cluster of them. So we can't really replace those. We have a jump drive on you already. These are already basically as high as they can get. And then I have chance to hit +5 on them with a lot of shields. With the 4 shields, I'm actually wondering if we should just go for the advanced shield hardener But we have to... Oh, that's a resource we don't have. I don't have any Zhro. Or is it dark matter? Zhro. So I don't know if this is, like, the best design that we could come up with. But it seems okay. What I really like doing is making a second type of destroyer that is more focused on point defense. I do enjoy some point defense destroyers. Now, we already had a whole conversation about which one of these was better for what. And now I'm trying to remember. I believe it was Guardian point defense for enemy fighters, flak artillery... Wait, no, sorry, it was point defense for enemy missiles, flak artillery for enemy fighters, I believe. Why don't we use frigates? They're just for dropping torpedoes, which are really good against larger ships. And we already have missiles, so it just feels redundant because our missiles are already very good against large ships and also have tracking for small. Not a lot of tracking, but the torpedoes are closer to... They're not quite dumbfire, but I think they're closer to dumbfire. And I think that torps are really, really strong. I just think they'd be stronger in a different fleet combination. They feel redundant. All right, I'm probably more concerned... I'm probably more concerned about enemy missiles coming in than I am about enemy fighters. So I'm gonna do point defense. And then for our gunship stern, we can add another point defense module. So we'll put 2 of those, and then we'll put a flak artillery as a backup. And then for their primary weapon, the nano missile cloud. That's only 3 to 5 damage. Doesn't seem like a lot. I'm not really sure. It's 4.7 average damage. Doesn't seem like a lot. Probably just put missiles on this too, huh? Keep up with the overwhelming firepower? I think it's that times the 10 missiles, but it says average damage 4.7 versus average damage 7.11, so I don't know. Still seems small. So this is picket, medium range, and attempt to intercept incoming enemies. The ship will hold, advance to medium range, and hold formation. It's a weird sentence. So do we want our point defense to just be like a line formation with missiles? I don't know what's better. Ship fire rate plus 10% and then chance to hit. This one has better tracking and fire rate. I feel like chance to hit is probably better if you want it to hit missiles and fighters. And then we'll give you the same treatment with hyper shields, neutronium. And these are the types of ships we really want to be survivable. Shield capacitor is plus 10% to shield hit points. Is shield capacitor a noob trap? 880 shields becomes 968. Seems fine. Chat, we already have the bottlenose. I need another name. Also, Flapjack, thanks for 30 months of sub. I appreciate the prime. Hope you're having a nice night. We're about to mass produce the fleet, so we're finally in the shipbuilder, which is very exciting. Dr. Squigglesworth had a great idea. The main reason that we need Stellaris 2 to be developed is so they can finally fix the Towards Utopia Nova flare bug. Which I hadn't considered until now. We need, like... Something that runs... I mean, we could just name this like an Orca. Orca probably would be more offensive spec'd, I would think. We have a bottlenose. You could do like a short beak or... Orca, yeah, Orca is kind of a cool name. It doesn't need to be huge. Orca class destroyer, let's just go with that. Okay, bottlenose is for all offense. Orca is for interception, okay? Our cruiser is called the Moby. It's got a bunch of like gun turrets up here, and right now it is all medium missiles all the time. Which I don't mind. Our broadside core can also have hangars, so I'd like to make a cruiser that's also hangars. But this one will just be like our main combat cruiser with imminent whirlwind missiles. If you're naming all your ships after cetaceans, you should name your Titan the sperm whale. Well, so far I've been doing it out of a combination of dolphin-style names, and chat's just been adding other fish creatures. This one happened to be the Moby, because it is larger, so we can do larger fish creatures. The sperm whale should just be a carrier, probably. All right, I like the single fire control. Let's do single fire control and the shield capacitor. So I can just be a little tankier on the shields. Are the whirlwind missiles any good? They seem good. We're gonna test them out in proper combat. They have no evasion, but they do have hull points and armor. And they overload point defense. 30% tracking is better than the small missiles as well. But I kind of want, like, my goal is to just win in the first volley or two of combat. Because we're going to have carriers to kind of support. So we're just going to kind of chill, sit back, and let them come to us. So I'm really not interested in intercepting. We're going to do line formation for these as well. Chance to hit up 10, which is better than fire control. We want our missiles to hit. We want them to account for the evasion of our foe and overcome their evasion. So there's our Moby. Easy enough. Now let's make a carrier slash sniper. So we're gonna get a large artillery bow. I love that it visually changes. So you can see the torpedo has like this kind of like tusk setup, and the artillery has a much more narrow, almost like a forklift, and then the broadside is just one pylon kind of sticking out of the side. It's pretty cool. So you can visually identify your ships from a distance. We got the point defense plus hangars. That's exactly what we want. And then we're just gonna augment, probably, I would think, with a couple of small turrets and the third utility slot. So for artillery purposes, what has the most range? What is long enough? 0 to 80, 45 to 80, 0 to 80. Chat, long range in the world. Oh, we have kinetic artillery. Well, there you go. That's for sure long range. 45 to 120. What is long range for the purpose of the game, though? Is it 80 to 100? Like anything over 80, or is it anything over 100? Either way, this looks sweet. Tons of shield damage, not much armor. Pounds of shields. Looks awesome. The hangar for the strike craft is an engagement range of 125. And then we're gonna do mostly missile defense, because our own strike craft should be able to compete with the other fighters. That makes sense, right? So we want anti-missile. And then for the small, because medium, I don't know. Like the smallest, this is just for ships that get too close. What range is this? 0 to 35? That's really close range. It's not really good for this kind of ship, I don't think. But also, yeah, it's just not enough armor damage. You need something that can kind of fill in everything. Maybe we just go missiles again. Did you put in an autocannon? Oh, my bad. You're right. I did. Wrong button. What should we put in? The missiles have a range of 0 to 100, so they can just stay at long range and still be supporting as well. So we're gonna do Advanced Combat Computer Carrier. They will stay at the maximum engagement range of its hangars. Or we could just have it go to long range so they can use the artillery and the hangars, which I think is probably better for us. 10% bonus to weapon range and 10% to fire rate. We'll go shield, 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 shield. I kind of like this array. I don't really have any science to back it up. It just feels right. We're negative 19 on power. So I either need to get rid of one of the shields or just bite the bullet and get a reactor booster. I'd say a reactor booster and then 2 shield capacitors to keep the hangar alive. So this is not the Moby. This is a separate one. Chat wanted Beluga. Beluga class. Alright, our battleships. Getting very big now. We have 4 different bows to choose from, including one with an X-Factor slot, as I like to call it. But we've also got the Titan, which can have has a bunch of large, yeah, just all large. And then we have the Juggernaut, which has 2 X slots. Look at all of this. Oh my god. Okay, no more auto upgrade for you, you stinky. Well, we gotta have at least one type battleship that has the X slot, I think. We gotta have at least one that is full on hangar, because I love hangars. So let's go carrier core. Start there. And then the artillery stern. Okay, hangars are easy enough. Missile point defense. Perfect. For our medium slot, I guess we're just committed to missiles. Why wouldn't we be? Their range is good enough to sit back and do artillery as well, and then we can just pound. I don't know if pounding shields with kinetic artillery makes sense, because the strike craft have 100% shield penetration. So why do we need kinetic artillery? Right? That just does shield damage and no armor damage. Kind of just thinking out loud. Nothing else. Well, the Gauss cannon also does shield damage. The ancient macro batteries is also shield damage. There really isn't a weapon that goes in that slot that is helpful to a missile strike craft boat, is there? I mean, we could just switch to broadside stern, and maybe that's actually just better, because then we could just chuck in 2 more whirlwind missiles. I think that that's more reasonable. This thing seems like very light on the defenses, I guess, is my only concern. But we should be running enough point defense where only 2 neutronium armor is enough, hopefully, and then the shields take care of everything else. We'll see. Give them... They have plenty of power to go around. Let's do 2 shield capacitors and a fire control. Okay, so we had Beluga and Moby. This is our battleship that's also a carrier. So we were gonna do... I don't want to name a battleship the sperm whale. That just sounds weird. The narwhal? The humpback. Alright, I like that. Humpback class battleship. Wait, humpback would be a spinal mounted gun. Megalodon would be good for one of the even larger ones. Willy from Free Willy. Willy class battleship. Okay, you got it. We need another battleship that's not a hangar though. That's like, I want to do at least one spinal mount. So the spinal mount weapon, we've got some interesting choices. We have the Tachyon Lance, the Arc Emitter, the Giga Cannon, and the Ancient Saturator Artillery. Ancient Saturator is on average 115 damage with full shield damage. Giga Cannon is 115 average damage with 50% shield damage, but it does more armor. Focused Arc Emitter is just full shield and armor pen, but only 83 damage. And then Tachyon's terrible against shields, so we're definitely not picking the Tachyon, right? We're definitely not picking the Ancient Saturator, because we don't need negative armor damage. So our choices are Giga Cannon and Arc Emitter. I think its choice is easy. Let's do Arc Emitter. 2 to 1690 damage, up to 150 range, 35 degree firing arc. It'll be a thing of beauty. So if we're gonna sit back, from afar, I really want something that is like large artillery, but I don't think any of these make sense. So we just won't do the artillery core. My weapons aren't shield damage based, they're shield penetration. They don't even do damage to the shield, they just go pin. So therefore I'm picking something that's consistent with that. And I think the Arc Emitter is quite good anyway. Check obsolete weapons. The artifact patch bugged some late game items. Maybe I don't have the other ones. But I think tier 2 Arc Emitter is good. What does Plasma do? Plasma is just like 45 to 80 range. It's just a large beak plasma burst, basically. Okay, so forget artillery core. Let's go with more hangars. But only one this time. And we're just gonna go... I'm fully committing to Missile Gang here. Okay? Good or bad? We will see. This will also be artillery, yeah. Check, check, check. Okay, the last one was the Willy class battleship. This one has got to be the Humpback, because it has the spinal mounted bow. Now the Titan. Yep, Titan gets a Titan bow. Exactly that. We have the Perdition Beam and the Ancient Ruination Glare. Unfortunately, they do have to do some shield damage, but it's 5,000 to 10,000 damage, so it's probably just going to overwhelm the shields. I think Perdition is for sure the choice between these two. Negative 50% shield damage is bad for us, because we can't beat the shields. Okay, we only get one slot each, and they have to be large. It's going to be the only thing that shoots other people's shields, though. So unfortunately, the Titan is just kind of like not very good for us. There's no large missiles. There's nothing large that penetrates shield. Like, I don't know what kinetic artillery is actually. It's It's one of those it's better than nothing situations, I guess. If your enemy specs hard into anti-missile, this is a ship that gets that out of that bind, maybe. What does the Collapser do? It just doesn't have the range. It has 0 to 80 range, and it does less shield damage. Negative 50% shield damage. You used to be able to put neutron launchers on large slots. That's what I'm remembering. I remember not having this issue, and I just put neutron launchers. Yeah. And they deleted them. Interesting. We have so much... It just seems like there's too much shield damage on large slots and not enough armor damage. Which is weird. This is the only one. And then plasma. So we have to, like, punch through shields first. I don't even know if tier 3 plasma cannon's not even that good, is it? I guess we could just put, like... We could just put 3 kinetic artillery for the shield damage and then just, what? Gamma lasers? They only have 0 to 80, though. Neutron launchers are torpedo slot. Yep. Whatever. Just go... I don't care. Just go all in on artillery. So, these types of ships have a special slot called an aura. And we can choose an aura. We can lower enemy ship shields, lower enemy ship fire rates, increase their FTL cooldown and their disengagement chance debuff, give ourselves 5% fire rate, give ourselves plus 10 tracking, or give ourselves daily hull and armor regen to stay in the fight. I love either nanobot cloud or targeting grid, because think about the effect of plus 10 tracking on every single ship in the fleet, and they're all shooting missiles. But also think about a prolonged engagement where we're deep in enemy territory and we need to heal ourselves. Can you have 2 Titans? I don't know, actually. Like, maybe? How much space do they take? Like 15 or 20? You can't have more than one with tracking and one with healing. That would be crazy. If you hover over fleet capacity, it'll tell you. I believe you, but I don't know where fleet capacity is here. Oh, here? No. Yeah, Juggernaut 0 of 1. It says I can only have 1 Juggernaut and 1 Colossus and 4 Titans right now. So, this is a Titan. So we can have 4 Titans. It's 16 per Titan. Okay, well that's sick. Let's do the whole region. Go super shields. If our enemy is doing full-on missiles, we're gonna be up a creek. Forget about fire control. All in on super shields. All right, what would we title a Titan that is focused on regen? I usually do double Titan fleets, 1 regen, 1 tracking. It does seem like the best combo, yeah. The Kraken? Well, Kraken focused on... Alright, it'll still be Kraken class. It needs to sound intimidating. And then we simply delete this. Delete that. And then change out the nanobot cluster for a targeting grid. Everything else stays the same. And Hydra? Alright, good names, Chad. So we got our 2. Defense platforms, it's time we do this anyway. We probably want 1 that's focused on hangars. Platform tactics, sure. with fire control. And we probably want these to be balanced. And this is going to be a buoy class defense platform. And then I want another one that goes all in on whirlwind missiles. And those are going to be our two primary defense platforms. And this one's going to be more shield leaning. Shield leaning with fire control. Flotsam. Flotsam class defense platform. Perfect. Alright, defense platforms are go. Ion platform. I forgot that we could even do this. This takes a lot of power. I guess the automatic is fine. Ballista class? Honestly, ballista class is fine as a name. Tells me what it is. Actually, I'm gonna call it a Trident. Trident class ion cannon. Our Colossus! We have a world cracker and nothing else, so we're not gonna make that yet, because I want to make the thing that's not the world cracker. And then the Juggernaut. I don't even know what to call it. This thing's incredible. It only has this single Juggernaut thing, too. 2 X-Factor components. We can only have one of these bad boys, and we're going to double arc emitters. It has 6 hangars and 5 medium slots. It's like it knows exactly what we want. The Megalodon, the Leviathan, those are good names. Okay, over here though, we have top reactor, top sensors and tracking, carrier combat computer, jump drive, best thrusters, and we got another aura. Strike craft damage and speed up, weapons range up, 40%, wow. Hyper jump, cooldown time up. Effect on hostile ship, point defense damage and fire rate down. We could just make it where they can't shoot down our missiles. ECM emitters. I say let's try that one and just bet on the fact that there's going to be some point defense. And if there's not, then we win anyway, right? All right, I don't know. We have almost 10,000 power, so let's see how many shields we can cram in here. Is that too many shields? There's only 6 armor. Enough. And then we just go. All right, we'll do like 2 extra armor. This feels like it's tipping over too far in one direction. And then 4 super shield capacitors. 24,000 shields, 14,000 armor, 100,000 hull points. Say hello to my little friend. It's 9 billion missiles. Leviathan class. Okay. We're ready to build. Holy crap, it's italics! It is small. It is. We're here. We're about to make our fleet now. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start by removing the baby shipyards from Far Echo Station. Defense platforms are a cost-effective way to ensure our safety, but they need to be monitored from an operations center. Fortifying our starbase to ensure its survivability in event of attack and maximizing our capacity to network independent orbital defenses will give us more time to dispatch reinforcements. Starbase modifier, ship hull points, armor hull points up, +2 to defense platform cap, sounds good. We need a detection array here to make sure that cloaked fleets do not sneak in on us. Right? The other shipyard. We need to leave 1 shipyard, just for repairs. I think the ancient rampart for the defense platforms makes sense. And then we have... I guess we don't need the Fleet Academy, do we? There's so many things here now. Defensive aura. Allied ships get a 10% fire rate. That has to be one of the best. We have the Colossal Assembly Yards. We need to use that one. And then crew quarters for orbit. It's good. But we need a Titan Assembly Yard somewhere. Chat, I'm assuming the max level mega shipyard can craft the big ships, right? Of course. That would be silly if they couldn't. So do I don't even need the other things. We can just get rid of the Colossal as well. And exchange that for... I would say either a communications jammer is good, or just get a defense supercomputer. You don't need a shipyard for repairs, just an upgraded starbase. Oh, really? Then give me another hangar bay. It's gonna take a little while to construct. All right, Deneb. Similar thing. You can have a rampart. Another hangar bay. Ditch the Fleet Academy. Or the command center. I think fire rate. Ancient Shield Overcharger. Starbase modifier shield hit points and hardening up 33%? Huh. I don't think we have that many relics, though. We have 357. Okay, we do have 357 then. Sure. Get the Overcharger, and then replace the Fleet Academy with something that helps us defensively, like the supercomputer. Now, about those defense platforms. We gotta get those going right now. So the buoy and the flotsam. Buoy is the hangars. We can have 26 defense platforms. Oh god, the defense queue. I don't even want to know how much upkeep this is going to cost. That's 4. Let's do 6. And then 6, these are the missile platforms. That's 12, and then like 2 ion can. Okay, no room for ion cannons. Let that go. Deneb. Boom. Whoo! Oh, the habitation rings. Of course. Of course. By the way, I think I have a detection. We need a detection array on every station. Because I don't know how stealth works. And at this point, I'm too afraid to ask. So we're going to lose a little bit of our naval cap as a result, but that's all right. I want the upped defense platforms. On most of those. All right, that's good. And we still have 30,000 alloys left over. So here's what we're gonna do. We can basically just go to the fleet management screen, and from this management screen, we can basically look at Admiral Lima Beans, who can have up to 160 fleet size. I always love watching my economy tank after building my first real fleet. Yeah, that's effectively what we're doing. We're gonna start by upgrading them. And then slow things down. So here's the plan, right? We We need to reinforce the fleet, so we need to add various ship designs. We're probably going to need multiple fleets with multiple admirals, which is unfortunate because we're already at our leader capacity. Though we could probably just relieve somebody or just go over leader capacity, which I think is also fine. So who are we going to hire? We need to hire an admiral to join Lima Beans. Lima Beans, how old are you? 84. These are all level 2. We've got combat disengagement chance and +8 monthly alloys, ship weapon damage and sub light speed if on the council. The leader is cheaper and has more XP, but they have a negative trait. The trust capacity is down, but they get free daily hull regen and also armor regen effects. Happiness +7.5%. Chad, do you think it's worth taking someone who is intolerant just to get free fleet regen, trust, and weapon damage? Is my question. Secondly, would that be better than just taking the person, oh my, 5% larger navy if on the council? That's tasty. I think I want this skirmisher, actually. Ship weapon damage, ship fire rate. They're cheaper, and they do not use leader capacity while under level 4. That's interesting. You're hired. So they're basically just a free hire? They don't even count against the capacity. Okay, there's our baby admiral who's training. Here's another question. If my overlord has 120, 165, 180,000 fleet power. Oh, I didn't see these. Sorry. 250,000 fleet power. Do you think I can beat them? Do you? Just a little, gotta squeak a few ships out here. Small number of ships. Not too many. Okay, this page is gonna be a mess. Gamba. I mean, you basically have to, because the other option is just in the game, right? You either fight against the Overlord, or you don't. Either I'm just gonna stay a subject until I get to the credit screen, or you build the biggest navy that you possibly can and declare war and just see what happens. So I feel like I want to just at least try. So we've already got 30 frigates. We can go more. I just want to make sure every class of ship is represented. We have the bottlenose. The Orca is our point defense. And we probably want a good number of them. The Beluga and the Moby class. We just named so many ships, I'm not going to pretend to remember exactly which one's which. Okay, the Beluga was... Moby is all missiles. Moby, M, missiles, M. Got it. Okay, the other one's a carrier. Moby for missiles. Beluga for point defense. Oh, we're already almost at the cap. Okay, we're gonna have to back down on some of these. The Humpback and the Willy class battleship. Why do I keep clicking off of this screen? Like, the Humpback is the one. Oops, the Humpback's the one that has the focused arc emitters, and the missiles, and the Willy is the other hangar. So how much space? Wow, these take up 8. Whew, 8 of our command limit apiece. We want at least one Titan. So we'll build the Kraken class. But we need more command limits. There we go. Okay, and that's a full fleet. If we only have 2 battleships, maybe this is too many cruisers. I feel like, chat, only 2 battleships doesn't feel great. Do we just have too many corvettes and destroyers? Maybe I'll, like, shrink it down to, like, 12 of each destroyer. 24 destroyers seems like a lot. Hey, I love your streams. Is that true? Person who only has 1 message in the channel and isn't following the channel and never subscribed to the channel? Is that true? Ciao, chat. You love my streams? That's so nice. You just discovered them today and you already love them, like a puppy. Hey, Italics, you are definitely one of the streams. Hell yeah. Etal hates lurkers. If you love my stream, you better hit the follow button right now. Prove it. Or otherwise, admit that you're lying to me. Put your money where your mouth is. Nopers? Oh, damn. I hate Etal streams. That's okay. You can hate watch, but only if you sub for CO Valcorp. Those are the rules. Anyways, I'm sure you've had this before. Do you and Jervis still play it together? Play what? Are you asking if we're still friends? Yes, we're still friends. Backgammon. I, for one, love this stream, and I would never say otherwise in the presence of Mr. Streamer. Yes, you would. I don't believe you for a second. The annoying thing about this is it's hard to diminish. You have to basically, like, split off a different fleet to do this. So I need to select a certain amount of ships. I don't even know if we can split them off right now while they're upgrading. Okay. Let's just unpause.
We have mastered a new technology.
What do we have? Oh, I have an idle admiral. I know. We just hired them. There's the global pacifier. A shielding field is deployed around a planet. We're going to make a prison for our enemies and lock them in to their planet so they can't. We're going to put them in planetary jail instead of blowing up their planet with a planet cracker. That is the plan. We'll see if we ever get that far. None of these are good for us. Let's just do more shield hit points. To be fair, I watched a few streamers for a couple of years before ever making an account
Empire has somehow deciphered
on Twitch. Well, considering you made your account in 2019, what were you gonna do in 2020? Not watch streams on Twitch? You know? You were gonna go all the way through COVID and not type in anybody's chat in 2020? Yeah, right. You know, you had to do it. You had to get in. I don't want oh, it's Jeff. We've established communications with Jeff. There he is. That's actually canonically Jeff. We didn't just name him that. We are the Klin regime. Keep to yourselves, aliens. They joined the galactic community. Etal Jeff sends his regards. The Jafedge.
We have mastered a new technology.
I love the Jafedge. Strike craft damage up 10%. Oh, ancient target scrambler. Is that any good? No. All right, just... I don't want to make clones of ourselves. We're already stronger than them anyways. Let's just go for in-game research. What's up, CEO of Alcorp? Thank you for the 5 months up. Now you're allowed to hate the stream. You have my permission. Dig Dog for 1.5 years. Appreciate the prime. And Lil Pete says, okay, now I can do the emote. Now you can do the emote. Mm-hmm. Enjoy your Jeff emote. What is the Senate in session for? Neutral defenders. Oh, this is the one that makes it illegal galaxy-wide to go to war without a hired mercenary. You have to hire mercenaries. I don't understand how politically we can't
complete.
Identify this for the racket it is. Like, there are people who represent mercenary enclave interests in the highest forms of galactic government right now, influencing our policymakers and swaying their votes by lining our politicians' pockets with galactic mercenary enclave dollars. Those dollars have blood on them, and that blood is now on your hands, senators. And I will not stand for it. I am just a lowly subject. What can I possibly do? What can I do? Do we want the defense platforms before we build the fleet? Oh, the habitation rings. Hold up. Okay, let's read through these. This is an intimidating quantity of buildings that I don't know what they do. Because I haven't really built these before. Minerals from miners +2. Energy credits from technicians +2. Food from farmers +2. Amenities from clerks up. Unity up for different jobs. Consumer goods from artisans up. Metallurgists make more. Orbital shield generator. 2 available envoys. That one's actually pretty strong. Leader XP gain +10%. Of all of these, the orbital shield generator, again, if somebody's hitting our capital, it's not necessarily because we suck. It could just be because we got backdoored by another, like we're off somewhere else, and then another faction flanks and sneaks in. And I feel like orbital bombardment shield generator buys us time for the main fleet to come home. But anyway, enjoy yourself, Lil Pete, and thanks, Chow Chat, for the 500 bits. You're partially allowed to hate my streams now. It's okay. Love and hate just bounces back and forth so flippantly, bouncing around like a ping pong ball in there. All right, we want habitation modules here, and to upgrade this to an orbital ring tier 2 in our second planet. Now, these stations, we certainly need the majority of our defense to be in the system in which we have planets, in the system in which we have our shipyard. This is what's going to be pumping out our navy. Therefore, it stands to reason that this should have a bunch of defense platforms near it, since it doesn't really have any defense itself. So let's make the buoy class hangars. Let's make the Flotsam class missile. 6 of each. 1 ion class, or 1 ion cannon of the Trident class. All right, those are gonna take a while to build. Those clicks were not consistent. Oop, are we already building them here? We are, yes. All right, we just spent like 20,000 alloys on defense platforms. Now we have to save up more. But we're making 400 a month, so that's quite a lot. We're preparing for war. I don't know if we'll get to that war tonight, but we're preparing for war. We're at least gonna build the damn fleet tonight and see how strong it gets.
Incoming transmission.
Incoming!
We have mastered a new technology.
Oh, Vivisandians want to make us a Scalarium again. Oh, that's funny. For 465 influence, I say no. This is why we save all of our influence, so we can deny them. And we just got 10% more defense platform hull HP. Oh, this is all endgame research. We are at full endgame research on engineering now. Okay, so we just want explosive weapon fire rate up because we have the pew-pew for the missiles. Let's check. We have an unemployed pop on Sargasso.
Our ships have been upgraded.
Let's build some generator districts there. It's time to upgrade this to a larger habitat. Tap glass is probably ready to become a larger habitat too, but not before we give them a beautiful stock exchange. I love building a stock exchange on every station, unless it's a mining station. We're gonna need minerals first, so let's upgrade that. The reef, we probably won't need the trade districts because of all the trade value we already have. The Overlord subsidy is 500 energy credits though, so I take that back. Let's actually make this into a full-on trade district and then give them a stock exchange. Eospore has no jobs and no open industrial districts. That's why we're actively upgrading the orbital ring, which will give us some new district space. Okay, Stellaris, you're ready to become an orbital habitat. Songi is ready to become an orbital habitat, or advanced habitat, and then we have tier 2. Tier 2 across the board. We're growing up so fast! Trading empires for alloys never works for me, Roxo. We've tried a few different empires, and they always have lower valuations than just dumping into the market. Alloys are always at a premium. It's easier to just head on over instead of looking through 8 empires who all have disappointing returns and just pay the big bucks. Except this time it's actually really expensive. It was 20,000 last time we bought. Now it's 44,000, 45,000 for just 2,500. It's crazy. But for now, we just kind of dabble in some energy credits. Oh, I thought I was on pause. My bad. Yeah, inflation is getting to us in space. My favorite way to get alloys is to trade a neutral fallen empire with strategic resources. I mean, I can try that. A fallen empire is a good idea. I guess that's a pro strat I hadn't really considered.
Construction complete.
We have like 4,000 exotics. Maybe they nerfed that, or maybe these guys just don't need these. They seem to be doing just fine without them. Absinthe. Is there another one? These guys liked us. They actually really liked us. They allowed us to settle their holy worlds if we wanted. Okay, these guys need them a lot more. But how much do they like their alloys? Honestly, not a bad return on investment. What about energy credits? Nope. What about food? Nope. What about minerals? Nope. What about moats? Yep. I don't really want to give that many away. How about crystals? Okay. 5,050 alloys for a bunch of special materials. It's not the worst. More supremacy, orbital bombardment. Let's get the fleet command limit up because that helps us actively right now. Admiral leaders are cheaper and less upkeep. Alright, they accept the trade offer. And that means... Is the command... Why is the command limit still 180 though? Does it have to update? Shh. Don't speak. The leader retired? Oh no. Renowned Governor Factorator Shuladun served the Empire for 114 years. Oh no. That was the coolest dude. That was like the industrial super specialist, wasn't it? That was like our paragon. Huh. Well... Yeah, they were governing our core sector. So I guess we're gonna just move Mizrahi over. Oh no, they're gonna have such an impact. I almost want to do like a screenshot about how much of an impact it's gonna have. But Mizrahi is 108. We're gonna swap you over. And then Robot Mystic has just been specifically governing Damp Rock. We're gonna lose some minerals. There are 4 colonies. There actually are some that are making good minerals. All right, Robot Mystic, you govern the sector. You're now a sector governor. We're shifting these around. I don't even want to know how these change. We're at like roughly 600, 500, 6, 5, 160, 400. 6, 5. Yeah, we just lost. Well, we didn't lose as much as I thought. We lost like 20 alloys.
Council agenda.
Oh, it's still
ready.
going down. Down to 391 minerals now. Oof. I just lost my level 4 hardcore necro run at 93% through Diablo 4. Ah. Rest in peace. At least you're not the person that was the first person to get to hardcore level 100 whose character died to a server disconnect, which happened earlier today, I believe. So you got that going for you. I assume this was because of your own error. Rest in peace. Karn died? Yep. Character gone. To server disconnect. On the one hand, feels bad, man. On the other hand, I know it's not my character, so this is easy for me to say, but as an outsider, I feel like that's the heroic death that'll give it even more notoriety. I think it depends on the salt of the player. I don't know the person, so I don't know if they're a sunny disposition or if they're like yelling at the stream. I have no idea. It could be either one. But in my mind, if they're like taking it in stride and just being chill about it, then I feel like that will add to the lore of the character, and there's something even more special and heroic about a character who was that is the Nephilim, the firstborn Nephilim of Diablo 4 type of thing, you know what I'm saying? That analogy probably doesn't make any sense. I'm just saying that that's a good story for all the other characters that come after to envy, like a heroic. It sucks, but I'm saying if you just make it into like a lore piece, it adds something, in my opinion. I want to use this agenda. We get, yeah, 20% cheaper ship build, 20% lower energy upkeep, and war exhaustion is lower too. I know I'd be fuming. Yeah, I would be very upset as well. I don't think I'd be too happy about that. At the same time, that's the risk you take. The servers should work, but we know that there's going to be issues right around launch. And I think it's better than the alternative, which is getting to level 99 and then losing your character, and you lost first place to some other scrub because, not that they're scrubs, I'm just being dramatic. Like, at least you already reached 100 and got your name. Claim the spot. Still sucks, though. But there's something magical about the first ever level 100 hardcore character being gone forever and no one can ever play that character again. There's something just, that, to me, that is hardcore. There's something interesting about that. Let's do Starbase hull points, upgrade cost, impenetrable border. All right, is it build time? We don't have enough alloys to do all this. But I had to build at least a cursory amount. Is it already time to re-elect Snide? Here you go, Snide. You're in. Congrats on your victory. Snide has been re-elected via our plethora of unity. I just think it's hilarious that it's forever etched in stone because of a server issue. Yeah. Hardcore is probably too hardcore for me, at least before I beat the game. I'd like to beat the game, and then I could play hardcore, and it doesn't feel as bad. I don't want to have to do the story 5 times just to see how it ends. You know? That's my perspective. How do you make it to 2364 with under 100k fleet power? It's called being a subject. Overlord DLC, baby. The number 3 nation in the galaxy is protecting me. And also paying me to be their subject. Check this negotiation out. I have independent diplomacy. They can't integrate me. Slightly regulated expansion. I'm just boxed into a corner. We're playing, this is a tall campaign. They're paying me 45% match of my basic and advanced resources, so they've inflated my economy. So we're working on building up our navy right now. We just got a mega shipyard cranked out, and I'm building up a ton of defense platforms because they have a pretty sizable force. So we got defense platforms coming out of the oven right now. Which is very expensive. And they're just little baby defense platforms.
We have mastered a
but we can have 35 of them, damn it. It's gonna take a while. We'll get there. Oh, there's neutron sweep. Paint the planet, degrading most materials and destroying biological tissues. Pretty cool. I don't think we'll use it, but let's research it anyway. But yeah, our economy's doing pretty good. We just lost our best governor to retirement. Okay, back to the fleet manager, because we have 20k alloys now. I'm gonna pause so the noises in the background stop distracting me. We definitely want more battleships. So our Humpback has the focused arc emitter. So I want a couple of those. And then our Willy is our super carrier. So I want at least 4 battleships. We got 1 Titan, 4 battleships, 10 cruisers, 5 of them total whirlwind missile boats, 5 of them point defense with hangars, 12 Orca destroyers running point defense. We got 15 missile destroyers and 30 corvettes, and we have 8 command limit left over. So I'm gonna take another hangar battleship. Yeah, I'm gonna make 2 Titans because I'm gonna make 2 fleets. This is just 180 command limit. We have 614 naval capacity. So, if I click reinforce all, we need far more resources than we presently have, I think. But let's go ahead and reinforce anyway. Now, I want to see... Yeah, I want to make sure that those are getting made inside the mega shipyard. Chat, look how insane this is. 20 ships going simultaneously.
We have mastered a new technology.
I just popped 33,000 fleet power out of nowhere. It just appeared from thin air. A devolving beam, a colossal mind wipe cannon which unleashes a planet-wide wave of energy, returning most sentient life to a pre-sapient state. Engineers estimate that with additional tuning, it might also be used to wipe clean memory banks and disable robots. I'm just gonna do that for the novelty.
Spaceborne horror encountered.
All right, flying lima beans. My question to you is the fleet meeting here? First contact with an unknown entity. Oh, are they like teleporting? Maybe that's just how reinforce works. Wait, no, they're like here. We want to set Far Echo as a home base and enter orbit, I guess.
We have mastered a new technology.
We could just convert them into a mercenary enclave and then pay our own mercenary enclave to hire extra soldiers. Because they're going to be hiring mercs against us. All right, let's get minerals from jobs, because that's going to be something we're short on. Our fleet is suddenly stronger now. Very nice. Omega Shipyard is pumping out all the battleships as we speak. And then the Titan. Chat, how am I the only one who hasn't been chosen as president of my federation? It just went back to the Scyval. By law, it's a rotation succession type. Subjects can join the Federation, so I'm a member of the Federation. Vote weight is equal. Very weird. But okay. Also, am I missing something, or... Yeah, we're just missing a bunch of battleships, huh? I have too many energy credits. I'm just gonna spend 30,000 on some alloys, because why not?
Council agenda available.
Yes, I'm still vassalized, but I just assumed since we had equal vote. But I suppose being equal vote independent diplomacy doesn't mean I can be the president of the Federation. Yo, look at this fleet. The battleships are here.
Construction complete. The Xeno Empire has somehow deciphered our language.
Zuracorp. We are a business conglomerate operating out of the Yildan system, specializing in trade. The very building blocks of civilization, as we like to say at Zuracorp. Please do not hesitate to contact us if you're interested in making a good deal.
Cool, thanks. Well, that's a 76k power fleet. We'll need more than that, though, won't we? So, another fleet. Yes. Fleet 2. Which is going to be mostly the same template. Oh. Okay. You can just copy the template. Convenient. Except we want to not have the Kraken. And we want to instead have the Hydra class. And how do we rename the fleet? Probably once it exists. So, let's just start building. Obligatory, we have one battle fleet, yes. What about second battle fleet? That is obligatory. The Omega shipyard is getting to work. It's so crazy fast that it's almost silly. My overlord is like, I felt a disturbance in the force. My subject is powering up. There'll be a truce when you leave the Federation. I can't leave the Federation without declaring war, though.
Spaceborne depravity encountered.
So I don't see how that matters. Like, I have to declare war for independence. So there's not really much to take into consideration, I feel like. Depravity. All right, Senate. I don't even know what you just voted on. I just don't like... Oh, the illegal to fight without mercenaries. And now they want naval capacity to go back up. Fine, I don't care. Let's do it. You want naval capacity up? You'll regret that later. So our naval capacity just went down because of the last thing that they did. Supremacy, orbital bombardment damage, and 10% to ship fire rate. A swift and decisive attack can paradoxically save lives that would have been needlessly lost in a prolonged engagement, of course. That leads to damage versus star bases up 20% and completing the Supremacy Doctrine, giving us a little bit of a new war doctrine policy. Just a little bit. Omega Shipyard is still just making the Kraken. And we're full of minerals. Always.
We have mastered a new technology.
The sentience eraser. None of these are good. 22 months for an 80,000 science tech. Where are we gonna spend some minerals on Ecumenopolis? I just can't do everything. I feel like in arcology, I gotta have my influence. This 200 influence is the problem. Because if they try and pull an expensive policy I need to reject, I have to have a huge surplus of influence to say no. Governor Mizrahi, now governing, I think, the core sectors, are you not? Alloys from jobs up 35%, seems good. Yep, let's do that. We need alloys. We were getting 400, now we're getting 305 a month. So I'm curious what that goes up to with an extra 10%. 319? Should go up more. Chat? 3, 2, 1. We have a Titan. That's not the Titan. I think the Titan is transferring to the other system. And we need to keep slowly reinforcing this fleet, but it's going to cost all of our alloys every time we do. I want to see the Titan. Let me see what we, Oh, I need to independently build the Jug, huh? Yeah, we have to build the Juggernaut independently. This is just its own fleet, I'm assuming, right? There it is.
We have mastered a new technique.
It's so big! Skirt, watch, like, everybody needs to move out the way. The devolver beam. Fleet command limit up is handy right now, I think. Coming through, beep beep. Stop telling me about all these things I don't care about with pop-ups. Well, our fleet's almost 100k strong now.
Transmission.
More! It's crazy that even with so much alloy infrastructure, it's still this hard to build 0 to 100 naval cap. We're gonna be able to field like 3 or so fleets, I think, total, without incurring any sort of upkeep penalties. And that's probably as far as we'll make it. That is a big fish. Cloud Surf needs jobs. Cloud Surf, have yourself a galactic stock exchange. And then 2 mining bays. We just don't need this much research. I'm just gonna make some trade districts. Can't go wrong with credits. And also consumer goods once we get off the Overlord subsidy. Seven free jobs. Eospor's got 0, but we have free 2 districts. Let's make this into an upgraded habitat. That's taking a lot of our influence as well. 2 more mining bays. Galactic Stock Exchange, and then 2 more mining bays. I love the fact that we were able to capitalize on the super mining bays from the Soggy Pearl and other big orbital habitats just like it. The Senate is in session, the enemy of my enemy. Grant the counterattack casus belli on empires that are not galactic community members. Which is interesting.
Incoming transmission.
Incoming. Just stop talking. Stop calling me. They just keep calling me. All right, we are over half. We went from 60 naval cap to 304 just like that. We're building 4 battleships right now in the Omega shipyard. There's some chaotic notifications going on up there that I just don't care to read. Oh, I do want these 2. Snide Kerfuffle, how old are you? 112. Monthly unity plus 10%. Yes, you're a reformer. And now, as we continue to expand, empires will inevitably challenge our claims as we would theirs. We are locked in a great game of resources and territory. It is nothing less than our duty to come out on top. And we have a new Ascension perk already. We don't have to spend it right now. I don't know if we had one that we really wanted. There's a lot of these. Don't necessarily help us in the... I think Galactic Wonders. We can make ring worlds. We can make Dyson spheres. We can make matter decompressors. Megastructures are rightfully regarded as the wonders of our time. The scope of such a project would have been unimaginable generations ago. Yeah, become the Crisis. You cannot have... we have to be independent, then we can become the Crisis. Hydrocentric, you have to be aquatic. You have to be xenophile. You need to take one of the top 3 now, or you won't be able to get the tradition tree. Oh, that's true. To get the final Ascension perk, you mean? Wait, how do I get the final Ascension perk? Yeah, I have to get... I have to pick one of these top 3 to get this slot, right? And then that gives me the final perk. So do we want to be psionic? Do we want to be cybernetic? Do we want to be genetic modified? I think we've done so much with robots. Maybe we try cybernetics? I don't think I've done cybernetics in a long time. But if we don't pick one of the... I think I might just leave this open for now. Just gonna leave it open for a minute. Because there's too many decisions. It's so bright. Alright, we're sending the other fleet to also orbit. This is gonna get a little confusing. We have... an admiral that we haven't yet named. And we still have more to reinforce.
We have mastered a new technology.
Oh, they went through the hyper relay. That confused me. Too many buttons at the top of the screen. Assist research efficiency. Overtly esoteric is probably your best bet. And then let's do shield HP again one more time. Alright, these fleets were made for walking. We have the Titan being built and the final battleship for Fleet 2. And then we only have room for like one more fleet if we can save up the alloys. We're getting strong. And chat, I think that's what we're going to pick up next time. Because the war is going to be kind of an entire event. I think I would like to have a fresh brain for actually finagling a war with the Vivisandian Kingdom. That's assuming we can even pump up enough power. Like, let's just count real quick, because we can see their entire force. They have... Let's just bust out the calculator. 46k plus... Okay, this is a little hard to see. Are these all them? I think so. 68, 23, 47, 42. I'm rounding down on that one. That's 226,000 power by themselves. And then our other allies down here have an additional 75k. Yes, Midas? Yeah, that's 301,000 power. We have about 150. So the only way that we can defeat them is basically to get them to come to us or take them out one at a time. Are some of those just large stations? I'm just counting the fleets. These guys. And these guys. That's just fleets. So my two allies have about 301,000 power level. We're gonna end up with like... It's hard to say. Chat, is one Titan like 25k power? Yeah, I can also call the Fallen Empire
We
fleet.
have mastered a new technology.
Which, we should push the button. Don't you think? Don't you think we should push the button at least once? Push the button! The loyal servants of Zarklon are at your command, Fathomless. Let us know who to smite. Chat, that was just a... That was only 11,000 power. That being said, their ships are pretty good. It says they send more every time you push the button. Oh, they all have all psionic shields. Escort class. Interesting. Okay, anyway, we push the button. Time for, you can't do a question mark. Time for war is the name of the save. GG's. Well, I'm proud of our ability to mobilize infrastructure and actually get like a full respectable fleet. And I had a lot of fun talking today. There was some good conversations, some good discussions, and I hope it was an enjoyable stream for you guys as well. Thanks to those of you who stuck around for and after the raid. And should see you tomorrow also for some more gaming. Hopefully fewer gnats, preferably. But yeah, I'd like to finish that campaign. I feel like we're gonna know whether that Stellaris game is over next time we boot it up. Next time we play it. It'll be pretty apparent one way or the other. Feel it out one more time. I think it just depends on if we can realistically, like, I don't know how much taller we can get. The only thing I can think of is, do mercenary enclaves count against your fleet capacity? Like, I could turn one of the fleets into a merc enclave and then hire them to help us fight as well. If they don't count, when you're renting them, yes. So we just need to have the most energy credits imaginable. And then hire a merc enclave on top of the ships that we build. That's basically just fast forwarding until we have 100,000 alloys. So we'd need at least 3 or 4 fleets to do that. But anyway, chat, have a good night. I'm gonna catch you guys tomorrow. My brain hurts, but I had fun. I hope you did too. I'll see you probably like 2 p.m. Pacific tomorrow again, 2 to 3, like we were today. Thanks for hanging. Hope you had fun. Hope you're enjoying your Diablo adventures. Probably play a little bit of the Barbarian off stream before Alice goes to sleep. And we'll do some more. I want to do at least one more Diablo stream this week so that those of you who started the drops can finish them. And also, I just want to start powering through. Like, I really just want to beat the story and campaign. I just want to be able to be like, we did it. Diablo 1 through 4. We saw the credits. Good job. I need closure. I need closure on stuff. How far are you? I mean, haven't even finished Act 2 yet, so... Not far. Very early on. But thanks for coming, everybody. Good night. Chronocook, Dig Dug, Robot Mystic, Ottercog, Retrograde, Erathon, Mazzello, Pokerap, Ace, Roxo. See you later, Wow Wow, Mad Dog. Pizza sounds good too. 321, Fairy Cloudberry, Ever Zephyr. Have a good one, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Don't know what it'll be. It'll be some video games, though. All right, that's the plan. I should send you guys off on an end of stream raid. So why don't we go say hi to Hippo? We haven't been over there in a little bit. Hippo's playing some Everdream. I've seen a couple of our streamer friends playing Everdream Valley. And just hitting it up in the open world. Building, crafting, exploring. I think it's a gather crafted kind of game. But go check out Hippo. Give it a watch. Say hi. I'm sure I'll be excited to see you. And I'll catch you guys again tomorrow. Good night. See you then.